Good morning, guys. A beautiful Sunday morning here, and it's Maine's Day at the Roar 110 Scale Off-Road Carpet Nationals. I'm your announcer, Sean Miller. I'll be in the booth with you guys all day, and we're starting out firing today. A1s first up on the track out here. So thank you guys for tuning in. If you guys want to get in the chat, head on over to YouTube. So this is it. We're heads up racing all day long today. This is what we've been waiting for. 6 rounds of practice in the books, 2 rounds of seating, 4 rounds of qualifying. Dusted. So we're getting ready, and we're going to jump right into A1 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. So appreciate you guys all tuning in. Little live RC action this morning. Want to thank our event sponsors out here, Phantom Racing, RC Discharger, A-Main Hobbies, One Up Racing, Avid RC, and of course our title sponsor, J Concepts. It's a beautiful morning here at Maximus RC Raceway in Seabrook, New Hampshire, and you can see marshals are out there. Drivers are up on the stand, and we're not wasting any time here this morning, boys. We're going right into it. I like it. So, kind of as I suspected yesterday, we're going to run some A1s. We're going to run through those, and then we're going to do some lower mains. Jump into those A2s, a couple more lower mains since there are no bump ups here. Check out the crowd already on the wall. Like I said, we'd be shoulder to shoulder all the way down the wall, and it's about 90% full right there. So I wasn't too far off. Here we are, first race of the day and our first main event of the weekend. I'm fired up here, a little heads up racing. Gonna get calling on some action here. Thank you guys all for tuning in. Give us a like, give us a share, give us a subscribe. Jump in on that chat, root on your friends. Let me know where you guys are tuning in from. We're wasting no time. Beating up the pipe here a little bit this morning. It looks like we're getting all gridded up for our first A-main of the day. Your TQ John Mann is going to start on the pole. Nathan Shampoo on the number 2. Wilson 3. Kenny Lambert, one of my buddies on that number 4. Jeremy, Christopher, Dominic, Eric, Bill Catanacci, Jonathan Soul. All right, you can see the active Roar president right there, Clayton Young, getting everything out. Make sure everybody's all lined up nice and straight. Should be pretty simple. The numbers are on the wall. All right, that's what I wanted. Yeah, like I said, we've been IFMAR qualifying here for the last day and a half here or so, but heads up racing all day long. So let's get fired up here in the chat, dude, and we get a little excited here as going to be really hunkering down on the racing action today. We've been kind of chatting stuff, and here we go, off-end racing, our Phantom track cam. Getting that first turn. So far, so good. A beautiful start right here. Check this out. All right. Off-road racing. Oh, big mistake for my leaders and a little carnage here in the back. Oh, a little wheel action right there. So John Mann's a beautiful start here. And Kenny Lambert staying out of the action right here. I believe he seated top 2 right here. And then in qualifying, the number 4 spot going to waste no time. And he's already pressuring Mann's right here. So through the backside sweeper, into the little scrub double, into the chicane right here in the center. We got a battle here for the race lead. Let's see if Kenny can hang with John. John was the man to beat through here qualifying. All right, we got some tuning in here. We got Albuquerque, New Mexico tuned in. No down and quiets here today at the 10 scale carpet nets. Big Cat and Bagley getting some love here online. So looks like Mann's leading us around here. 14.5 last time by, 14.4 this time by, so nice and consistent here. All right, he got about a 1.9 second lead here. Rocking that red number 1 number plate. And on a small track like this, it's not going to be much time till you're battling your way through some traffic here, as to be expected. So Kenny making up a 10th right there. So our leader should be coming up to the line here any second. Looks like across the line right there. Let's see if we can't find Lucas here with that number 1 car as he's working his way into the field right here. Two down, 3 to go already. So there's your leader. I believe the teal car with the yellow wheels. Yep, there's a red number 1. Oh, gotta love that. Already coming up on lap traffic, and traffic just jumps out of the way. That's showing that love to that race leader right there. So we are live with our leader here, your TQ. See the red number 1 roar plate on the front. And, of course, you find yourself out front on a Sunday in the A-Mains. You're going to get yourself a little live RC airtime. So Kenny 2, Nathan 3, Jeremy. My top 4, Christopher Bagley. Rounding out my top 5, Wilson 6. Tony had a TQ out here yesterday, so he's got a little bit of pace, but not quite the start he was looking for on a Sunday morning. You got Jonathan, Eric, Valentine, and Bill Catenacci. 21.5 two-wheel drive out there. And, I mean, John Mann's executing perfect this morning. Came up with a little game plan last night. He's like, I want to start out front. So, you know, the ball's in his court when you start out front, but he is just executing the game plan. Money time right now. Got out front, stretched it out, and he's just staying out of the chaos right here. That's exactly what we got to do at an A1 here at the Roar Nationals. And we only got 130 here left in this one. Man's on a mission here on a Sunday morning at the Nets. Car looking good, nice and tight through the center section here. Little tabletop, double single for your race leader. A little carousel 180. And a lot of time can be made or lost right there on that little tabletop before the chicane. Oh, green car got the race leader coming up. Let's see if they show him some love. Oh, yeah. Got to show some love to that race leader, as he would do for you if he were out front. So, been a lot of good, clean racing out here this weekend. And as a race director, I love to see that. You know, go out there and race clean with your fellow racers, man. Clean racing is fun racing. Getting hacked, not so fun. So, Mann's now stretching it out. On a 21-lap pace, the only one on a 21-lap pace, as expected when you're going to start on the pole. But, I mean, you can't win your race on the first lap, but you sure as heck can lose it. So you just got to go out there and execute on lap number 1. And John Mann's dialing it up here. So we're going to run through our first round. I got 7 A mains to start us off. So race 1 through 7, all going to be A1. We'll jump into those lower mains. We'll do our sponsors sheet before A2s, as usual. Nathan up to the tuning. Kenny Lambert. Had a nice little interview with Kenny. Super great guy from the Northeast area out here. And the crowd out here and the racers have been so much fun out here. And there it is, John Mann's just having himself a weekend here at the Roaring Nats, taking A number 1, Nathan 2. And good job to Kenny Lambert right there going top 3. Wilson going to find his way back up to a 4. So maybe not the run he was looking for this morning. It'll have to do, though. A-Main Hobbies race results up on your screen. It's going to be Soul, Eric V, Valentine Catenacci, Jeremy C, Christopher Bagley. Morning from St. George, Utah. We got a couple Utah boys in the house. We got some in the chat here, too. Brock Champlin, Utah. Dominic Pastione, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, boy, and it's about to get hot here in Maximus RC 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. One of my biggest classes out here this weekend. It's been all Dustin Fox so far. X-Ray driver with that hobby wing. J Concepts. See if he can't bag himself a little win here in A1. All right, guys, I'm here with my A1 winner, John Mann's, for 21.5. Executed that game plan perfectly.
A little bit. So I didn't take your advice. We did change some stuff. Was really twitchy when I got out there, but luckily I just kept it clean, kept it cool, and tried to just keep everybody behind me. They had their own races, and I think it got the best of them because they're all just trying to keep pushing. But we got the first one done.
Cool.
Try to get the next one done.
Good job, man. Keep that momentum going, and hope to see you back up here after A2.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, here we go. We're strapped up here on a Sunday morning. Obviously got to show some love and give the interview to the A1 winner, but we're going right in here to race number 2, the 17.5. So not going to be quite as long interviews as we had yesterday. We had a little extra time, and you know, we had some lower qualifiers coming up. So going to be fast and furious, which I'm 100% used to working in the industry. This is how it is. Get these racers over here for a quick interview after their race. You know, hear their thoughts on how things went. And we'll go right into the next one, as they're not wasting much time out here. Tim Caparel up on the mic, man. He's wasting no time. He runs a strapped program, and I like it. That's how it should be. So Fox starting to stretch it out here a little bit, get a little bit of breathing room. Caputo right there, so they're running as a qualified 1 through 4 here. Got Caputo, Mitchell, and Passion. So the battle we're watching here. Leader's starting to stretch it out here a little bit. That's blue, orange, and white car, but we're watching the battle for second. That's Antonio Aaron and Passion right there. So, and look at Ben Decker all the way from the 8th spot up to a top 5 run right here. So, nice start here for Ben. A little hard charger award here so far in this one. And we're live right here on the heated battle for that number 2 spot. Caputo, don't look in that rear view mirror. Here comes Aaron. Kyle getting some love out there in the chat. We're watching that battle for the 2 spot, and that's the 2 spot now. They got to work together here. You know, otherwise they get a little naughty or bumping and banging. You know, you got to wait for that stuff to the end because they got to work together and catch that leader together as a group. The more bumping and banging they do, and they kind of slow each other up, and they're just going to let D Fox out of this one. He'll be checked out. So you got about a 1.5 lead right here. Caputo and Mitchell actually making up a little time on that last lap. They all ran top 3, all went 13-3 on that last one. So the boys strapped up here this morning. Fox, just enough breathing room. You kind of blink the eyes, take a breath, and, you know, these guys start catching up to him. When you're out front, you don't need to push, you know, super hard. Whoop, that's what I'm talking about. You don't want to get called by the race director right there, and that'll just let D Fox just check out right here. So these boys really got to work together here. Come on, boys. Oh, a little wide right there for Caputo. Oh, and Mitchell. He smelt the blood in the water, and he was hunting and got it done right there. That's all it takes right there. Just a little baby kiss off the pipe, and bang. That guy right behind you gets by. So Mitchell from the 3 spot now up to the top 2. And here comes Dominic Passion starting to catch up to these guys. Oh, Caputo a little impatient right there. Well, Mitchell wasn't leaving that door wide open right there, as you should in the front. You know, you kind of got to run that tight line. Do a little bit of blocking right there, but Caputo got a little impatient, tried to kind of make that little jump pass over the tabletop, and over he went. So Dominic Passion now up to a top 3 run right here, and it's going to be Caputo after that mistake down to the 4. Decker, Kalis Lowe, Holmberg, Mirafuente, Chavez, and Carrico with just over 3 down and just under 2 to go. So Fox now stretching it out. He got himself a nice little 5-second lead right here, So far, so good. No TQ Blues here this morning at Maximus RC. Not yet, at least. Hell yeah, Top Line RC. Appreciate the love right there. So we're still along with that battle for the 2 spot. Obviously, these guys starting to catch up on the field here. Mitchell making that pass by Caputo here early, so Mitchell executing. He's just like, you know, I got a little work to do here from the 3 spot. Gets up to the 2, but it's going to be tough to catch Fox. He was your fastest driver out here this weekend in this class, and he started out front, and he is just dialed in here. So far, less than 1 minute to go here. Race number 2 on the track of 34 today. Our first 7 are going to be A1s. Anybody just tuning in? Looks like Connecticut, New York tuned in. CTNY, so I don't know. Oh, New York. A little shout out to the Yanks right there. Most expensive team in baseball, $9 billion. If you want to buy that team. Of course, my team right behind them, number 2, $8 billion if you want to buy the Dodgers. Do they accept cash? Oh, a little mistake right there for Aaron. That's exactly where Aaron passed Caputo right there. And then, literally, it was like a replay right there. Mitchell kisses the same pipe right there, and Dominic Passion gets by. So Passion rocking that R1 works R1B. That's the tone right there. Let's try and go to that orange, blue, and white car now. Couple in front of this one as he's coming across the line. Your A1 winner, Dustin Fox, getting it done right there. To please the pleasure of the crowd right there. A little clap right there. So Fox and Passion did some work right there. Started 4th and all the way up to the number 2 spot. Mitchell 3. Decker from 8th on the grid. Up to a top 4 run. Kayla Slow going to go 5. Holmberg 6. Caputo, all the way down to the 7 right here. That's why they give us a couple of these. Mira Fuente, Chavez, and Carrico, my top 10 on the A-Main Hobbies race results. So D Fox, so far so good. And my first 2 A-Mains, TQs, have taken this one home. Pretty tight track right here, so it's gonna take a mistake for you to kind of get around. And if you start out front and you drive a wide car, you'll be all good. All right, guys, we're on the One-Up Racing interview cam here with Dustin Fox, my 17.5 two-wheel drive A1 winner. How'd it go out there?
Yeah, car felt good. I was able to kind of just maintain the gap, and then I think Antonio might have had a bobble or two there, and it kind of then they were battling, so I was able to get away and just kind of maintain. Unfortunately, we had a Marshall jump out onto the straightaway and cause me a little slow up, but
yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah, it will. But yeah, car's good, feels good, so.
I mean, you got up front early, and that's actually what you want from the guys behind you. You want them to battle because that just kind of gets you stretch it out a little bit.
Exactly, for sure.
You don't want them hunting you down and working together, even though that's kind of the best way to do it.
Yeah, for sure.
Those boys went to battling, and that was able to let you stretch it out. Yep. And good job here in A1, and we'll see if we can't back it up here in A2 and lock it in.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, D. All right, Fast and Furious here this morning. 40-plus two-wheel drive mod buggy. The man to beat, your top seed, your top qualifier, having a perfect weekend so far here. Oh, we got carnage already. Ooh. Lap number 1 is not the best time to crash, especially on a small track like this. I come from a bit of a smaller track. You make a mistake on lap number 1, guess what? You're a half lap down already with 1 mistake. So if there's any time to make a mistake, it ain't lap number 1. But, oh, look at Borneal. He gone. Man, Bradley just having himself a weekend. Love that name, too. My favorite band, Sublime, lead singer Bradley Noel. So I always love that name, Bradley. And Bradley's a ripper. Like I said, he was your top seed. He won all 4 rounds of qualifying. And he's already got himself like a nice, let's call it 4 or 5 seconds here. I can do it officially. Yeah, just about 3.5. Yep, no, 4. I'm good. So Borneal already coming up on lap traffic here. Looks like we're following in with John Cravata. That is your club president out here at Maximus RC. So we're following along with that battle right here. It's a battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th right here. Looks like, no, this is the battle for the 2 spot. The leader should be coming across the line. Yep, there's John. And then there's Chicky right there. So Chicky's got game. He doesn't even get going until it's main time. So you can never count out the Chickster. It's about 50 degrees out there this morning, and Chicky's running around in shorts out there. You can tell he comes from where it's a little cold. Cravata getting it done here from the 4th spot on the grid, and Chigarello from 6th. So I got 4th place qualifier and 6th place qualifier running 2nd and 3rd here in A number 1. Great battle right here. Borneal checked out on the field already. You can see him landing on this big triple out front. Here comes a battle for the 2 spot. Chicky being nice and patient right here. He struggled all day long right there. Oh, and, I've seen some passes right here so far this morning on this little tabletop right here. And that just, just to the eye, that just doesn't seem like the best spot to throw one in there. Now, if the guy in front of you jumps a little wide right here, I totally understand it. But if they hang it nice and tight and downside this little tabletop, there's not much room left in there to squeeze it on in there. But the racers seem to think a little different than I do this morning. And I don't know if it's just the excitement or they're just a little antsy to kind of get out front and try and catch up to Bradley. They know if they're just going to follow each other around, he's just going to check out on the field. But they're getting a little dicey here this morning on this front tabletop, and they've been paying the piper so far. I got Bradley Borneal out front, Cravata, Ciccarello. BT was the one who went upside down on this big triple here on lap 1. He's down to the 4. TJ Bradley, Charles P., Peralt, Decker, Carrico, and Kevin rounding out my top 10 here. So there's John in that blue, and looks like Chicky has caught back up to him. So Chicky's got some pace right here. Oh, and John, a big mistake. He hung on to it, though. He held on to it right there, but it was just enough to let Chicky get by up to the number 2 spot. So after a rough day of qualifying yesterday, I think Paul would be pretty happy with a 2 here in A1. Of course, you always want that win, but considering how things have kind of been going for Paul so far here, not the worst weekend so far, not the best, but, I think he'd be pretty stoked here with the number 2 here in A1. That's in podium contention, and that's always nice. You heard it, 4 down, 1 to go here. Let's check out that lead now. What's it up to here? We'll just wait for Paul to come by, and that'll give me a better idea. Yep, about a 5-second lead, and we are on live with our race leader. Of course, he's checked out. We go mainly to the battles right there, but at the last minute, let's follow that leader just like they would do in Supercross. We catch the leaders early, and then once they kind of check out, they fall back, and catch those battles, and then go back to the leader for the last few laps, for that win. Speaking of that, congratulations to Nate Thrasher and Ken Roxon, our big winners last night in Ohio. A bit of a mutter, not a full mutter, but, it was wet and soggy out there. And Ken Roxon now only 1 point behind Hunter Lawrence for the championship here. Big Ken, Kickstart Kenny, getting it done last night. Only 1 point back here. Let's see, is Bradley going to get by for one more? Yeah, he's going to get a parade lap right here. So going to get a little wave to the crowd as he goes by. Everybody else should get caught at the line right here. And Bradley finishing up his parade lap. Just a perfect weekend. He's got the broom out so far. He has not lost a race this weekend. So Bradley rocking that X-ray right there, taking the A1 win. Chicky going to go 2. John going to hang on to a top 3 run. That was the run John was looking for here. A nice start to the morning, going top 3. Telke, Bradley, my top 5, and so on. Let's go NorCal. Yeah, the NorCal guys have been getting lots of love here in the chat. Great shot right here of the crowd here on that front straight. As expected here on a mains day at the 110 scale Roar Off-Road Carpet Nationals. So we'll see if we can get Bradley over here. Like I said, man, with this race director running such a strap program right here, I don't have a lot of time with the interviews and stuff because they're rolling them out, giving them a couple laps, and then lining them straight up. Yesterday we had nothing but time, as far as qualifying, so we had nice long interviews. Gave them all their shout-outs, to their sponsors and moms and dads and their wives and girlfriends back. Great shot right here. 2-wheel drive mod buggy. Ooh, man, I can almost take my sweatshirt off here. It just got warm in here with the 2-wheel mod buggies. Lining them up here, rolling them out, checking them in. And as expected, on a mains day, the chat room is going to start piling up here with viewers. If you guys are watching along on Facebook, I cannot see the Facebook feed. We are just watching the chat and feed on YouTube. So if you guys want to get locked in and cheer on some friends, and let's get a little in tune with the Live RC crew. Looks like Bradley hanging out over there. He's like, I've had 5 interviews this weekend. I don't think I need one today. He's locked in. Bradley's just locked in right now. All right, here we go. We got our grid set. We're about to kick off here. 2-wheel drive mod buggy A1 DP taking all 4 rounds of qualifying. There we go. Off and racing. Here we go. Here we go. A1 here. 2-wheel drive. Let's see. Great shot right here. There's the Avid jump cam. Catching these leaders as they come by. Beautiful opening lap for my top few drivers. Somebody going upside down there on lap 1, Chase Lemieux. He was my top seed, so Chase has got a good race rig right here. But it's been all DP, most consistent driver out here in this class. Great battle so far. And these guys, a couple of factory X-ray pilots right here. Lemieux trying to throw that hook onto the back of Dakota's car and just hang on in there. That's going to be Champlin now, top 3. Shim Shady in the 4. Rennenek, Horn, Jovi, Marcy, Foot, and Bata. So no bump ups here. Top 10 through qualifying. Make the show here. And we'll just run some lower mains after our first 7 races. So DP about a half second up on Lemieux right here, but Lemieux keeping him honest. And my 2 X-ray drivers starting to check out here just a little bit. Dakota on the J Concepts tires. Oh, gets it wrong here a little bit. No harm, no foul. That's racing right there. Dakota kind of got, if you noticed, the front of his car, he hit the brakes and it just didn't really come down. So when he landed that front side triple, that thing just was weird. Went about 6 inches wide, and Lemieux says, I'm taking that spot, DP. Thank you. So Lemieux, beautiful drive here so far this morning. And then here comes Champlin and Schimmel. So we got a 4-way battle over this front side triple. Dialing up some good racing here for us this morning. So hopefully the viewers are enjoying the broadcast here. And as expected in the 2-wheel drive mod class, you could throw a blanket over the top 4. I got about a second between my top 4 right here, and it is on. So let's see if DB can, mount a little charge right here after one little mistake. These guys, I was talking with them yesterday in their interview, saying that triple to the off-camera wall section, that is one of the more difficult sections of the track. So DP got the momentum going back here, and he's right here. And then Lemieux does the same thing that DP did. He was able to keep it a little closer to the pipe right there, so there's really no room for DP to get by right there. But these guys don't have any time to mess around right here because Champlin and Schimmel lurking in the shadows right here. Yeah, Victory Lane says that was the first pass for the race lead here in our first 3 races right there, and I'm all for it. I don't think DP liked it as much as I did, but it was a sick move right there. Lemieux, he saw his opening, and he gambled a little bit. He took the chance at it. There was a little bit of contact, but rubbing is racing. These boys are racing for a paycheck out here. 90% of the guys are out here doing it kind of as a hobbyist, and some of my stock guys, maybe a little bit more. But these guys are out here. They're clocked in on the office. So these boys are working this weekend, and they're clocked in. So Dakota Fenn still keeping about a half second now here. And it looks like Lemieux driving a little bit defensively, so maybe the car not quite as good as DP. But I'll tell you, on this tiny, tight track right here, it's going to take a small mistake right there. So you just kind of be patient, wait for the mistake, and then when you see it, you sling it on in there. Slingshot. Top 4 down the front side straightaway. Beautiful. Less than a second between my top 4 here now. And they're coming up on some lap traffic, so let's see how this goes. Now, these guys all play nicely together for the most part. These drivers being nice and patient, but we are running out of time. Only 1:15 to go on the master clock. Great race right here in the 2-wheel drive class. Oh, that blue buggy kind of getting in the action, and that was kind of what I was worried about. And now Champlin putting some pressure here on DP. Let's see if Champlin can sling it on in there. They're still right here behind Lemieux. Less than a half second between my top 3 right here. And then Schimmel getting caught up there in a little bit in traffic. Oh, no, and DP, a huge mistake right there. Just a couple small bobbles right here. So DP got some work to do now. It's going to be your back-to-back defending champion in this class, all the way up to the number 2 spot. So you never count out Brock on a mains day. And the work he's been doing on that Schumacher right there, looking pretty good here on a Sunday mains day. Champlin rocking the Schumacher, Witch Racing, Hobby Wing, J Concepts, Genze, Savots. Or my number 2 driver, and looks like Shady getting by Dakota as well. And they're still within striking distance, but it's running out of time here in this one, so it's going to be close. Are they going to get by for one more? Are they going to get caught at the line here? Oh, that's how close it was. I knew it was going to be. Lemieux gets by for a parade lap, and Champlin and Schimmel get caught at the line. So you can hear the applause right there. Chase, beautiful start here to his A1. Two-wheel drive mod buggy. Brock Champlin up to the 2 from the 3 spot. Schimmel from the 4 spot up to the 3. And Dakota, unfortunately, a little bit of a rough one here down to the 4. Aiden Horn. Top 5. You can see on our A-Main Hobbies race results. It's gone. So I got the top 5 in there. You can see our Phantom Track cam. This is the Phantom Track shoe cam. What kind of shoes they running out there? Now, do you think these guys are saucing their shoes so they can turn marshal a little bit better? I mean, I'm assuming. Put a little sauce on those shoes. You might be able to turn marshal a little better. Oh, we got the Phantom Track calf cam now. Got the calf blocking the cam here. All right. Now we got the sexy leg cam going here. We're just doing a little bit of everything with the cams here this morning. I'm not complaining, though. I'm not complaining. The wife might like that shot more than the others. I want to break your computer screens. Yeah, we're rolling with it. So, of course, we want an interview from all my winners here after the mains. It's not mandatory, though. If they want to come over here and give some love. And like I said, Tim not messing around. He's running a strap program out here. I got no problem doing the interviews and kind of jumping back into the A-Main action a little bit later. Those guys get the win, and they deserve their interview and give their sponsors their accolades and stuff. But it is not mandatory. You want an interview? Come on over and see Sexy Leg. If not, you're just fired up and you want to go out there and turn marshal, that is totally fine with me. There we go. Beautiful right here. Phantom Track cam. Catching that first turn. Beautiful start right here. Not too much carnage, which is good. Good for the racers. Oh, a little mistake right there. So top 3 already starting to stretch it out here on lap number 1. And Caputo all over Brady right here. And Caputo is going to squeeze it by. He does. Yeah. Rubbin is racing. Now, if you absolutely blast somebody, spin somebody out, I'm not going to be as excited about that. That's a little messy right there, but a little side-by-side action. Rubbing some racing. Get those elbows out. I explained yesterday on the broadcast, you're going to need to get those elbows out. So any dirt bike rider knows that, sometimes you got to get a little rowdy. And this is really kind of the 2 shining guys here so far. I know Brady's had some good runs right here, but Caputo's been fast. Sutherland with that Schumacher leading us around, and Caputo from 3rd on the grid all up to a top 2 and putting that pressure on Sutherland. I believe associated driver there for Caputo. So we got a little Schumacher and associated battle, and I'll tell you what, Caputo's ride looking good here this morning. Ooh, almost had a little tow truck action right there. Caputo racy here this morning. This kid must have had a little caffeine this morning. Was a little impatient there in the buggy A1 so far this morning, so maybe he's learned a little something about that. Kind of wait for your moment. Looks like that's kind of what he's doing here. Sometimes, you just got to apply a little pressure right there. Oh! Yeah, I like it. Caputo racy this morning, but just not quite able to execute what he's trying to do out there. The truck looks good, though. On a tight track like this, sometimes all it takes is just showing him a fender, revving that engine behind him and just kind of letting him know you're there, and that's enough to pressure that leader into a mistake right there. But it looks like Caputo, he tried to throw it in there over this tabletop that he's hitting right now, and Sutherland said, "Not today, Jackson. Not today. Close the door." And it really wasn't the contact right there, and then it was the next turn that Caputo, you can see the little red dot coming up right here on the camera. That's where he rolled over. So it wasn't the contact that he rolled over with, but it was the dot right there on the racetrack that kind of got him. So that puts Brady back up to the 2, Caputo 3, Holmberg 4, Mirafuente 5, Poria in the 6, Jennings, Holton, Knapp, and Salmon So we're live here with our battle for the 2 spot. Nate Sutherland, another one of the fast Iowa guys here in the house, rocking that Schumacher on J Concepts Tires, Exalt RC, and Vision Racing. Some of our leader sponsors right here. A great battle for second right here. We're already on race 5 of 34, so our first 7 races are all AAA mains, the first of our AAA mains, and then we do have 8 different classes out here today, but the short course class, just an exhibition class, so they just get one single A main to decide who's getting what trophy. We did our TQ award last night. We'll roll that here a little bit later, kind of maybe in between one of our heats or during our break. So we just got a nice little video. We want to show some love to our TQs out here. And we'll roll that during one of our breaks. Brady up on 2 wheels. Caputo right there on the back door. Man, he can tell what size spring he's got on there. What's he got, the green on there or the yellow? Woo! Brady driving a wide car right here, but Caputo's fast right here in this section. Oh, yep, and Caputo doing the right thing, and that's going to allow Kyle Hornberg to get in it. And we got a little carnage here. I mean, Caputo doing the right thing. He got in to Brady. He gave the spot back. But by that time, Holmberg was kind of lurking in the shadows right there and says, thank you very much. I'll go from 4th to 2nd right there. It's a little blue light special. The 2-for-1. Yeah, clean up on aisle 3 right there for 2nd and 3rd. Big Ty cheering for Team Sexy Leg. We got Big Ty in the chat. Got Team Compton. So thanks, Big Ty, for tuning in and spreading a little love. Not doing any racing this weekend. I figured my first time here in the broadcast booth I would focus and hunker down, and I'm kind of like a sponge this weekend. I'm just soaking it all up and making sure I execute my part of the job here. I've been working in the industry for 10 years. This is only the 2nd race that I haven't raced while I worked in 10 years. So showing some love to the Live RC crew and just focusing with them. There it is, Nate Sutherland with that Schumacher taking the win here in A number 1. And Holmberg was nice and patient, just ran a nice good race, waited for those 2nd and 3rd place drivers to make a mistake, and then he executed that pass perfectly up to the number 2 spot. Antonio Caputo going to go top 3. Carico 4, Mira Fuente, Jennings, Knapp, Holton, Poria, and Salmon. All right, there's our Maximus RC banner with the Phantom track cam right here. We got the Phantom Racing track cam. Beautiful shot right there. That camera on a gimbal, and they just manually operate it here over from the Live RC broadcast booth. There's a shot of our pits right there. Brand new facility out here, so everything's nice and squeaky clean. And here comes Nate. All right, here we are with our One-Up Racing interview cam, and we got Nate Sutherland, our TQ, and started on the pole, and you executed that race pretty early. You had some pressure from the drivers behind you early. You drove a wide truck, and you just ran your own race, and it worked out pretty good for you.
Yeah, I made it pretty wide. Antonio definitely has a good truck right now, but the track is really hard to pass unless the person in front makes a mistake. So all you got to do is make it as wide as you can and not make a mistake.
Yeah, I've noticed that over the weekend that it's going to be a little tough out here. You just got to be super patient. Now, I don't mean a little patient. I mean super. And when that little pipe kiss that sends you 3 feet wide, then you kind of execute. But you drive a wide truck, you're going to make it difficult for him. You executed that perfectly, and we're proud of you. A1 winner, and we'll see if you can't back it up here and lock it in A2.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, here the highly contested 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy class going here. The Phantom track cam getting the starts right here up over the Avid jump cam. So I like these beautiful shots here provided by Live RC. Lucas and Sam doing a heck of a job this weekend. They are making my life easy That is for sure. So I've known Lucas and Sam from working alongside with these boys at other big races and stuff, but never at the helm here as the announcer. And I'm just having a blast out here. I hope you guys are enjoying our broadcast out here. I pour my heart and soul to every single event. Everything I do in my life, I do to 100%. If you don't like it, it's all good. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. But just know I'm out here giving my 100% effort out here. And let's hope it sounds as good online as I feel it has been. So Dominic Passion getting some pressure right here. Fox just coming off a big two-wheel drive A-main win. And Dom's been the man to beat here with the four-wheel drive. So he is an R1 Works racer. I don't think they have a four-wheel here just quite yet. He is rocking the two-wheel. Oh, we're getting a little naughty. And there's nothing really to call there. Dominic actually slowed up and didn't really execute that on-off section very well. He cased that lander just a little bit. And Fox landed on top of him, and Caputo going to get the 2-for-1 deal right there and go right to the point. So now Dom got a little work to do. Dom with a good run in A1 for two-wheel drive as well. I think he started fourth and finished, let's see if that brain's working this morning. I think he went top 2. So Caputo to the point here. And then there's my early race leaders. They had a little mistake. It was nothing dirty right there. It was just racing incident, you know. Dominique didn't hit that section quite right. Fox had nowhere to go and just waffle stomped the body of Dominic Passion right there. And unfortunately, Fox got the worst end of it. Dominic stayed on all 4. So that was good for him. Fox, you know, you don't have time to complain right there about what happens in the race right there, especially on a tight track like this. You just got to get your head right back in the game and start pushing, staying with those leaders, and that's exactly what Fox did. A good quick turn marshal for Fox actually helps a lot too. So, you know, it's a little bit of Yahtzee with turn marshals. Sometimes you get a quick one, sometimes you get a slow one, and that's just part of racing. He had a nice quick one, and that's actually keeping him in the hunt right here. So top 3, about a half second up on third here. Fox, and then Ben Decker, another hard charger again, so he's having a good morning here. He must have made some changes to that buggy because he's been running better than he's qualified in his first 2 races. And then you got Stakowicz right there. You got Chavez, Mitchell, Brendan, Bledsoe, and Carrico. So Caputo with that associated. Running 3 different classes. And he is, he's a busy man this morning. There's only been 6 races, and he's been in 3 of them. So probably getting some of the AE boys to jump out there and turn marshal for him because he's got to jump right back over here to Tech, get in line. And Fox has caught these leaders here. You can throw a tissue over my top 3. This is what we came here for at the Roar 110 Scale Off-Road Carpet Nationals. We came to battle here on a Sunday morning, and that's exactly what we're getting here. So making my job easier as an announcer, you know. IFMAR, you got to kind of throw in some fill-in time and keep you guys entertained. But the racing is going to be your entertainment here today, and I just got to blab my mouth and make it exciting for you guys. Dom taking a little look inside, not quite there yet. So hard on the binders, and then Dom, again, a little mistake right there. So Dom's been struggling with that section here so far here in the A number 1. And that's 2 mistakes now for Dom. I mean, I don't know if you guys are counting. I guess I am. But Dom got to dial it up here on that little scrub double. That single kind of upsets the car a little bit. And he's whacked that plexiglass a couple times here. And so Caputo now getting about 0.7 of a second here. Fox up to the number 2 spot. So your 3rd place qualifier leading us around here. But, boy, he's got no time to rest right here. With 30 seconds to go, Fox looking for a way by. He's going outside. He's going inside here. Trying to make it done, but Caputo driving a nice wide car right here. Dominic giving Fox here a little love tap, and that's actually going to let Caputo space it out here just a little bit. Looks like saying Dom running AE in 4-wheel drive, but I believe he's running the R1 Works. Yes, that's what I'm understanding. I think they're making a 4-wheel drive. I think somebody in the chat was telling me Schumacher yesterday, so I'm just going off kind of what I've been told. Oh, Fox stretching it out in there. Oh, no, they get a little naughty, and Dominic going to go from 3rd to 1st right here. So I'm not hearing any call right there, and that was a last lap pass right there. Oh, my goodness. So Fox knew this was the last lap. He had to get a little bit desperate right there. They get caught together and bounce off the pikes, and Dom going to go from third to first on that last lap. Wow, that was some exciting racing right there. Dustin Fox is going to go 2. Caputo, my top 3. Decker 4, Chavez 5, Stacks in the 6, Brendan, Aaron, Brady, and Dagan. As you can see on my Amy and Hobbies race results. Oh, that was a wild one there on the last lap. The leader's getting caught together, and Dom doing exactly what he needed to after a couple big mistakes. He needed some help if he wanted to get the win in that one, and that's exactly what he got. He got some help. Not sure if there was anything to call right there. That'll be up to Tim, the race director. Oh, Dom on his way over. All right, Big Dom. Wow.
Dude.
That was crazy.
Yeah, that was insane. That was kind of down to the wire. That was some insane battling. We were all so close out there. That was super fun. That was awesome racing.
Yeah, it looked awesome. Now, you made a couple mistakes early on the little single to scrub double right there. But you didn't throw a fit. You just kind of kept your head in the game, and you said, man, I'm going to need a little help from my leaders. And you got it with about 3 turns to go. They got a little racy. I think Fox got a little desperate. He knew he was running out of time. They got together a little bit, and that's all you needed. You know, you slung it on in there, and you got the win, man. And we weren't sure if it was going to happen, you know, early with those mistakes, but you kept charging, and you got it done, man. So that was super cool to see. And, you know, I'm sure your emotions are running high right now and your excitement. So that was cool.
Yeah, luck was on my side for that one. It was awesome. Super fun.
Luck's just as big a part of anything in our life, especially racing. And you needed that, and that's cool to see. So get it done in there in A2, and we're wishing you good luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Dom over here is fired up right now. I bet if he put his hands out, they're a little bit shaky right now. Oh, yeah, they're a little shaky right there. So he thought he threw it away, but he kept his head in the game and got her done. Here we go, 4-wheel drive mod buggy A number 1. It was really Lemieux and Shady. Shady waited till round number 4 to lock in that TQ, and he got the TQ by just about a second in round number 4. So he was your top seed. He was your TQ in race 1, and then he threw it away with a 15 and 16 in round 2 and 3, and then got locked in, as Aiden Hoare would say. For A4, got the heat win, got the TQ, and went to a tiebreaker, and he ended up hanging on to it by a second. So it's never too late to get it done there in round number 4. That's exactly what Schimmel did there with that Schumacher ride. Man, this has been exciting here so far. Man, we've had some great races, some great battles, and I pretty much knew that's how it was going to be on a Sunday morning. And I hope you guys are entertained online, wherever you're watching, whether it be social media or YouTube. Schimmel starting to stretch it out here a little bit. Chase Lemieux, too. So they're running in order all the way down to 7th place, 1st through 7th, as they qualified. Yeah, Shady. Beautiful start there for Shady. Got about a second and a half here. So all eyes on this battle for the 2 spot. It's going to be Brock and Chase with Dakota Fenn kind of lurking back there. And it's going to be Rennerneck, Sontag, Horn, Lopez, Rivas, and Bata. Yep. Thank you. So the Virginia native, Brendan Schimmel, leading us around in that Schumacher with his Schumacher teammate right there, Brock Champlin, your 2025 IFMAR 2-wheel drive 10 scale world champion last year. In the toe, and Lemieux, a little love tap just to kind of let him know I'm there. It's like, hey, Brock, I'm here. I got pace, and I'm looking for a small mistake so I can get by. And then here comes DP right now, the Phenom. So great battle right here for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Chris Harrison saying your turn marshaling is the one time you get to show off your athletic skills. Yeah, I was explaining yesterday in the broadcast, I love the turn marshal. You know, I was a wrestler and an athlete growing up and rode BMX and motorcycles, and I was a typical Southern California kid, you know, surfboards, snowboards, skateboards, wakeboards, anything board. You know, and you can go out and do your sports 12 months out of the year. You get a little down and dirty out there in SoCal. But yeah, you got to be a little athletic to get out there and turn marshal. And get some burn off some of that morning breakfast and coffee with a little turn marshaling. So Schimmel now 25.502 is the pace. He got about a 3-second lead here. And we're following along here with Shim Shady, they call him. Virginia Beach, Virginia. Rocking that Schumacher, J Concepts tires, Exalt, Wits RC. Great run right here with only 1:30 to go here. So 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. A battle for the 2 spot. Kind of spacing out here a little bit. So Brock, no TQs out here this weekend, but I'll tell you what, he's keeping his head in the game and giving himself a shot up here. I believe he was second, if I'm not mistaken, in 2-wheel drive. And running the 2 spot right here. He's your back-to-back defending champion here. 24 and 25 at the Carpet Nats. And he's trying to lock in the 3-peat right there. Not easy to do right there. Not easy to do. You see Schimmel working his way through here. Beautiful drive out there from Schimmel. Executing that game plan perfectly here this morning. I thought Dom has been switching from AE to Shoe with the 4-wheel. Yeah, that's from my understanding. That's what I thought too. But who knows? He could be. They don't have a 4-wheel drive, so he's free to run whatever he'd like. 0.07 margin at the end. Oh, yeah, that's what we like when we're watching some RC racing. You can see shoulder to shoulder down that front side straightaway. We got the wall packed right here on a Main Sunday at Maximus RC in Seabrook, New Hampshire. Right along here with Bernal, about 5 seconds left, so this should be the final lap. I know my broadcast is a couple 5 seconds or so behind what you guys are seeing. And there it is, Shim Shady, your A1 winner here for Mod 4-wheel drive. Champlin going to go 2, and DP going to get around Chase there for top 3 position. Chase Lemieux going to go 4. Big Tom in the 5. Sontag, Horn, Lopez, Bata, and Rivas. See if we can get a race winner from that last one over here. All right, so that was our first set of A mains in the books right there. A mains in the books. 13.5 4-wheel drive. C main lining up here. Guys, we got our 13.5 4-wheel drive. Race number 8, C main up there. All right, guys, I got to take care of a little housekeeping up here and timing and scoring. So we're going to get the broadcast over to Tim here for a minute, and I'll be right back with you guys.
Half a second lead. A decent gap up front. Matt trying to close back up to the second place car, which looks like has happened this lap. Jacob gapping 1.3 now on second place. Matt and Jeremy fighting for the 2. Third place is still contested. There's about 4 cars in that train. Now second place is backed up to that train. 14-0 last time by for Jacob. 14-2 for Matt. 14-1 for Jeremy. Guys still having some trouble over the box. Your leader, Jacob, driving away with this one. 1.5 out in front. Matt just set his hot lap, 13.7. That'll help close that gap back down to the lead. Closest battle looks for 3rd and 5th. So it looks like Matt has no rip down the straightaway. They just eat his lunch. Trouble on the straight, go wide, clear. Jacob, 13.6 last time by, followed by 13.7. Trouble in the box, a bunch of cars together. That battle for second is still there, though. Your leader is the 1 car. As 2 is pulling it off. One car going down the back stretch right now. He'll be coming up on some more of the back of the field. Second has now got a gap. Third is in contest. That's between Landon and Jeremy. They're 7/100ths apart. Even across the box, it's tight getting down the back stretch. Two to go. That battle for third looks like it's cooling off slightly. Your leader is closing up on some more people in the back of the field. Your leader is the blue and white buggy. If you could let him go, please. When he gets to you. Car 9, that was the leader. Go, 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 go. That tightens things up. The lead is now only 1.2 seconds. Leader going through the triple section. Blake, that is the battle for second behind you. Thank you. Both of those cars. Thank you very much. Your leader is starting to pull that lead back out. Coming across the box, getting ready to go down the backstretch. The battle is for second between Matt and Jeremy. They are 1/10 apart, separated by about 3 feet on the track. Jeremy making a little bobble over the box, letting some gap happen. This is the final lap. Finish the lap you're on. See if that can get closed for the second place as your leader's coming across the box, going down the backstretch right now. So winning that race will be Jacob, followed by Matt, Jeremy, Landon, Nathan, Victor, Dominic, and Blake. Thank you very much. Put your cars away and come back out to Marshall.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. I got to do a little little work up here in the broadcast booth every once in a while. You know, it's not all fun and games, just announcing. So. All right, we are back. Little 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Race number 9 of 34, the D main. D main for, dang it, I didn't do very well in qualifying. Which is just racing sometimes. Sometimes you have good weekends, sometimes you have bad. That's why you got to enjoy those dinners with your friends and stuff and enjoy the camaraderie between each other, you know, because it's not always going to go the way you plan on a race weekend. You go out there and give it your best swing, you know, is all you can really do, but you got to enjoy the other perks of traveling with your buddies and stuff. And we went out and had some wonderful seafood last night with the Live RC crew. Got myself a little lobster roll. Oof. It was Lena's, just about 5 minutes here from the track. And if you guys are looking for some good seafood here in the New Hampshire area, just head a little south from the track right here. And we had some good dinner last night. That's what it's all about when you're on the road, you know. It's just not all business. You got to enjoy. Whoa. Here we go. We were just about to start the race in third place, trying to get the whole shot here. Wait for the tone, boys. Wait for the tone. We'll try this again here. All right, off and running here. Phantom track cam getting us going here. Oh, we got some carnage. As to be expected here in the lower mains, you know, it's you're in the A, you know, you got your driving skill and your etiquette is a little more refined, I guess, if you will. But in the lower mains, you know, it can get a little sloppy, which I'm okay with. Not everybody's a professional with their RC car, you know. I'm not. I'm a professional turn marshal, but I am not a professional racer. Got to be professional at something. Oh, that was a hard hit. Hopefully that left front wheel is still in. And you know, you take a hard hit like that when you land crooked, that could pop the drive shaft out. Get a little three-wheel drive action. It looks like he's still running out there, but that was a hard hit. Oh, maybe not anymore. I'm not seeing that pink and yellow car. So, yeah. Oop. I spoke too soon. Looks like we did have a little breakage right there. Yeah, when you get crossed up like that and you literally hit the obstacle you're trying to land on with your front wheel sideways, that can create a little bit of chaos there on the front end, and that's pretty much exactly what happened. All right, man. Really enjoyed my weekend here with Lucas and Sam. These boys have been busting their humps out here. And Tim up on the microphone, your RD, running a nice fast program, which is, which is awesome. You know, that's what you want, a nice structured program, nice and quick and stuff. But jumping from the finish of the race and getting the racer over here for an interview. And by the time I'm done with the interview, they're pretty much hitting the tone here. So doing the best we can here, trying not to rush, but rushing a little bit at the same time as well. So it's kind of a fine balance right here. But that's why they hired us. We are the professionals at what we do, and we're going to knock it out of the park right here. We're here for dingers. Just want to give a quick shout out here to the Roar Tech crew back here. I got Carl Southworth, Clayton Young jumping in, and Garland Smith, my tech guys out here. They're right here behind us in the Live RC broadcast booth. They're checking battery voltage temps, blinky, weight, wing width, and 12.5 rotors here for my stock classes. All right, we got a battle for the race lead here in the D main. I don't care if it's the A main, the D main, or the Z main. I'm looking for the battles, and that's exactly what we got right here. That's Jason and Rob putting on a little show for us here in these lower mains. That's what we want. We want it to be. Are you not entertained? A little gladiator shout out right there. The best seafood comes from the coast. There ain't no doubt about that. Red Lobster is the chain. Mom and pop seafood places are the best. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, even if you eat at Red Lobster, I'm pretty sure that's all still frozen. But the seafood out here, I don't think they freeze it. I think it's so fresh that it literally comes off the boat, goes to the restaurant, and right into my stomach. I still like Red Lobster. It's still nice to have, when you're in the city and stuff. It'll get the job done, but when you're out here near Maine and New Hampshire and stuff, and you're so close, you literally smell the beach. That's the first thing. You smell that salt in the water. First thing when you step outside the hotel room in the morning. That lets you know how close you are to that glorious, beautiful ocean. And I'm pretty sure it goes from boat to transport to restaurant. No freezing necessary. It don't last that long. Let's see if Jason can hang on to it here. Robert taking a swing at it here in the D main. A little bragging rights on the line. And a lot of the locals cheering these boys on. It's going to be Jason hanging on to it by 0.4 of a second. And these are obviously a couple local boys because the crowd goes wild. The fade taking that D main win. Robert number 2, Alex, Pat, Jonathan, Kevin, Steve, and Donald. No start for D. So he's obviously out there qualifying, I would assume. If he's, they kept him in the computer here for the mains. So Big Red up there on the mic doing work. I want to thank our sponsors, Phantom Racing, RC Discharger, A-Main Hobbies, One Up Racing, Avid RC, and of course our title sponsor, J Concepts. Beautiful shot of the Maxxis RC Raceway logo. Don't forget, guys, Phantom Racing is back with new ownership and new products for 2026 here. So stay tuned and follow along on the old social medias, and phantomracing.com, I believe, is their website. Not 100%, but this is what I assume. They got some big stuff here in the works, so thank you to Phantom for being our sponsor out here this weekend, and looking forward to seeing the changes. Change is good. Change is inevitable. So if you're a human, get used to change. It's kind of part of life. And 9 times out of 10, it's for the better. Even though we're a bit hesitant for change, it's always good for us. All right, let's see if I can't get that chat pulled back up here. All right, getting going here. A 21.5 two-wheel drive C main. Oh, I like it. I like it. Like I said, Tim ain't playing no games up there. He's pulling a false start on these guys. That's what I like to see. You don't see it often right there. A lot of race directors are a little scared to kind of, it's a start, and it is what it is. Oh, no, not Big Red. He wants a good, clean start, and I'm the same way. I got no problem with a false start. If I get the same guy, the culprit that jumps the start or takes somebody out on the start, I'll move into the back of the field after the second one. So I got no problem doing a false start. I let the culprit know that that's your first warning. You do it again, you're going to the back of the field. So Big Red, he is in full control of the race out here, as a race director should be. You know, the race director's got to be the most, what's the word I'm looking for? Organized? No, he's just got to, he's got to be on it, because your program out here is only as good as your race director. So they got to be the most responsible human in the building. They're usually the fast ones here. The first one's here, the last one's to leave. And your race is as good as your race director, in my eyes. And when you're running a race and you're hiring race directors out there, don't cut no corners and go cheap on a race director. If anything, that's the guy you want to pay the most and bring in the right crew. And Roar has done that this weekend. It's all about the race director at a race. That's one of the most important jobs out here. That's the man in control, if you will. So just if you're a race promoter and you're like, man, we got to save some money, we're gonna hire Billy Bob for our race this weekend. Well, that doesn't seem to work out 9 times out of 10. You don't want to hold back on RD. Spend that money, get that good race director, because it's going to pay dividends in the end for your program. It's a thankless job, no doubt. I've been race directing for 10 years, and you're lucky at the end of the weekend if you get 3 or 4 guys that come up and thank you at the end of the weekend. They just they could care less. They just jump in the vehicles and zoom on home at the end of the weekend. We pour our heart and soul to these events, and we put a lot of hard work in. We're spending time away from our kids and our wives and our daily jobs. Oh, good clean racing right there. I like to see that. So, show your local RD some love at the races right there. And it's a lot of hard work out there. We could literally be doing anything. And a lot of these guys have second jobs, and they work during the week, and then they choose to take vacation or spend the time here with us racers. And just show your RD some love out there. Those guys work hard right there. And like somebody said in the chat, kind of a thankless job. And we don't do it to get told thank you. We do it because we're passionate about it, and we love doing it. And hanging out with the racers and giving you guys a good program and stuff. But Skunk Boss not totally wrong in the chat. Not totally wrong. Show those guys some love. Give them a little pat on the butt. I don't know how much you appreciate a good, efficient program. Even if they're not doing a good job, man, they're up there, taking a swing at it, and that's got to be worth something. So, I don't know, you just appreciate them. Race number 10 to 34, man. Big Red. He's winding through these mains right here. So I believe we're going to run all A's and then some lowers, and then before A2, I'll have to ask Clayton here. I was trying to listen the best I could to the morning. What am I trying to say? Drivers meeting this morning. Yeah, thank you, Sam. I caught it eventually. Port light's on, but nobody's home here for the morning. We just need more caffeine, boys. That'll get things kick-started. So we got Menard out front, Colin the 2, Martins, Levine, Pelletier. And no starting out of Mike here, so only 5 guys here in this lower C main for 21.5 two-wheel drive. Skunk Boss coming up with all the good information here in the chat. He's been with us the last 3 days right there, so appreciate the support, Skunk Boss. Apparently he's liking the action out here this weekend, enjoying some of the broadcasts. He's been tuned in all 3 days, man. So Skunk Boss getting he's the TQ of the chat out here this weekend. Let's see, who was my first comment of the weekend? It was Top Line RC. They've been really involved here with the chat this weekend as well, so appreciate you guys for tuning in. And, giving us something to talk about here, and it's always nice to have a following and get a little feedback and kind of talk with you guys. And this makes my life a little easier, not just sitting here announcing cars going around the track and around the track and around the track. I'll have some fun with you guys. Keep you guys, involved in the RC action, even if I'm not at the races. You'd figure I'd sit at home and work usually 3 races out of the 4 on the weekends in a month. And if there's a race going on, I'm sitting at home on my day off watching RC races. I'm a RC addict. Best addiction I've ever had. There you go. Maynard, your C-Main winner for 21.5 two-wheel drive. From third on the grid here. Poor Reed. He was your pole sitter here for the C-Main, your CQ. I guess you would call that. Your A-Main Hobbies race results. Maynard, Cohen, Martins, my top 3. Levine, Pelletier, and Norn. We'll start out a Big Mike right there. He might have been out partying a little bit last night. Didn't make it here early this morning. Great shot from our Phantom Racing track cam right there. It's not just showing the cars, it's showing everybody's kicks they got on out there. Oh, some Nike Airs right there. Oh, we got some Hey Dudes. All right, I might be stretching it out. Yes, here, Jimmy Keene, actually, top line is business I'm developing. All right, so follow Top Line RC. Just throw a little shout out for your company. I'll give you guys some love. Jimmy with Top Line is the business I'm developing. Yeah, Top Line, he's got some game, man. He's obviously been in the game for a little while here. He knows what he's talking about. Great shot right here of the Maximus RC Raceway driver stand. Oh, don't step on the cars right there. You don't want to get your car stepped on by a marshal before your race. That would, you're going to owe him a Shirley Temple with 2 cherries if you break their car before the race. Yeah, we're getting a little crazy out here. 2 cherries in my Shirley Temples. I've earned it. Yeah, I'm a wild man. I don't drink alcohol anymore. I've been, March 31st was 17 years. I'm only 42 years old, so I quit drinking when I was 25, and it was, I got nothing against alcohol. It just didn't work for me. You got to find your setup. Just like on an RC car, as a human, you got to find your setup that works for your body as well, and that's my setup. So it's Shirley Temples with lots of cherries for me. No more adult beverages. I had plenty of those in my 20s, though. Maybe a little too much, maybe. All right, here we go. Little 17.5 two-wheel drive C-Main. C-Main stands for couldn't put a 5-minute run together and make the A-Main. So here we are in the C. Avid RC jump cam. Oh, we got carnage over this tabletop here. That's been one of the sections that have been creating a lot of carnage here so far. It's usually over this triple into the off-camber 180 right here, but this morning, that little tabletop right there where the car's upside down, and then there's another one. We got the double up. Little MC Hammer for you guys. Get those baggy pants out. That tabletop claiming some victims here on a Maine Sunday morning. So if you guys are just tuning in, you guys want to get caught up here a little bit, our A1s are already done and dusted and in the books. My A1 winners sound like this. 21.5 two-wheel drive A1 winner going to be John Manns. 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy A1 winner, Dustin Fox. 13.5 stock stadium truck, Nate Sutherland taking the A1 win. 13.5 four-wheel drive, Dominic Passione. Man, he got so lucky. He made a couple mistakes early, fell back to third, and there was about 3 turns to go, and the leaders got a little naughty, and he went right around both of them and just steals it on the last lap. That was fun. Bradley Borneal was your top seed. He won all 4 rounds of qualifying and then comes out and wins A1. So he is yet to lose a race this weekend in 40-plus two-wheel drive. So Bradley on a burner. Two-wheel drive mod A1 winner, Chase Lemieux. That was one exciting one. And then four-wheel drive mod A1 winner, Brennan Schimmel, in that 25.503. The decider from our drivers meeting this morning, Clayton was letting us know in our A1s if there's a tiebreaker, it's going to go to the lowest point. That'll be the first tiebreaker. So if you have a 0 and nobody else does, then your lowest point, that'll be the first tiebreaker. Your second tiebreaker going to be your best single run laps and times. So giving you guys caught up here a little bit. It's pretty early in the morning back west, so those guys should be waking up here and getting the sleep out of their eyes and tuning right on in to the live RC coverage out here. 2026 110 scale Off-Road Carpet Nationals. It's Mains Day out here at Maximus RC Raceway. A1s are in the books. We're running through some lower mains, and then we'll go into our A2s. I'm assuming we're going to take a little break after some of these lowers before the A2s. I'm not positive, but just from my experience in the RC industry, I'm assuming these guys are going to need a little break like they took after each qualifying round to kind of give these guys a chance to work on some rides, maybe get something to eat, use the restroom, and then get right back into the action. And no driver introductions for sponsor sheets until the beginning of A2, and I believe they are doing sponsor sheets for all 7 A mains and possibly the exhibition short course class. But I know for sure, I saw them print out the sponsor sheets for all A mains as far as the 7 that have the triple A mains. So we'll do some driver introductions and give some shout outs to the sponsors here, and start with 10 and go to 1 before our A2s. So our second round here, as far as jumping into the A2s, will take a little bit longer here with driver introductions and whatnot. "55 seconds to go. Landon leading us around, Dorn in the 2. Doherty. My top 3, Quintella 4. I've been struggling with this one, but I wrote how to say this one. Kaczynskis. My top 5. Salmon 6. Jason, I got Landon and Jason family members out here, same last name, so not sure if they're brothers or father and son or cousins, possibly. Nap and Victor Pont out of this one here early, and yeah, Robert Smith, another no-show here. Robert may have been hanging out a little bit too much last night. Maybe too many Shirley Temples, as he's not here in the morning. So that is time. Race them to the line, guys. Race them to the line. Looks like we're following along here with Landon. He was my CQ. Pretty much led every single lap here in this one, and going to take the C main win right there. May not be what he was looking for this weekend, but a win is a win at the Nationals, and I'm going to go home with a little bit of hardware here. I think all A mains taking home some hardware. There's your A main hobbies race results, and Landon going to get the C main win out here. Marshall's heading back out to their turn marshal cones. Right. A little D main action for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Getting ready to go here. So it looks like here for round number 1, we are going all the way till race 13. So actually only 2 more races away before our A2s, but if I was a betting man, I'm betting there's going to be a little bit of a break. Don't hold me to that. But like I said, some of these guys racing 3 classes, and there's only 7 triple A main class, or 7 classes that are getting triple A mains. So some of these guys racing or turn marshaling in 6 out of the 7 races for the A main. So I'm assuming we're going to do a little break after race 13, just because doing this long enough to kind of read the mind of the race director and the program and kind of how it's going to be ran. These guys need a little bit of time. I know they've had a little bit of time since we ran our first 7 races were our A1s, and these little lower mains are giving them some time, but we're not in a rush out here as far as only 34 races today. And we're going to take some breaks, and we're going to do some sponsor sheets out here, give these guys their accolades. My top 2 right here coming down the front side straightaway, that's Thomas and Norris. It's like Drowan, if I'm saying that correctly. Hopefully I'm not butchering your guys' names. Now, if you're on the broadcast or you're a racer in here listening and I'm butchering up your name pretty good, I am human, I make mistakes. I am not perfect. I'll be the first one to tell you that, and I embrace it. There are no perfect humans on this planet, so I'm going to make mistakes and pronounce names wrong and fumble my words sometimes, and that just shows you I'm human. I am part robot. I do have some robotic hardware as far as limbs and stuff, but I'm 100% human here. And I'm going to make mistakes and just, let me make those mistakes. And if you hear me making a mistake pronouncing your name, just come up and bop me on the head and say, hey, dude, you're saying it wrong. And this is how you say it, and I would appreciate that. Not the easiest part of the job out here. Everybody, you got your keyboard warriors and stuff at home. Like, man, this guy's butchering these guys up and fumbling words and stuff. And I was like, I'll be the first one to tell you. Here's a live RC head, Mike. Come on over here and sit down, and I'll let you take a crack at it and see just how easy it is. Skunk Boss tuning in online. It must be cool to be able to do a national event. Call me crazy, but I love a long race day. I just enjoy the atmosphere. I cannot agree with you more, Skunk Boss. I am in it for the long haul. I love the long days. I mean, I've done some pretty large events out there, and 2 years in a row at Silver State, we had over 1,000 entries. We started at 7 in the morning, and we ended up at 12 a.m. at night in the morning every single day, 4 or 5 days in a row. So I'm in for the long haul. I love every second of it. Of course, they're long days, and you don't get a lot of sleep. But as I always say, I'll sleep when I die. While we're here on this planet, dude, I'm full send right here, dude. We're going to just lean it out and send it. Top Line RC. Can't grow without mistakes to learn from. 100% agree. I'm all for a good mistake. That's actually the best way to learn, if you ask me. Go out there and everything goes perfect and hunky-dory. That's always nice, too. But when you make a mistake, you feel it deep down inside. And you make the correction, and you learn to not do that again or change a little something. So I'm all for mistakes. When you make yourself look like an idiot or do something dumb, and or you just make a mistake in general, you kind of feel it on the inside, and you make a mental note, and that's how you fix it. Best way to learn sometimes. Well, my beautiful wife, Amanda, is up back home. Oh, man, it's pretty early back home. She wakes up dang early. What's up, Charlie Dog? So 8 a.m. back home. Man, that's waking up. It's waking up late for her. Distracted here. Charlie Swanka hanging out here in the Live RC broadcast booth. He is no stranger to the Live RC broadcast booth. Thomas going to take the win here, and got to be one of the local guys out there to the pleasure of the crowd right there. These guys giving him a big hand right there. And, you know, a win's a win at the Nationals. I don't care if it's the lower main or the A main. Of course, you always want that A main. That's not life all the time. So, Big Tom, good job, Thomas, taking that C main win right there. We got our B main for 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. And as expected, I think we got a little 30-minute break coming up here shortly before our A2s. And then we're going to have a guest announcer up here. We're just going to get Charlie Swanka up here on the headset. He's done a lot of racing. He's been traveling with Scotty Ernst many years over here. I mean, he's done Worlds, and he does a lot of the races with Scotty, and they're just kind of like a two-man band out there. And get Charlie up here, and he's always entertaining to have up on the microphone, so it's always good to get somebody who's done this a bunch, and we'll get some information from Charlie on what he's got going on this weekend, and just get ready for a little entertainment. Charlie's a colorful human being. He's got yeah. It's never boring when you get Charlie up here on the headset. There is our lineup here. They're all lining up, so looks like you get to kind of line up where you choose. One of the Roar Tech guys jumping out there. I don't know if that's Cal or Garland. I should know the thing by now, but you know. Hey, a win's a win. Jerry K1. Agreed. Nothing like ending your weekend with a little W, no matter what main it is. And when your girlfriend or wife asks, how'd it go this weekend? I was like, oh, I won. You know, you don't tell her which main event you won. You just tell her you won, you know, and earn yourself a little back rub that night or something with the win. Oh, yeah, baby, I won. Phantom Racing Track Cam here for lap number 1. There's our Avid Racing jump cam right there. Ooh, little car just going upside down. Good thing he's upside down out of the lane. That's a tough spot to turn marshal right there. That was a great shot. Oh, we got one on the straightaway. 2 on the straightaway. Turtle. Big time carnage here in this one. These are my leaders right here. You know, pink and white, black wheels, black wing. So I used to run black short course wheels when I was getting into RC. And actually, I want to give a shout out to Tim Hansen, our race director, longtime race director out there at Hot Rod Hobbies. No longer with us. Passing away 6-7 years ago. God, might be more than that. And he actually learnt me a little something. He goes, I know you love the black wheels. They look great. But you can't see which way your wheels are turning in the air. And from that day on ever, I always ran a lighter wheel. It just kind of helps you eye up your car in the air, and you can kind of see the wheels a little bit better. And, you know, if you're going for style points, black wheels is the way to go. But if you're going for performance, and it kind of helps just the eyeballs, and you can adjust and really see which way that car is kind of pointing in the air, and a little bit brighter wheel will do that for you. Looks like we're following around with Leroy, so, ooh, your BQ Aaron down to dead last here in this one, so he may have been one of those cars. Actually, while I was flapping my gums, I saw him go up to the little slap double right here, and his car just went straight. He actually went over the pipe and upside down onto the straightaway, so that was a big enough crash to go from first to worst here. Go from hero to zero, unfortunately, but Leroy Fowler is okay with that. Fowler was right behind him there early, but a big mistake, so he's going to be the beneficiary of that one and jump up to the number 2 spot. Fabian going to go in the 2. Stevens 3. I've been talking with Daniel Stevens out here, man. I've really enjoyed talking with Dan. I was doing a little live interview with him after his TQ, and you know, I just asked him who he wanted to thank for getting him out here and everything going on this weekend, and he gave Big John Cravata, the club president, out here, and he was actually getting a little choked up just because it showed just how much he appreciated everything John and this club has done for him and giving him a home away from home, and I just thought that was super cool. And he's like, he apologized for getting emotional. I said, no, man, we're humans. It's good for the broadcast. Show some emotion out there. Let those viewers kind of feel it as I did when I was interviewing him, and I just thought that was so cool. He's just such an appreciative human being. He was happy to be here, and he's just showing a lot of love to the Maximus RC Raceway team out here, and I just thought that was super cool, man. and I actually got John Cravata a little interview with him, got some B-roll interview with him after racing was done last night. So we'll play that here during one of our breaks. And John, just a great guy. I've enjoyed having him out here, and I just want to give John a shout out. And just I've really enjoyed his locals out here and his racers that have come out here. Just some of the nicest, coolest, and fun racers to be around. And they've opened their arms to Uncle Sexy Leg this weekend and just made me feel like I was one of the locals out here this weekend. And I just thought that was super cool. So thank you, Big John, and everybody out here at Maximus RC Raceway. It's just been a dream come true. I've always worked in the industry. I've never had a chance at the broadcast, and here I am this weekend, and I just super thankful for the opportunity from Live RC. So thank you, Cam, Brandon, and Corey, and Eric, and of course Lucas and Sam working alongside here with me, and the rest of the crew over at Live RC, man, making a man's dream come true here, sitting on the broadcast on Live RC, dude. I am stoked. Bare knuckle or gloves, top line. Let's see. White wheels are faster. Fight me. Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. I'm an all white wheel guy. Like I was trying to explain yesterday. If you're looking for a hot lap, that's your yellow wheel. Might be a tenth quicker for the hot lap, but if you're looking good consistency, white wheels are the way to go. I rock the white wheels. So I'm with John. Looks like you don't like the white wheels. You're gonna have to fight Top Line RC and myself. Fight me. Bare knuckles or gloves. So Jerry K1 says, I think I got a feeling he might be yellow wheels because he's challenge accepted. This guy's having some fun here. I like it. Top, my old man, I disagree. Yeah, that's why they have 40 and 50 plus classes at some races, you know. Get away from those young, fresh eyes and those quick reaction times of those young guys. There it is. Looks like Leroy coming around. He got his little parade lap here. And little cheer from the crowd right there. Fowler from the 2 spot, and Fabian, the hard charger award here, going to go from 5th to 2. Looks like I got no finish. Oh, there it is. There's Fabian in the number 2 spot, and then Robert from 6 all the way up to the top 3 run right there. Good run for Leroy, Fabian, and Robert. We're going to go top 3 here at the Roar Nats in the B main. Grayson Leonard going to go in the number 4. Jacob, Daniel, William, Dan, Eric, and A.A. Ron. That's my A main hobbies race results. All right, so I'm getting word here, guys. A 40-minute break right here as expected. So it's 11:06. So we'll just call it an 11:45 start time. We'll make things simple for you guys. RC Victory Lane, yellow wheels kind of clash with my livery, so I stick to white. And yeah, me too. Me too. Use fluorescent red, black, white with some checkers on my body. You know, I used to run a red, white, and blue body with silver trim on it and silver backing, but as I neared the age of 40 and now over the age of 40, I had to go a little bit brighter paint scheme, and I think some of the over 40 guys can relate to that a little bit. As you get older, that RC body gets a little bit brighter. So a little bit darker colors, and especially when you race outdoors a bunch like I do, as the sun goes down, it gets a little harder to see. So a combination of the two, the older eyes and racing outside a bunch, just brighten up those colors a little bit, and had to come up with a new paint scheme. Fun fact, I actually painted bodies for about 5 or 6 years. Really enjoyed it in the beginning, but working in the industry, you're jumping back and forth. Going to races, people are bringing bodies and dropping them off. I'd have 20 bodies in staging, getting ready to be painted. I get them down to like 3 or 4, and I get stoked. I'd go to a race, and I'd come home with a bunch of bodies right there. So, you know, I had some fun for 5 or 6 years. Painting bodies, it just got to be too much. You know, I'd spend all weekend at the racetrack and then come home and sit in the garage 13, 14 hours a day, all week long, painting RC bodies, and then pack up for the race weekend on Thursday night and then head back out to the track for Friday and Saturdays. And it just got to be too much. So, X'd out the old painting. You just can't charge enough for paint jobs these days. The time it actually takes and the effort and the designs and everything. I mean, in theory, if you were painting a gas tank for a Harley the same way you paint an RC body, you get a couple $1,000s for doing that gas tank, and it takes the same amount of time. But for an RC body, how much can you possibly charge for an RC body that you're going to trash in 3 months. All right. As you guys can see on the screen, 2026 IFMAR 1/8 scale World Off-Road Championships coming at you this year, and they're going to Hutto, Texas on September 26th through October 3rd. And Live RC going to be on board for all your coverage. So I hope you guys all check that out. We haven't had a Worlds out here since 2016 in Las Vegas, Nevada. And David Ronafalk was your champion that year. But we're coming at you guys live from Live RC in late September to October 3rd. And I hope you guys check us out at the beautiful facility over there in Texas, Thornhill Racing Circuit. So I look forward to seeing you guys online. I'll be out there chatting with you guys. And what do you know? Maybe I might even be out there doing a little broadcasting with you guys. You never know. But I just want to give you guys a little heads up. The Live RC crew will be out there broadcasting the entire event, and I want to get you guys fired up. And if you guys want to check all the action out, you guys know where to find us on the socials and YouTube, and just stay tuned. Usually, I think it's about every 8 years it comes to the USA, but with the COVID years and stuff, it pushed us back. So we're looking at about a decade since the last Worlds in the USA, and I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are too. So we'll see you guys here in a couple months for the 2026 IFMAR World 1/8 scale Off-Road Championship. Hey guys, thanks for tuning in. This is Sean Miller with Live RC, and I got the legend around here, Big John Cravata with Maximus RC. Give us a little insight on what your role is around here at Maximus RC.
So I'm the president of Maximus RC Raceway. Me and my friend pretty much took it over from the original owner up in York, Maine. We didn't want to see it go away. He was going to sell it to a guy in Canada. So we basically made the proposal to him about, can we buy it from you, pay monthly until it's paid off, and we're going to keep the name and keep it rolling and keep the legacy going. And he was like, yep, I love that idea, so we did it. The only way we could keep it going is by turning it into a nonprofit club track and getting members to help us out with the rent, because the rent was pretty, it wasn't crazy high back then, but it was good enough that we needed to do something like that. So we turned it into a nonprofit club track. We got once that happened, we got just a little over 100 members, and it was rolling. It was doing great. Then we had to move because the original owner wanted 5 times the rent, so we moved down here. We were maxed out at what we could pay for rent here, but we doubled our memberships just moving 20 minutes north. So it was a great move. We gained a ton of people, and then we had to move we were right next door, and then we had to move into here. And then they sold the place, so our rent doubled again, and we were like, oh man. But our members have been climbing. We're over, I think, 260 members now, and our club racing's doubled, our trophy races have doubled, and the rent is doubled, but we are making it work. And with having a race of this caliber here, it's a huge publicity. It really promotes everything that we're doing, and hopefully people realize that it's a nonprofit is not easy to run, and we need everybody's help to do it. And right now we're getting it. It's just a great thing. Yes, I am the president, but we do have 3 more board members, vice president, treasurer, and secretary, and then we have 4 officers that all of us donate our time to run the place.
And that's pretty cool. Like you're saying, it's not easy running a track, especially owning it. Doesn't help when they're doubling the rent on you guys. But as you said, you guys got a pretty good crew around here, and I kind of feel that walking around talking with everybody. And I'll give you a kind of quick story from one of our interviews today. Daniel Stevenson was up there he got a TQ, and he was up there, and he gave you guys a lot of love out here at Maximus RC. He actually started tearing up when I asked him, give us a little information about John and what he's doing out here. And it was just kind of cool to see the emotion pour out of him. Yep. And, that was super cool for me to see, because I helped Jimmy run his track back west and stuff, and it's a lot of work to run these events, and you can't do it yourself, and you're going to need a little help. But it was cool for me as an outsider looking into your place that the racers respect and loved you so much, and it was enough to actually bring them to tears. And just, I want you to know that they're showing you a lot of love, and they appreciate everything you're doing out here, and I just thought that was super cool.
Yeah, I love all the guys that race here. Now you're making me terrible.
It's all good, man.
But yeah, it's good. All of us have a passion for it here. Yeah. It's great. We have a good vibe. The racing, we have fun every night. Everybody's competitive, and it does get competitive. Some people get a little chippy. It happens. It's racing, but we're playing. At the end of the day, we're playing with toy cars, and you gotta have fun. That's the rule. You gotta have fun.
That's pretty well said right there. We are racing. We got that competitive gene in us. We want to do our best, and we're humans. We're going to go up and down with our emotions a little bit. So on the less serious side, are you doing some racing out here this weekend?
I am, and I am not performing at the race level that I should be. I'm just forgetting stuff because there's so much going on. I could be doing better, and I'm hoping my next round will show that I'm better than what it's showing.
And actually, we just had a conversation a minute ago. I was just hanging out with you in the pits. And this guy's putting his racers in his facility and the event in front of his own driving this weekend. He said, you'd think being the club president, he'd come out here and get a bunch of track time. That was not the case. He's the man behind the scenes. He's the president of the club. He knew he had one of the biggest races in the country all year long coming to town. So he sacrificed his own driving and his own track time out there to bring the better to the rest of the racers. And I think that's super cool and very unselfish of you. And I hope they appreciate all that.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody does. And again, I'm taking it with a grain of salt. I love racing, regardless if I do bad or do great. I just love it, and I want to continue doing it for as long as I can. I'm pretty old, but it is what it is. If there was a 50-plus class, I'd love it, but there isn't.
Well, cool, John. Thank you for some of your time out here today. I know you're a busy man, running the man behind the scenes, the operations. So cool. Thanks for taking your time to have a little chat with us here at Live RC, and I hope you guys have a good event the rest of the week. Thanks. Hey, what's going on, guys? This is Sean with Live RC, and I got the one and only Charlie Swinka out here with us. So we figured we'd give him a quick interview and just kind of see what he's got going on this weekend and what his role out here at the 2026 110 scale Off-Road Carpet Nationals is. So, Charlie, introduce yourself.
Well, you may or may not know me. Charlie at hobbywing.com if you ever need to get some hobby wing tech support. Reach out. Happy to help anybody with anything. But no, we come to all the Roar Nationals to support not only our team, but the customers that come out. If they have product that they need assistance with, speed control updates, tuning, motor tuning, all that stuff. Matty G's in the pits helping everybody get dialed in, making sure the power program's there. He even works on cars and stuff like that. So we do a little bit more than your average electronic support. We try to make sure that the race program's there. Power program's been pretty good, so we're usually chasing car setups, and it's been a pretty productive weekend. The guys are going fast. Dustin TQ'd two-wheel drive. He went second in four-wheel drive. Had one little rough lap that cost him the overall in that one, but still great showing from those guys. 21.5 super fast. John Mans from out in Crash and Bash. He took the TQ the first round there. So far so good. Pretty good shape for the first start of the week. So
sounds like a good start to me. So you're not racing this weekend. You're just 100% support, moral and for team support, right?
Yeah, I'm the backup support, I guess you'd say. If Matt can't figure it out, I can try to figure it out. But I raced Carpet Nats last year. I raced Cleveland. And when I was a kid, I used to always laugh at the tech support guys that are out there doing terrible. So I don't want to be that guy anymore. How they're going to take my advice when I'm so bad. So.
Right. Now, is this your first time out here to Maximus RC Raceway?
Yeah, I'm sad that I haven't been out here sooner. This place is beautiful. It's in a strip mall. There's tons of food to eat. There's tons of convenience stores everywhere. The hotels are super close. The facility is super clean. And perhaps the nicest bathrooms of any RC track I've been to. So.
And that's a bonus. We've all seen those bathrooms at the RC tracks. We could all do a little bit better on that. So now, just give me a little insight on what it takes to get out here this weekend. Like getting the team ready, getting your stuff ready. What are you expecting? As you come out here and prepping for on your way out here.
Luckily for us, most of our team guys have been doing this for a while, so they take care of most of their prep. And it's more on Matt to make sure that we got like stickers and logo items and emergency spares more than anything else. So working with experienced racers pays off a lot and lets us share that with the inexperienced customer racers that need a lot of help. So we'll sit them down with one of our drivers, chat through car setups, talk about driving around the track, talk about the speed controls they're doing, and kind of get the tune dialed in. So I've been doing this for a long time, and it's I don't want to say it's nothing new, but it's been a learning experience always, because as the cars change and carpet racing, all the tires and all that fun stuff, there's a lot of little things that it helps to have kind of a good group of experienced racers to chat with this stuff about and make sure that everybody's on the same page. So.
Speaking of that, how long have you been in this industry now?
I started at Novak in 99 or 2000, something like that. So I've been doing travel tech support for a little more than 20 some years now.
Yeah, I heard what you said there. Well, cool, Charlie. I appreciate you taking some time out of your day and helping us out with this interview here, and good luck with the team the rest of the weekend. Is there anybody you'd like to thank for getting you out here?
Sure, definitely. Everybody at Hobby Wing, you guys are awesome. There's a ton of people behind the scenes that Matthew and I don't get to talk about enough. The guys at the factory, the engineering team, all the dudes at the warehouse, the ladies that run all our invoices. You guys are the best. And, of course, our racing customers. We have tons of, coverage at these events with our racing customers. And thank you to all the shoppers that are out there spending your hobby dollars with us. We definitely appreciate that.
Right on, Charlie. Well, thank you so much for your time, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. What's happening, guys? This is Sean Miller with Live RC, and we're getting ready to do our Phantom Racing track walk. So follow along, and we're going to kind of show you what we got going on out here at Maximus RC Raceway in Seabrook, New Hampshire. So as you guys can see, we are on our start grid right here. You can see the numbers 1 through 10 on the wall, and about a good 80 to 90 foot straightaway right here. So these guys are getting some speed down here. And our first area of carnage on the racetrack is this 90-degree sweeper. This little left-hander right here. These guys are trying to scrub as much speed as they can, and you can actually see the wall right here. Got a bunch of car marks on there because, as expected on a high bite track like this, some of these guys are traction rolling. Got a little bit too much lean in the cars, and they're smacking into the wall. Yeah, it's entertaining for us, not so much for the racers. Right here we got our nice little 180 into our first obstacle on the track. You got a little single into a, I don't know, I guess how you would describe it, like a scrub double. They're kind of carrying their speed right here. Cars are getting off camber, so there's a little bit of carnage. You can see we got a little plexiglass over here. Keep the cars from flying over into the other side of the track. And you're kind of jumping midway up onto that single and just kind of scrubbing your speed into this little step-down double right here. And we got our first chicane, so a little 180. We kind of head back towards the south end of the track right here. So pretty high-speed little section right here. And then my favorite part of the track right here, you got a tight 180 into a tabletop. So nice little rhythm section right here. You just kind of carry your speed. You want to really You don't want to over jump it. You don't want to under jump it right here. It is a rhythm section, so you got to have a little rhythm here. You want to really downside and set yourself up for what I call the crowd pleaser right here. A lot of guys this weekend double singling. It's, I don't know, I'd say a good 25 feet right here. So we're right in front of the driver's stand right here. And the mod boys, they're going to obviously grab a handful of throttle and send it over this thing. Most of the guys this weekend are double single. They're kind of landing into this little transition area, and actually one of the more difficult sections of the track, landing this big triple right here and then setting up for this off-camber kind of carousel right here. It is a 180, but you can see the nice pipe right here is kind of looping around. Live RC giving you guys a great shot right here of this off-camber section. So this will upset your car right here. You come in here, your car unloads when you're landing off the triple, and you got to really hit your mark right here. You can make or break your lap right here in this big off-camber section. Working our way back towards the center section of the track right here. Just kind of a little upset tabletop right here. Nothing too fancy going on right here, but you want to hang it real nice and tight for this last chicane right here into the final 180 and back down the front side straightaway. So thanks for tuning in, guys. This is your Phantom Racing Track Walk, and we'll catch up with you guys later. Hey guys, this is Sean Miller again from Live RC, and I got Kenny Lambert in the house out here. And Kenny, we're just here to pick your brain a little bit. Are you from local out here?
Sean, I'm actually from the area. I live in Vermont. This is one of my local tracks. I'm the Ruhr Region 1 director in our area here. We have a few local tracks that run carpet, and we have a pretty good turnout going on right now. We got a lot of great racers around, some really fast guys in our area. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it seems like you guys got a lot of locals out here racing this weekend, and that's always nice. They only had 144 last year at the 10 scale off-road carpet nationals, and we're up over 180 this weekend. So I mean, hats off to the New Hampshire crew in the local area for coming out and supporting this event. Yeah, are you racing this weekend?
Yes, I am. I'm actually running the 21.5 buggy class right now. I'm seating second place right now in overall, so it's going pretty good for me. Team associated driver. My car's working pretty good, and we've been working on a lot of things with the Hobby Wing team as well.
That's awesome. Now, give me a little insight. You say you're the Ruhr 1 regional manager. What kind of is the title? What do you do for them?
So what I do for them a lot is we try to get our races in the area. We try to see what people want and what people are looking for. I go around, I ask people, I'm like, what would you like of the organization for rules? Is there rules that we have now you don't like? It would be nice that if you had, certain things, or like this, there was some things that they wanted to have changed, which would have been nice for this race, but something we'll address for later on. But, we've been working on organizing a lot of stuff in the area. It's really nice to bring Ruhr back to our region because it's had a bad reputation for a while, and now things are looking a lot better for our future. We've had a Ruhr Region 1 regionals at the Carpet Track DPRC, and we're going to have a carpet on-road one at 360 here in just another month. So,
and that's nice. Being a racer and working for Ruhr, you kind of get instant feedback, and that kind of helps. Like me, I'm not just sitting behind a microphone or sitting in tech kind of directing everybody, yelling at everybody. I'm a racer at heart too, so you're one of the boys, I guess is what I'm trying to say. You kind of get that instant feedback, and they're a little more comfortable to kind of come up to you and give you their feedback. And whether it hurts your feelings or not, all feedback's good, and you can kind of decide what you want to do with the information from there on out. So back to the racing aspect a little bit. How's your rides out here this weekend?
Oh, they're actually really good. I've made a lot of changes and stuff coming up to this race. I just got into the off-road racing 2 years ago. I've been an on-road guy for over 20 years, and I raced off-road for 10 years before that. And it's nice and kind of refreshing to get a change of scenery with different racing. And I still do some on-road racing too, but it's nice. Like I said, it's refreshing to see some different racing. Try to work my way back up from the bottom again. It's it's always a challenge. Challenges are great. I like to look forward to challenges and push myself harder.
Couldn't agree more. So now I'm noticing you got this prosthetic leg here. We're brothers, dude. We're brothers, man. We both got ourselves a prosthetic leg. We were actually talking a little bit about prosthetic leg stuff and different different feet and stuff. How'd you end up getting that prosthetic?
Actually, a motorcycle accident. You know, the racing and speed is in the blood.
Yeah. Well, I can share that. I too was a motorcycle accident, and you know, you can take us off the bikes, and it's actually fairly common in this industry, mainly in like the off-road side, for instance, that ex-dirt bike riders get into off-road racing. You know, because instead of breaking bones, we're breaking RC cars and stuff, and it's quite a bit cheaper than a visit to the ER.
Yes, you know, you get tired of them after a while. You know, you said do a few 6 months of recoveries, and you're, I think I'm over that. This is a lot safer. And, you know, it's a lot of fun.
Cool, man. Is there anybody you'd like to thank for getting you out here this weekend? Any of your sponsors?
You know, huge thanks to Hobby Wing. You know, I can't thank Hobby Wing enough. Those guys, Matty G and Charlie, best guys in the world. You know, Team Associated guys, Brent Sinens, the whole crew over there, Brent Thelke, the whole crew at Team Associated, solid group. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your time. Good luck this weekend, and we'll be cheering you on out there, Kenny.
Thank you so much, guys.
What's up, guys? This is Sean Miller with Live RC, and I got the Bad Fast Jovi over here for a quick little interview. So, Jovi, just a quick question. How's the track treating you out there? What are you thinking?
Track's treating me pretty well, I'd say. My stuff's been feeling pretty solid. It's one of my first few races, big races running modified, so still getting acclimated to the speed, all the pro drivers I'm competing with. But so far it's been going pretty well. My paces are pretty consistent. We're finding a little more speed each and every time we're out there, and it's overall going pretty well.
I like it. Yeah, well acclimated in the stock classes, but moving up to the big boy class, I like it. What's your favorite part of the track so far out here this week?
Honestly, I like the wall ride. I think just because, you know, we're basically jumping this entire triple and modify, we got the speed to do it, and just kind of like bracing for impact for the wall ride. It's like, I would say it's a little of a butt pucker turn, but I kind of like the challenge. So I would say it's my favorite corner just because, you know, it's a little exciting, you know, kind of keeps on your toes in a way, so I like it for that matter.
Yeah, watching practice this morning, it definitely looks hairy. You're sending it over that triple, you're landing hard, and the car's unloading over there. I see you building some shocks over there, so are your cars not quite where you want them to be? Are you still searching a little bit? Are you pretty happy with them? I mean, how are you feeling with those things?
They're, like I said, they've been feeling pretty good, so I'm just looking to make some small changes, try to extract a little more corner speed in the flatter corners on this layout. So we're just trying some shock changes and seeing how they go in practice today.
I like it. Now, in any professional sport, athletic or RC cars, you know, a lot of preparation goes into that. They're in the gym, they're training, they're conditioning. Now, for RC cars, we're not necessarily training, but what goes into as far as your preparation for an event as far as the nationals go? You know, this is the big dogs out here this weekend. What do you do to get ready for an event like this?
Well, one of the biggest things is, of course, is track time. People can get their car set up, do their research, do their homework on what works best in these certain conditions, but I would say track time is kind of the best way to prepare for any sort of event. I'm grateful enough to have my local track, Norcal Hobbies, be of a similar surface. Our track is a little bumpier since our clay dirt is still underneath our carpet, but it is a similar off-grid material, so I still get a pretty similar idea for how the grip would be just running there every week. Like I said, I'm very grateful just to have any sort of track for that matter. But we have a pretty good group of guys at NorCal that, host a pretty good set of club races every Friday, every Wednesday or whatever. So I'm pretty grateful to have that. And also just looking for that consistency, making sure that, I'm comfortable with my current equipment. That's very important, especially modified. Being able to kind of hold the reins of your horses is I would say pretty huge in success. And of course, just making sure your stuff is good to go. Nothing's, checking for anything that's tweaked, cracked, any broken parts. Just freshening your cars before a big race is something I also always do. But I'll definitely prioritize the track time and the practice.
Well said, well said. Now, you guys got a pretty good sized group out here from NorCal Hobbies this week, and I walked by a couple of the guys, and they were like, man, we recognize that sweatshirt. You're pretty far east from normal out west, so give a little shout-out for the boys in the NorCal crew.
Yeah, of course. Kayla Slow, Brian Mirafuente, Brandon Perea, Tony Wilson, our Team Powers team manager, actually, and the other manager of Team Powers and NorCal Hobbies, Eric Bassoon, the main man. Those guys are all out there with us, and especially Kalis and Brian. Those guys, I used to race with them in stock all the time back home, and I'm very grateful for all the battles we had. And now kind of that I've stepped into modified, I'm kind of like doing my best to kind of mentor them to kind of help get them to that position of being in like consistent A mains at these big races in stock. But they've been pushing themselves. They've been pushing each other every week at NorCal. So every week it's always a great set of club races between them. It's being able to watch from the sidelines now I'm a mod driver. It's pretty entertaining to see those guys, but it most importantly makes me kind of delighted to see that they've made a lot of progress over the years. And I'm happy to see that they've got lots of speed here and they're contending for those top spots in the A main.
Yeah, it's always cool to go out there and see the boys and root them on, especially when you got those interior battles back home. You know, it always ramps things up, and that actually helps, I would assume, for competition like this weekend. You got to have those battles back at home, and that kind of gets your mind right and your mental and your focus kind of where it needs to be to come out here and do battle. Well, I appreciate your time today. Is there anybody you would like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Absolutely. Of course, I have to thank my parents first, especially my dad. I've said this many times in interviews, but it still holds true. He's been through everything with me, all the ups and the downs with me, and he's a very persevering person in general, and I'm happy to have him as my father. So yeah, of course, he deserves the first thanks, and of course, all my sponsors that continue to support my program throughout these past few years, from Team Associate, of course, J Concepts, Team Powers USA, TDK Repair, actually wearing their quarter zip, Matt Olson Designs, RC Discharger, Boom Graphics, Merc Effects, who has been recently painting my bodies and they've been looking sick, NorCal Hobbies for providing a great track for us to race on every week, and of course everyone else bringing me on back home. It's awesome.
That's awesome. Well, thank you, Jovi. I wish you the best of luck this weekend and have some fun out here.
All right, guys, welcome back to the broadcast here. We're getting ready for A2s coming up here shortly. Great little pano here of the track, and some of the locals and racers just kind of hanging out here in the pits. Thanks again to all of our event sponsors out here. Our title sponsor this weekend, J Concepts, RC Dischargers, A Main Hobbies, One Up Racing, Avid RC, and of course our Phantom Track Cam. As you guys can see, Phantom Racing is back with new ownership and new product here for 2026. So thank you, Phantom, for coming on board, sponsoring this amazing event out here. We've had a lot of fun out here. Great chat going on YouTube. If you guys want to jump in the chat and give a little shout out where you're from and where you're watching and who you're cheering on and all that kind of good stuff. I see John Cravati getting a lot of love. That's the club president out here at Maximus RC Raceway in beautiful Seabrook, New Hampshire. It's a soggy day out here. It's still beautiful out though. I like a little bit rain, and don't fret from the rain, especially being from Southern California. We don't get a lot of rain, so I'm all for it, especially racing indoors. There's a great shot of the crowd pleaser right there, the Avid RC jump cam, and a little wall ride. So thanks for tuning in, guys. We're getting just moments away here from our A2s. Just to catch you guys up here a little bit from our first round of A1s, or A1 winners per class. 21.5 two-wheel drive John Mans, 17.5 two-wheel drive Dustin Fox, 13.5 stadium truck was Nate Sutherland here in our A1s. 13.5 four-wheel drive A1 winner Dominic Passion, 40-plus two-wheel drive Bradley Borneo, two-wheel drive mod A1 winner Chase Lemieux, and our four-wheel drive mod winner from A1, Brennan Schimmel. So another good shot here for our Phantom Track Cam. And all right, pizza's here, boys. This Uber guy's like, okay, who do I bring these pizzas to? Where do I go with these? Oh, looks like he found it. Somebody getting a little lunch out here. Just coming up on 11:37 out here on the East Coast. So it's like a little bit of an early lunch for these guys, but 3 pizzas, brought some pizzas for the crew right there. a good shot. There's Aiden Horn on the shot. And these guys just kind of hanging out and shooting the breeze right here. There's a good shot of the Team AE guys. There's Davey Bata, runner-up at the Worlds last year in Australia. Two-wheel drive runner-up right there. There's some of the Levi and Chase Raymond. There's Chris Raymond. And I've known Chris for 10 years, and we're not far from San Diego. And I met Chris's wife last night, Heidi. Very nice lady right there. And so it's official. I know the whole crew. I think the only Raymond I haven't met is their daughter. She doesn't come around the racetrack too much. Totally understandable. Great shot of the track right there. And I've been talking with the racers over the last few days. Traction's been coming up a little bit through the weekend as the rubber's been getting laid down here just a little bit. So I don't know if you would call it a groove has formed, but I guess that wouldn't be wrong. Oh yeah, there's the splat zone right there. That's the 90-degree sweeper at the end of the front straight, and there's a little bit of carnage as you can see on the wall right there. Yeah, that's been claiming some victims upside down. So you got a full 80, 90-foot straightaway, and these guys are going probably 30-plus miles an hour, especially the mod cars. But in scale, I guess if we're running 10 scale, that would be what? 300 miles per hour, I guess, is what it feels like. And I'm sure if you're driving, that's what it feels like. That's our little chicano coming on to the front straightaway right there. Yeah, you can definitely see a groove built up there, a little bit of rubber laid down into that carpet. And, of course, I got to tape some of the seams here on the track. That doesn't seem to upset the cars too much. You know, I wasn't sure if the tape is, you're going from tape to carpet to tape again. Doesn't seem to bother the cars too much. Great logo here at Maximus RC Raceway. Beautiful. Got the big checker flags. Who doesn't like some checker flags as an RC racer? I rock some checker flags on the body, because that's where I expect to be at the end of every one of my races, in the winner's circle. You just got to think it into fruition. So thank you guys for tuning in. Jump in on the chat wherever you're watching from. Of course, I'm watching the live chat here on YouTube. If you guys want to jump in and start a conversation and give a shout out to who you're rooting on out here at the 2026 110 scale Offroad Carpet Nationals, brought to you by Roar here. Go ahead and do that. There's all of our sponsors right here for this weekend. They've done a good job at this facility down here, and they've moved a couple times over the last few years. And talked with John Cravata, the club president out here. This is a not-for-profit RC club, and I think that's kind of unique and very cool. And I actually might see some more of that coming up. It's a $30 membership a month, and there's a keypad on the door, and you can actually come and just drive whenever you want. You get the keypad number, and you can come practice whenever you want. You just punch your keypad into the door and let yourself in and have at it. And they do a little bit of club racing. They club race on Wednesday nights out here and Fridays. So a couple club races. They try and do a trophy race once a month out here at Maximus RC Raceway. And if you're, in the local area, this is a place to be right here for the carpet guys. Great crew they got out here. They have a president, that's Big John. They have a VP, a treasurer, and a secretary. And a non-for-profit club. It's all ran by the locals out here. And I was talking with John yesterday. He says they have about 240 members at this club. So you guys can do the math at $30 a membership. And then just enough to keep the lights on out here, And that's kind of the name of the game here. You just trying to give these guys a place to race. And, any track owners, as they know, they're not getting rich, unfortunately. It'd be nice, but it's a labor of love running an RC track. And takes a big crew to get it done, so go out there and help out your local tracks and pick up a shovel and help these guys put the layouts in and support your local hobby shops, because if you don't, they disappear, and that's just, goes for anything, not just an RC track. All right, let's check out this chat here a little bit. Chime on in, guys. Let me know where you're watching from. Give you guys a little shout out here. Appreciate that. Skunk Boss says, I've always liked these breaks in the action interviews, so appreciate that. My first time doing some interviews out here with the Live RC broadcast crew, and they gave me a call and gave me a shot at my first nationals right here, and I I jumped at the chance. Haven't done a ton of interviews and after track race interviews and stuff, but I like to get a little uncomfortable and get out of the box a little bit and learn some new things, and that's what I've been doing here this weekend. So hopefully you guys have been enjoying the broadcast here. My name is Sean Miller, a.k.a. Sexy Leg, on the mic here with you, and we're getting ready for our A2, so let's get fired up here. It's like everybody pretty mellow at the moment. Obviously our break just about to end, and actually I look behind me and the group for A2 is starting to come through tech here, and they're getting lined up, so we're getting ready to rock and roll. It's about to get hot here in New Hampshire. Oh, yeah, look at this. I got a little stress on the face right here as these guys are waiting. I hate waiting for my race. I want to just get right over there in line and have the race director get me up on the stand and go right on into it. The more time you have to hang out and overthink, as a human, we like to overthink a little bit and put some pressure on ourselves, and the less time I have standing around, the better. But we're just a couple minutes away here from our 40-minute break. It's just about done with here. So pretty chilly out here. From my understanding, I'm talking with some of the locals and people from New Hampshire. They're saying, wait 4 weeks. It's going to be beautiful, nice and warm out, and all the trees will have leaves on them. And the flowers are going to start blooming here. But we're on the tail end here of winter now that we're in the spring. But winter's hanging on in New Hampshire this weekend. It had snowed just a couple weeks ago. Hey, Skunk Boss, typical early spring weather here in the Northeast. Yep. Like I said, that summer kind of going to make us wait here a little bit longer as the winter's hanging on out here as we're into spring now. Honestly, can't wait for outdoors oval racing to start again. Yeah, these boys have been bundled up over the last few months being winter in the Northeast. And these boys want to go out and do some racing. As expected, I get that itch to go racing, and you got to scratch that itch sometimes. Go, Caleb, wait. You already know that. $30 is great. I agree. That's a bargain. $30 a month, and you can come and practice and drive as much as you would like. And Skunk Boss, you're doing great, Sean. Thank you, Skunk Boss. I appreciate that very much, man. Any encouragement is good encouragement. And especially my first weekend here and my first Nationals out here. I'm super stoked about that. When Live RC gives you the call to do the Nationals, you do whatever you can to get out here, and that's exactly what I did. I was supposed to be working with one of my best friends and longtime co-workers, Jimmy B., one of the biggest promoters. Been doing this over 30 years, and we're supposed to be doing a race out in Bakersfield, California this weekend. But when Live RC came calling, I called Jimmy and begged him. Said, hey, man, any chance I can get out of this race that I already committed to this weekend? Our schedules are set in January. And, once I commit to something, I say I'm going to do it. And I told him how excited I was at my first chance at Nationals. And he's been doing this a long time. He's announced the Worlds. He's announced Nationals. He's a 15-time national champion himself. So he knows kind of the feeling that I had in my belly getting the call for the Nationals, and he didn't even hesitate. He said, dude, super stoked for you. Go out there and handle it and do the best you can, and he wished me good luck. So love you, dude. Appreciate you letting me come out here and enjoy this experience. And I've just, if I gave a rating out of 10, is an 11 count? 11 out of 10? That's what kind of fun I'm having this weekend with Sam and Lucas and the Live RC crew. And speaking of the Live RC crew, I want to give a shout-out to Eric and Corey and Brandon and Cam and the rest of the Live RC guys for giving me this opportunity. We're getting ready to go here for race number, it's going to be race number 14, but it is our A2, our first A2, two-wheel drive, 21.5 two-wheel drive, 17.5 buggy. We're going to go quiet and let these guys do the driver introduction.
Massachusetts. It's Jeremy Cow. I apologize, Jeremy. I'm sorry. Starting in the 4th position from Newport, Vermont, driving as Team Associate B7.1, it's Kenny Lambert. Starting in the 3rd position from Morgan Hill, California. He crossed out what he was driving, so who knows what he's driving, but it's Tony Wilson. Starting in the 2nd position from Norman, Oklahoma, driving a B Associate B7.1, it's Nathan Champeau. And starting on the pole, your TQ holder for 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, driving a Team Associated It's John Mans. All right, gentlemen, go ahead and check him in, please. John Mans with a win in A1.
All right, we're back live with you guys. Thank you, Tim. That's Big Red doing the driver introductions here before A2. So just let it go a little quiet here, and we pipe in the race director out there and give these guys what they deserve. A2, we're going to do driver introductions and sponsor sheets before each one, which will be nice, kind of give me a little bit of time to do some interviews and stuff. I won't be quite as strapped up here in round 2 like we were in round 1. Man, it was a bit of a sprint there in A1. We got it done. So your TQ and A1 winner, John Mans, starting on the pole here. Getting ready to go any second. Listen for that tone. All right, off and running here, A2. Let's see if John Mans can cap off a pretty darn good weekend here so far for him. He didn't win every single round as far as qualifying. Oh, we got carnage already. That looks like second, third, and fourth. So just like A number 1, we had lots of carnage. Watch that straightaway. Oh, boy. Oh, incoming. Turn marshals get a workout here in A2 for our 21.5. Two-wheel drive start to our main. So just like A number 1, John Mans started us around. He stayed out of the craziness. And this is how crazy that start was here to A2. You got your 9th and 10th place qualifier running 2nd and 3rd right now. Man, that was rough. That was rough. But not all starts are going to be perfect. And, you know, just like life, there are no restarts. And you just got to kind of take them as they come. And it is what it is. That's why they give us 3 of these. We're going to take your best 2 runs out of the 3 here. And then your first throw out, if there's a tiebreaker, will be your best single point from your best run. If there's a tiebreaker and you got both winners from the first 2 actually have a tie, or any one of those 3, tie for points, I guess you can call it, they would go to your second tiebreaker, and that would be your laps and times, your best single run laps and times. So it's Mans out front, Catenacci up to the 2, Jonathan Sold 3. Let's see, Jeremy C. running in that 4 spot. Kenny Lambert, who was, I think, finished 3rd in A number 1, rocking in the top 5. Eric V in the 6, Valentine 7, Bagley in the 8. Shampoo down to the 9 spot here, and Tony. So I got a feeling just like A1, 2nd and 3rd got into a little bit, and that's how the cookie crumbles. All right, Mans. Let's see. Looks like you got a little company here. So Mans is that teal and black buggy, yellow wheels coming just past the straightaway right now into the sweeper. Oh, a little kiss off the splat wall right there. And Bill Catenacci right there behind him. And we got 10th of a second right here. So Catenacci from 9th on the grid, right behind the leader here in A number 2. And that looks like Jeremy might be them right there behind him. Yes, that is Jeremy. So my top 3 right here. Coming off of the little scrub bubble. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. So we had some lap traffic decided to bust a U-turn right in front of the race leader and just takes out the race leader right there. John's going, dang it, dude. You know, that's why when you crash, you never want to just pull right back onto the track or do like what that lap traffic did, was bust a U-turn right in front of the leaders and take out the leader. You don't want to make your mistake the other racer's mistake as well. So you kind of just want to be a little patient and let those leaders get by, or let those cars coming by that are actually still out there racing, and then you can kind of bust your U-turn and get out there. That's not always the case right there, just as we experienced live together right there. And looks like no harm, no foul. John wasted no time getting back out front, but that could have been worse. Yeah, this one's had a lot of carnage in it here. Big Skunk. Man going for his first national title, I believe, from RC Victory Lane. Yeah, he was super excited to get the TQ, man. He was all nothing but smiles in his interviews and everything. And if he wins this A2 right now, he gets to kick back and watch A3. He doesn't even have to race A3, which is now I don't think you have to sit it out. I think that's just kind of like a gentleman's agreement, we'll call it. That if you win the first two, and then you let everybody else battle for the crumbs on the podium there. So I think it's optional. I think you're allowed to run A3 if you'd like, but you lock in the first two, it's over. He gets to maybe grab an adult beverage and just kick his feet up and watch the carnage here for A3s. So John Mans, dude, looking forward to this interview right here. This guy's been really excited, and he's out there on his parade lap as Kenny and Jeremy get caught for second and third. And let's get a little rowdy here, guys. Our first Roar National Championship of the weekend. Congratulations, John Mans. Kenny Lambert going to fight all the way back to number 2, so I think that's not bad for Kenny. That's going to go a second in A2 and a third in A1. So Kenny fighting for a podium here at the Nationals. That's awesome. Jeremy going to go in the number 4 spot. Bill 5, Eric, Tony, Dominic, Christopher Bagley, Nathan, Champ, and I believe that was Jonathan, the last one. So I'm expecting, gotta get my jacket off here, dude. This California boy is cold out here in this 50-degree weather in the Northeast. I think I'm the only one wearing a parka out here this weekend. All right, here he comes. Ready whenever you are. Right here on the X. All right, Big John. Let me know how you're feeling. You're the first Roar National Champion crowned here at your 2026 110 scale off-road carpet nationals. Just give me a little insight on how you're feeling right now.
Ecstatic. I felt like the last 2 laps, I was like, I don't even know if I was breathing. I think I blacked out
your breath.
up there.
Yeah, you look a little red up there.
I was like, oh no. I was like, do anything but crash right now. But no, we got it done. We made changes again. Imagine that.
You promised me you weren't making any changes, dude.
I did. We did make some changes. We found out that the spur and the pinion were stripped about 5 minutes before we had to go to tech.
That's a good change.
So yeah, that was the one change. Other than that.
So walk me through the little carnage right there. There was some lap traffic upside down. They got marshaled.
Yes.
And he pulls a U-turn and takes you out there early in the race. I was going crazy up here in the broadcast booth. Yeah, I was feeling your pain for you. And you wasted no time. You got your head back in the game and just charged. And literally a lap or 2 later, you're back out.
Yeah, it was no problem. I seen that I think he went off the tabletop a little sideways.
Yeah, probably.
And then I came around and I seen yellow just out of nowhere, and I was like, oh no, what do we do here? So yeah, we just hit the back end. Luckily we didn't flip over. It stayed on all 4, so I think that helped a lot. Oh yeah, I had to take a couple deep breaths after that.
So some guys on the chat are saying this is possibly your first Roar National Championship.
It is the first.
Congratulations, brother. Who would you like to thank for getting you out here?
Pretty much everybody back home that's watching right now, the whole island crew, mom, dad, you name it, Hobby Wing, Charlie, Matt, Aaron supplied the gum this round. I think that locked me in.
Hey, Kenwald, he was Suckers, I think he had, but a lot of racers chew gum or something like that. Just kind of keeps them
something.
I don't know, in the zone. I don't know.
But yeah, there's endless amounts of people to thank for this. Charity, just nonstop. The list goes on. I'm just ecstatic right now. I'm like, is it real? Is it real life?
Yeah. Oh, I feel it. I can feel it. It's buzzing off of you.
Yeah.
So cool, man. We're getting ready for our A2s here in 17.5. Congratulations. Proud of you, brother. And go pop some champagne.
Perfect. I will do. I'll invite you over.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
All right, dude. What a great interview there with John, dude. He's just I can just feel the energy oozing off of him right now, dude. And he's just super pumped right here. And he came out here and had a game plan, executed perfectly, and our first national champion of the weekend out here. So gotta love it. Let's see here. We got Fox leading us around here. He was your A1 winner here. So let's see if he can pull a John Mans out here and just pull the rabbit out of the cap here and lock it in our first 2 races. And that's ideal. Ooh, not going to go and plan here on lap number 1. He went wide, so all fair and love is war. He went a little wide, and Caputo, he's been dicey out here in our main event. So Fox is going to have to, let's see, taking a little peek on the inside. Nope, not quite there. Hard on the binders at the end of the straightaway. But Caputo, he goes, Fox ran away with this one here in round 1. He's doing everything he can, and now Fox going to fight back. So we got a 5-car battle for the race lead here in A number 2 for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. This is awesome. Let me know who you guys are cheering on in the chat. Dude, let's get a little crazy out here on a Sunday at the Roar Nationals. As everybody on the West Coast starting to wake up, and they're like, man, they're already on A2? I say, yep. The East Coast has been tuned in for the last few hours, but the West Coast just waking up here, and good to have you guys all tuned in here. Caputo making a bit of a nice pass here on lap 1. Fox went a little bit wide. Caputo saw the window open, and he took a chance at it. And it's going to be Mitchell in that number 3 spot. Passion 4, Carrico 5, Chavez, Decker, Mirafuente, Lowe, and Holmberg rounding up outfield. We're just about 1:30 in and 3:30 to go here. Great battle up front here. The top 2 leaders are now starting to stretch it out here just a little bit. So Caputo doing what he's got to do to keep his cap in the race right here. You know, he wants himself a Roar championship right now, and he knows he's got to win this one, because if Fox wins this one, it's over. It'll just be battle for 2nd and 3rd for the rest of the weekend. So Fox, a beautiful pass right there. What a move out of Fox right there. That is actually where Caputo passed him on lap number 1. And Fox says, check this out, Caputo. I got some game right here, too. And then just returns a favor right there. What a pass right there. I mean, I guess you can say Caputo went wide because there was enough room for Fox to stick it in there. It didn't look that wide to me, but Fox just, he's rolling the dice right here in A2. And it so far is looking pretty good. So Fox back out front. We got Caputo to the dude. Dominic Passion, who had a good run in A1. What a battle we got going on right here. I promised you guys some good heads-up racing. We're green flag to checkered flag racing for the whole day out here. Qualifying as if, Marn, you guys are running on your own clock and stuff. And you don't have to make a pass like that to get a TQ. You don't have to pass a single car and you can TQ. But here, on a Sunday at the Roar Nationals, unless you're the leader, you're going to have to make some passes to go and win yourself a Roar National Championship right here. So we are shaking and baking here on a Sunday morning. It's still morning here, maybe for a few more minutes out here on the East Coast, but we got some battling here, and I promised you guys some goodies, and boy, the boys are delivering out here on the racetrack. We got Frostmac 215 tuning in here for our A2s. Mitchell getting some love out there. Aaron in that number 3 spot. And looks like Caputo. It looks like one car there so close. Oh, Fox, a big mistake right there. Caputo back to the point. Oh, and he gets it over the pipe and then just lawn darts it into the lander of this triple right here. So a disastrous lap right here for Fox. That's going to put Caputo out front. Passion and Mitchell. There is blood in the water right now, and the Sharks are sniffing it out. So Fox goes from 1st to 6th right there. Ouch, that was a rough one right there. That was rough to watch right there. And, that's racing. That's just the triple has been claiming victims this weekend, and she gets another one. So triple, it's about 100 to the racers, maybe like 10. Triple's proven to be difficult as expected. So you haven't seen really a big mistake like that from Dustin so far here on the Sunday morning mains. He's been pretty locked in. He led every single lap here in A1. He's slicing and dicing here in A2, and the big mistake going to cost him here. We've got a little battling right here. That looks like Brady Carrico and Aaron Mitchell battling for that third spot. So Mitchell getting some love on YouTubes, and Mitchell making some good work out of it. He can feel those positive vibes he's getting right here. This is Brady and Mitchell. This is for a top 3 run here in A number 2. Yep. Woo! Man, Mitchell's so close. He can actually tell. He's like, "Hey, man, it looks like you got a screw loose on your diff case back here, Brady." That's how close he is. He can see that loose screw. So we're going to just pan back here to our race leader with less than 5 to go. Is he going to get by for a parade lap, or is he going to get caught at the line? It's going to be close. Looks like Antonio gets by. The battle for the 2 spot. Are they going to get caught at the line? Yes, they do. And Dominic Passione going to hang on to that 2nd spot. So that's 2 A's in a row. Passione gets it done from the 4 spot, but it's going to be all Antonio Caputo here in A2 for 17.5 two-wheel drive. So that was exciting, and that was I've been itching for all weekend long. Those great battles here in the main events, and I promise you guys some entertainment, and we're delivering. So there's your A-Main Hobbies race results. Caputo, Passione, Carrico, my top 3 here. It's going to be Aaron, Bryant, Daniel, Kalis, Dustin, down to the 8-year, ouch. And then Kyle and Decker in the 10. Crazy how things change as fast when you bobble. Yeah, especially on the carpet, A couple bobbles here and there when you're racing on dirt is kind of expected. It gets a little loose and wanting. And it looks like my A2 winner on his way over. All right, we're live here in the Live RC broadcast booth with our A2 winner, Antonio Caputo. What a run right there, man. I mean, you needed a good run here in A2 to keep yourself in the conversation for a championship. You went out there and executed perfectly. That was a little dicey out there. Let me know how that went for you, if it was exciting for you as it was for us.
It was stressful, but also it was exciting. It was nice to finally get a good result. I feel like I've been kind of needing one in 2-wheel drive. And also kind of just tried to stay calm and go out there and run my pace. Opening came up early past Justin Fox. I took it, and then he kind of got me back. But then I kind of knew in the back of my head if I just put pressure on him, he'd most likely fold, and that's what happened. He folded, and I got by him, and I just knew I had a gap to Dominic, who was in 2nd at the time, and I just ran laps.
Dude, yeah, that was exciting. And when I mean excitement, it's a little more for us. You guys are entertaining us out there. You guys are a little more stressed out up on the driver's stand. But you kept it cool. You locked in here for A2, man. Super proud of you. Is there anybody you'd like to thank?
Thank you to my sponsors, Associated, J Concepts, Paragon, RC Madness, and my mom and my dad for support, and everyone.
Cool, man. Well, good luck in A3, and maybe we'll see you back up here for another interview.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On the pole from Portland, Oregon, driving an X-Ray, your TQ holder for 40-plus two-wheel drive modified buggy, Bradley Borneal. All right, gentlemen, set him down, check him in.
All right. Here we go, our 40-plus two-wheel drive mod buggy A main. You can see your drivers up there. Great shot right here from the camera crew right here. Beautiful facility out here at Maximus RC Raceway. Getting some good interviews out here on a Sunday. These guys are coming off the track. The emotion is just pouring out of them, and it's just kind of oozing with excitement. It makes my job a little easier, when all you got to do is ask them how they're feeling and how their race went. And that is what I live for, the battles like that there in our A main events, and that one was exciting. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the feed wherever you're watching from online. Getting ready here for A2. Bradley Borneal, your top seed. He won every single round of qualifying. Here's your A1 winner. I mean, he wins this one. Who knows what's going to happen? He might go to Disney World. Do a little celebrating. That's what you do when you win Daytona 500. The Daytona 500 for the carpet guys out here this weekend. And the Roar 110 Scale Off-Road Carpet Nationals getting ready here and going on the tone. All right. Off and running. Let's see if Bradley Borneal can just put a cap on this dream weekend he's having so far. I think he can get it done. He's just been 100% focused and only racing one class, and looking forward to getting him up here, and I think that should be a good interview here if he wins this one. That's our Avid RC jump cam. Great shot here on lap number 2. Gotta love it, these mod boys sanding it over the big crown pleaser. About 25 feet long if I took a wild guess. That's a guesstimation. Oh, Bradley getting a little bit wrong there. As you can tell, there's a little bit of a tabletop lander on that triple, which is good. If it was just a sharp, jagged, style lander like off of that double you just saw on the screen. So there is a little bit of wiggle room for a mistake there on that one if you land up top. It's not easy by all means to land up top on the flat part of that lander and then jump down again right into the wall ride. So you got to be pretty nifty with the wheel. And Brownlee was exactly that. So BT had a big mistake in round 1, but he's looking much better here in round 2. Maybe make some changes. I mean, anytime you go upside down on lap 1 of a main event, it's going to be tough sailing. But BT doing a good job rocking that AE ride on J Concepts tires. So BT was an Arizona native. I think he's living out in Lake Forest, California now, rocking the Associated J Concepts tires. That's our team manager for Associated out here. He's been doing it a long time and doing a lot of battling with BT over the years in e-buggy and stuff and wherever we go. And I have a blast racing with BT. Just one of the greatest guys I've met here in the RC industry, and just super enjoy his friendship and wish him the best here in A2. But he's got to get it going. He's got some company. Yeah, Charles P. right there. That's the all blue buggy, yellow wheels. That's third place. And then John Cravati, who finished in the top 3. I believe he finished third. I think Chicky was 2 in A1. John 3. So we got a good battle going on here. BT, he got no time to blink the eyes here. Charles all over him here in A2. And that's going to be John Paul, Matt, Mark, TJ, Kevin, and it looks like Greg Carrico might be my only driver off the track here. We're on race 16 of 34 here. So getting close to the halfway point here. Great shot right there from Lucas. He's been killing it all weekend on the cam. So Bradley has got a 3-second lead here, and he's just kind of nursing the race lead here a little bit, like as you would see with Supercross racers, with Jet Lawrence and Deegan when they get out front. They can crush those guys by 20, 25 seconds right there, but they give themselves a nice little lead, and then they would do what I call manage the race. No sense kind of driving over your head when you have a nice big lead, and they just kind of manage the race and keep the distance between first and second right there. And if the second started to catch up to them, obviously they kind of strap it up a little bit. But once you get out front and you got a kind of a comfortable little lead here, big mistake there for BT. You got to do what you got to do to lock in and get that A2 win. And might be handing out our second Roar National Championship of the weekend. So that's a 3-way battle for the number 2 spot there with 1:30 to go. We're going to follow this battle for about another 30, 40 seconds, and then I want to pan back towards the race leader right there. So just a little heads up there for Lucas. As we're going to follow this battle here for the number 2 spot. That's going to be Charles P., Telke, and Ciccarello, who had a good run there in A1. Oh, no, it looks like maybe something a little weird in the rear end. Looks like super camber right there on that right rear for BT. So maybe something coming a little loose or just tweaked a little bit. Coming up on 45 seconds to go, and right on cue, we go to that race leader here. So I got a feeling I'm going to hear this place erupt. I mean, going for the clean sleep. I could use some sleep, obviously, fumbling my words. Going for the clean sweep of the weekend right here. Won all rounds of seeding. Won every single round of qualifying. He won A1. And Bradley Borneal, he is 30 seconds away from a perfect weekend at the Roar Nationals. So this should be good right here. He's rocking that number 1 red plate right there. Got a little pink and yellow with some splatter, so it looks like the home paint job right there, saving a few bucks, you know. Well, yeah, you got to save it. It don't matter what the color paint job looks like. It matters how you drive here at the Roar Nationals, and we're less than 5, so it's going to be close. It looks like he's going to get around for his parade lap, so he's going to get to show off here a little bit and throw a wave to the crowd. That's the tone. Man, what a weekend for Bradley. This should be a good interview here. Coming around, he's got 2 more turns to go, and Bradley Borneal with the clean sweep of the class this weekend from day 1. Wow. That's impressive. Telke going to go 2. Chicky, my top 3. Charles down to the 4. And John Cravata, my top 5. I mean, just a dream weekend here for Bradley. Very cool to see. Going to an undefeated weekend. Yeah, RC victory lane. Borneal, he's on a different level. I don't know what he's been eating for breakfast every single morning, but he needs to write that down and eat that for breakfast every single race day. There's Clayton Young coming on over, and you can see Big Bad Brad right here on his way over for a little live RC interview. So, all right, man, this is fun. Be right back with you guys.
It's kind of crazy. I think it actually still really hasn't hit me yet. So
let's start over. I was having a little technical difficulty. My button wasn't switching me over. So a perfect weekend out here at the Roar Nationals. I mean, let me know what you're feeling, your emotions. What's it take to come out here and have a weekend like that? Is that ever going to be duplicated?
I'm honestly just kind of shocked still. I don't know if it's actually really hit me what's happened. It's nice to come to a track, has a grip level very similar to home, felt right at home. Didn't really change my car. It's how it was when I got here. Mm-hmm. And I just tried to get that triple down because that's the part of the track that's the make or break.
It's been claiming some victims out here this weekend. I don't know if I've seen you crash on that this weekend. Maybe in practice?
I had one bad practice crash, and I got caught up on it in the second qual, but somehow still managed to come out like 6/10 ahead there.
Freaking amazing. So you go out and you win both rounds of seeding, and you come out and you win all 4 rounds of qualifying, and then you win our first A2s. What are you looking for in A3? You going to kick back and grab a cold beverage and just kind of watch and hang out?
Going to go have a good, I'm still shocked, honestly. This whole thing's been crazy. So
yeah, a little deer in the headlights.
It definitely
expected when you have a dream weekend like this.
Hasn't come totally set in yet.
So where's your home track at?
Portland, Oregon. I race at PDX and then RC Plus down in Salem. They're both carpet tracks, very similar. Grip level is pretty consistent across, and
Yeah, and that's nice when you come out to a race like this. You feel right at home right away when it's a pretty similar surface, and you just kind of dial it up here. Super proud of you, man.
Thank
you.
What
an awesome weekend. I don't know how many people have ever kind of went out there and swept the weekend like you just did, but it's pretty cool to see.
Yeah. And I'm excited because next year it's going to be my home track, so we'll see how next year goes.
I feel a double up coming here, a little back-to-back.
Let's not get ahead of it.
Badly. Yeah, okay, yeah, we got some work to do. Who would you like to thank for getting out here this
X-Ray,
weekend?
of course, most amazing car. Orca for the electronics, they've been killer. Clinic for the awesome titanium, and just honestly everyone else that supported me and helped me get out here.
Cool. Awesome, Brad. Super proud of you, man.
Thank
and that
you.
was fun to watch, and you're making my life easy this weekend. And, I was rooting for you. I wanted to do the clean sweep, and you did it.
Thank you.
Cool. Proud of you, brother.
Thank you so much. You have a wonderful one.
Yeah, we good. All right, here's our lineup here for two-wheel drive mod buggies. So obviously we're doing our interviews, and we want to give our attention to the race winner, especially when you win both A2s and a national champ. We're going to do our interview, and obviously if they don't come over for an interview, and if it's a quick one, we go back to the sponsors and stuff. So we got a bunch of things going on here, and we're trying to fit it all in. And unfortunately, it's just pretty much impossible to get everything fit in, and we're just doing what we need to do. Get it done here on a Sunday. What a run for Brad right there. That was so cool. All right, A2, two-wheel drive modified buggy on the track, waiting on the tone. All right, off and running. So our TQ had a couple mishaps in A number 1. That was Dakota Fenn, and Chase Lemieux was the beneficiary of that. He got the win here. Let's see if Dakota Fenn can strap it up here in A2 and lock down an A2 win here. Get himself back in the fight here for this national championship. It's going to be Champlin, Schimmel, and Rennick here in my top 5 here. We're two laps in. We're scheduled for 23 laps here. Dakota airing it out over that triple, top 4, 5. So it's just a snake running through the track right here. Not a whole lot of breathing room for these drivers as everybody's all real nice and tight as expected in the two-wheel drive mod buggy class. Jump in on the chat. Let me know who you got your money on here in A number 2. If DP wants a chip, he's got to win this one. If Lemieux wins this one, it's over. And it looks like a little mistake can chase Lemieux to the point here. So I got to look at my computer screen every once in a while. I can't just focus 100% on the screen. You know, I got to do a couple little things going on up here in the live RC broadcast booth. And I looked over at my timing and scoring screen, and I looked back on the actual broadcast screen, and it was Chase Lemieux out front. So I heard the crowd go, ooh, and I'm assuming that was the Dakota Fenn mistake. So Lemieux getting it done here in the A main events from the 2 spot on the grid. I don't know what he did to that buggy overnight, but she's looking good. Champlin for the win. Let's go Chase. Yeah, Champlin got to get up here and get one of these wins here. There's no way he's going to come out here and go winless this weekend. I mean, he's the back-to-back champion, both 2-wheel and 4-wheel for the Carpet Nats. And highly unlikely that, I don't know if he had a single TQ out here or maybe, no way wins. I don't know. I just, if I was a bet man, I would have bet that would not be the case. So that's just why I don't bet, because I tend to lose when I do. So DP all over the back door of Chase Lemieux right here. Now these guys are X-Ray Factory pilots right here, so they are teammates. And let's see if they're going to keep it clean here. Get a little naughty here. I mean, DP's, as this race goes on, 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. I don't know. I don't have a better word. I just say desperate. Might be starting to settle in, getting a little desperate here, and he's got to do something. So we're going to see something crazy here at the end of this one. He's got to get around Chase if he wants that chip. But these guys being teammates, they're pitting right over there together. I don't want it to be. I want to make sure that Chase gets actually Fenn gets a Christmas card from Chase this year, because if they end up taking each other out, Fenn may have his Christmas card on the line here. Great battle right here, top 2 stretching it out there. Just a meager 1.5 seconds here over the battle for 3rd and 4th, and that's Champlin and Schimmel. Running out of time here in this one. We got 1:45 to go. Oh, we got a pile up here in front of the leaders. Woo! They just squeaking by. Virtual DZ is volume low. Well, it's been the same all weekend. I can kind of move the mic a little closer to my face. Maybe I'll be a little louder for you guys, but everything's looking pretty good on our end. So I might have to just turn up your volume on the computer or iPad or whatever you're watching on your phone. Tell everybody in the quiet, be quiet. I'm trying to watch the Aurora Nationals. Running out of time. Only 60 seconds left to go. And check this out in the background. Champlin and Schimmel starting to catch up to these guys. I got a feeling somebody's going to throw a little kindling on the fire right here, and it's going to heat up with 40 seconds to go on the master clock. It's about to get good, guys. So it's a 3-horse race now as they're starting to gap Schimmel a little bit. 26 seconds to go, so it looks like we got about 2 more laps scheduled in here. They got 22 in the books, and it's scheduled for 25, so it's going to be close if they squeak by. Looks like Fenn taking a little peek on the inside. Lemieux driving a nice wide car right here. I got X-Ray, Schumacher, and Schumacher as my top 4 running order. 10 seconds on the master clock, so it's going to be close. Are they going to get caught at the line? Are they going to get by for one more? I think they're going to get by for one more, so here we go. That's the tone. Final lap out there. DP got to get something done right here. Can he do it? Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Oh, a little wheelie right there, and Chase Lemieux from the 2 spot, and to the pleasure of the crowd, a huge ovation for Chase Lemieux. Going to get that win. Wow. Lemieux locked in here for our A2. He's your A1 winner, A2. The Wisconsin boy taking home the 2-wheel drive modified national championship here, rocking the X-Ray on Hot Race tires, Hobby Wing motive, hoodie. Dang. Look at Chase over here for an interview.
In the 9th position from Newton, Massachusetts, driving Team Losi, Wesley Knapp. Starting in the 8th position, Carl Holton. Starting in the 7th position from Hollister, California, driving Associated, Brandon Poria. Starting in the 6th position from Orange, Massachusetts, driving Associated, it's Caleb Jennings. Starting in the 5th position from San Jose, California, it's Bryant Mirafuente. Starting in the 4th position from Anoka, Minnesota, driving a Team Associated, Kyle Holmberg. Starting in the 3rd position from Palmer, Massachusetts, Antonio Caputo. Starting in the 2nd position from Macomb, Michigan, driving Associated, Brady Carrico. And starting on the pole, your TQ over 13.5 Stadium truck from Marshalltown, Iowa, driving a Schumacher, Nate Sutherland. All right, gentlemen, set him down, check him in.
All right, guys, welcome back. We're piping in the volume over there from Big Red, our announcer, doing our driver introductions right here. But, we're back live here, and boy, things have heated up a lot here in Seabrook, New Hampshire. On our mainstay here at the 2026 110 Scale Off-Road Carpet Nationals, got a lot going on in the chat as expected. Chase Lemieux getting it done. That's Victory Lane RC. Jerry K1, hometown kid, taking home a Nats win. Another national title for X-Ray. Skunk Boss cheering on Caleb here. Caleb will be in this one. He'll be starting on the 6th spot. And Skunk Boss let me know I've been racing with Caleb's dad since, I don't know, late 80s or something like that. And now he's cheering on the Padawan. Lumberjack Brock looking not too happy. Yeah, well, if you're a racer, you know if you're not winning, you're not smiling. Had a bit of a rough weekend out here, but that's just racing sometimes. All right, here we go, waiting on the tone here in 13.5 Stadium truck. Your A1 winner, Nate Sutherland, on the pole right here. So these boys are going to have to get a little desperate, just like in the 17.5 class. 2 different winners so far in A1 and A2. And 40 plus, we have the same 2 winners, so that's locked in. 21.5, we have the same 2 winners. See if we can push it to an A3 here. Stadium truck. I know Nate Sutherland doesn't want that. He wants to lock it in here. Ideally, you want to go out there. Uh-oh. Brady. A big mistake right here. Oh, and the whole field getting by. So top 3 getting a little bit of a break here. So it's going to be Caputo, Holmberg, Mora Fuente 4, and it looks like Caleb up to a top 5 run right here. So it looks like the little positive vibes coming in on the broadcast, helping out Caleb here a little bit. Anything that helps you get a position or two, even if it's the guys cheering you on from back home. There's Sutherland, there's Caputo. He was the spoiler in two-wheel drive 17.5 A2. Let's see if he can be the spoiler here again. Got a little momentum going on his side from that two-wheel drive A2 win. Let's see if he can get it done here with the stadium truck now. Oh! Turn Marshall went to go get a car. He looks, you always look upstream when you're heading out onto the racetrack. So Chase, a seasoned veteran, was, with the racing and the turn marshaling. He saw the other turn marshal jump out there, and he got out of the way quick right there. That was your two-wheel drive modified buggy national champion for this year. He's out there turn marshaling, so I didn't come over for an interview, which, like I said, they're not mandatory, but, maybe he just gets excited. Maybe he'll come over after the race. So we'll see. We're all stadium truck here for the next few more minutes. We got 3:30 to go on the master clock. And Caputo has caught a second wind here in our A2s. And they're coming up on lap traffic with the leaders. Yep, race director doing a good job letting them know. Leaders coming by. Give them some love. I always need a little bit of love from the RD, man. It goes a long way. And coming up, yep, these guys doing, we got some cars upside down. And Chase, man, dude, Chase is ripping out there for turn marshaling. He is on it, man. He's feeling pretty good after that national championship. So, you always marshal a little bit faster after you lock in a couple wins here at the Nats. I'll give you a little pep in your step. All right, so let's see. 0.2 of a second between my top two here, and Caputo all over Sutherland here. He knows he's got to get around Sutherland here. Oh, man. That's just an unfortunate racing incident. Sutherland actually a little mistake and kind of does a little 50-50 grind on the pipe after the triple. And Caputo tried to go around him, and they just kind of locked wheels, and that's just part of open wheel racing, Anytime you touch, somebody's going flying. So that's going to jumble things up here for the number 3 spot, and we're with that battle. Great job from Lucas out here. He knows where the battles are. He's been doing this a long time and a true professional up there on the camera. And it looks like Holmberg and Mirafuente maybe. Nope. Holmberg all the way up to the number 2 spot here. Yeah, it is on right here in our A2s. So I'll get a little bit better idea here. Holmberg from the 4 spot up to the 2. Caputo down to the 3 after that mistake. Carrico 4, Mirafuente 5. Caleb Jennings 6. Brandon in the 7, Holton 8, Knapp, and Salmon at top 10. So Sutherland, he's got about a 1.5 seconds lead over these guys last time by. It's definitely more than that now. Oh, yeah, Caputo's been racy all day long. Actually, all weekend long. This kid likes to shake it up. And we are live with Caputo here. Down to the 3. The blue truck, your leader, coming up on the straightaway with just over 50 seconds to go. And this is the battle for 3rd right here. That's Caputo down the straightaway. And Brady Carrico trying to put in a late race charge right here. Battle for a top 3 position here in A2 for 13.5 Stadium Truck. It's been all Nate Sutherland here so far today on a Sunday mains day at Maximus RC Raceway. So Holmberg having a nice little run here up to the 2 spot from 4th. And on a tight, small track like this, it's easier said than done to get around the cars in front of you. It's going to take a little mistake or just a little 50-50 grind, a little gutter ball off the pipe, to get around. Other than that, it's a pretty one-line track, not the most passing areas, and that's just racing sometimes. Sometimes you get a track that's tight and a lot of 180s. The 90-degree turns really open up the door for good passes. And let's lock it in here with Nate Sutherland, your 2026 110 scale off-road carpet national champion. You can see Randy right there picking up Nate's truck like there. So Sutherland wins A1, and with a convincing win in here A2. He had a little bit of pressure early there from Caputo, but the Iowa boy taking the win here in A1 and A2. Rocking that Schumacher, getting himself a championship here for them. J Concepts, Exalt RC, and Vision Racing. There's my top 10 finishing order from our A-Main Hobbies grid lineup. Yeah, open wheel racing gets a little dicey. You know, that's why you see the short courses bumping and banging a little bit and stuff, because you don't get penalized as much. You know, there's a little bit of wiggle room with those closed wheel racing. But when you're open wheel and you touch, somebody's gonna get the worst end of that.
So, starting in the 9th position. From Wilkesboro, I think it's North Carolina, right, Stack? No? West Virginia? Oh, Pennsylvania. All right, Wilkesboro, Pennsylvania. You didn't put on your sheet, man. That's all right. Driving a Yokomo, it's Jeff Stackowitz.
All right, we're standing here with our 13.5 two-wheel drive stadium truck national champion Nate Sutherland. Talk me through that A2. It was a little dicey early, but things worked out your way in the end.
Of one of my mishaps.
Yeah.
But it was a good race. I had fun. He's definitely really fast. My truck was a little bit better that run. Jeff helped out a lot, made it really good throughout this weekend.
So did you make any changes from A1 or A2, or just oh, you did?
Yeah.
So even after the win, you were searching for more?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we're always searching for a little extra speed, I suppose.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Well, congratulations. You come out here and you came up with a game plan this morning. You executed perfectly. You win A1, you're A2. You're a national championship out here. Is this your first, or how many national championships
this is my
you have?
fourth.
Your fourth?
Yeah.
Oh, my apologies. Wow, you're racking them up right here. And what about with the Schumacher?
This is my second with Schumacher.
Second with the Schumacher, so a little shout-out for the Schumacher crew right there.
Yes, sir.
Who would you like to thank for getting you out here?
My parents for driving about 20 hours just to get me out here. Schumacher's been a big help with everything. The cars team's been great this whole year. Last year's been amazing. Team Exalt has helped out a lot. The power's been really good. Vision, of course, for the truck. It's been great.
Awesome, man. Well, proud of you, and congratulations, and go enjoy, being a national champ here so far. Now, you got a little more racing to go, but I'm sure this one feels good.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good job. All right. Looks like we're back here. Looks like interviews are done. Looks like the announcements are done for Big Red up there. Our sponsor, not interviews. What am I trying to say here? Introductions. That's the word I'm looking for. So 4-time national champ now. Second one was Schumacher. I didn't have that written in my notes here for Sutherland, but wow, what a run for him. That's his 4th national championship. And second was Schumacher. We're lining him up here for 13.5 four-wheel drive. A2. So if you guys were live with us here for A1 in this class, it was one of the more exciting races so far of the weekend. Dominic getting by 2 cars here with 3 turns to go to lock in that win. See if he can do it here from the pole. Here we go, off and running. Let's see if Dominic makes life a little bit easier on himself. He made a couple mistakes over that scrub double in A1, but he got a little lucky. Second and third on the last lap, or first and second got together on the last lap, and he was able to drive around both of them and steal the win on the last lap in A1. So it was exciting for us, not as exciting for him as he was stretching it and digging deep. And A1 ended up getting a little bit of luck on his side. Luck is just a big part of anything in this lifetime, and you need a little luck out there on the racetrack. It's not just all goes down to your driver performance. Have some luck. Right now, so far so good. Stretching it out to about 0.5 of a second here, and then that's going to be Caputo and Fox running third and fourth. And then Daniel Chavez, I expected good things out of Chavez this weekend, and it's been pretty good. I'm not sure it's been the weekend he was looking for. Always real fast racer out of Florida. So Passion racing his way out of Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah, with that R1 Works. And then R1 does not have a four-wheel drive, so he's just kind of on a four-wheel drive of his choosing. Some people said he's been running an Associated. I've been told he's running a Schumacher. He might be just going back and forth, and yeah. Passion, 0.8 of a second lead here. That green buggy going on to the front side straightaway. Not too much pressure for Caputo here yet. There's our Phantom track cam. Great shot of the sweeper right here at the end of the straightaway. Nice little left-handed sweeper right at the Phantom track cam. It's going to be Fox, Chavez, and Decker rounding out my top 5. Carrico 6. Dagan in the 7. Stacks, they call him in the 8. Brendan and Aaron Mitchell rounding out my field here. So we're just only 2 minutes into this one and 3 to go. And it looks like we're following with the battle for second, third, and fourth. Decker not too far back here. He put in the work and walked away with the W. Yeah, that just doesn't happen by accident. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. Said his parents drove him out here 20 hours to get out here. Just a short jaunt. So Sutherland drove all, it sounds like all the way from Iowa to get out here. So it looks like we're now following with that battle for third. Of course, we're going to catch up with the race leader every once in a while, but right here we're all battles right here. So the closest battle on the track, especially for a top 3 run here in A2, that's the battle we're going to follow tightly. Battle for third, hot and heavy. Running out of time here in this one. We are past the halfway point, so 3 down, 2 to go. Chavez from 4th on the grid, trying to hang on to a top 3 run, and Decker from 5th. So Caputo, unfortunately, going the wrong way, qualified 3rd here in this one, and dropping back here a little bit. Passion now got himself a 2.1 second lead here. So Big Dom, he was your TQ here in this class, and he got it done in A1, although it wasn't pretty. It's not always pretty, but he gets it done. I believe Passion won all 4 rounds of qualifying as well, so whatever buggy he's using this weekend, a TZO driver. I believe R1 works for him, if I can remember correctly, on his sweatshirt from the interviews yesterday. Yeah, well, obviously he was running the R1 Works buggy. So not just electronics anymore. They got themselves a 2-wheel drive buggy and possibly a 4-wheel in the works. Dom down the front side straightaway. We got 35 seconds to go, so let's try and pan over to Big Dom right underneath the live RC cam. Working up over the tabletop and onto the straightaway he goes. 30 seconds to go. Fox not out of this one yet. He's still getting pretty close right there and got a lapper in between them. So there's your leader, all green, up into the wall ride. And then there's Fox, 2 cars back from him. That is a lapper in between them. So with 10 seconds to go, it's going to be close. Looks like Dom kind of backing off here a little bit, just hitting his marks. He knows he's got this in the bag. And that's the tone. And there it is. It's official. Dominic Passion taking A1 and A2, and he's going to be your 13.5 4-wheel drive 110 scale off-road carpet national championship. And Randy's a busy man over there. He's been kind of hanging out there and grabbing that winter ride, bringing it on over to him. So congratulations to Dominic and R1 Works right there, and TZO getting it done here at the Roar Nats. Fox going to go 2, Chavez 3, Decker 4, Caputo my top 5, Bledsoe in the 6. We got Stack 7, Brendan, Carrico, and Mitchell. Oh, Sam, we're getting cookies here in the live RC broadcast booth. I couldn't possibly eat one of these. Lucas? Oh, okay. I can't leave Lucas out up there. Thank you so very much. Very nice lady. She's coming out, one of the racers' wives, bringing us cookies and cleaning the bathrooms, and it's just been awesome. All right, Big Dom. You're looking good out there in qualifying. A1 was a little shaky, but you got out front there early. You led that one, I think, toe-to-toe. You didn't have much competition out there as far as battling out there. Walk me through that A2 and how it feels to be a national champion out here this weekend.
It was a really, really fun race. Luckily, I started off with a strong start. Had enough power to make that front triple. Tried to just do it 1 to 2 times, pull a little bit of a gap. And once I had that gap, and luckily didn't get taken out when there was a little close contact from a car flying the other direction. But, just trying to stay clean, stay smooth, and stick it out front.
I like your game plan. Sometimes you got to do something that the other racers aren't doing, even though it's a high-risk reward doing the big triple out front. But you knew if you can kind of gap those guys a little bit early and do something they aren't doing, then you can get a little bit of breathing room and let those guys have the dogfight for second and third. And that's pretty much exactly what you did. So super awesome weekend for you out here. Let's see if you can get it done here in A2 with the two-wheel drives as well. So super proud of you. Good job for being a national champion, our 13.5 four-wheel driver. Is there anybody you'd like to thank before we get out of here?
Yeah, R1, TZO, HobbyRec.com, Rocky Mountain RC, and everyone who supports me, my entire family, girlfriend watching from home. And, you got to say thanks to everyone.
Awesome job, brother. Good job.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks.
Starting in the third position from Salt Lake City, Utah, driving a Schumacher PB, Brock Champlin. Starting in the second position from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, driving an X-Ray, Chase Lemieux. And starting on the pole, your TQ holder for four-wheel drive modified buggy from Virginia Beach, Virginia, driving a Schumacher, Brennan Schimmel. All right, gentlemen, set them down, check them in.
All right, we are back, guys. Thank you, Big Red, doing driver introductions and sponsor sheets out there for us for the four-wheel drive mod buggy class. Your A1 winner, Brennan Schimmel. So a lot of guys getting it done here in our first sets of A mains. So two-wheel drive has already been locked up. 21.5 that is. 13.5 stadium truck already done. A1 and A2 going to Nate Sutherland and Passion there with the 13.5. Double up, Bradley Borneal in the 40 plus, and two-wheel drive I going to Chase Lemieux already. But we got some other championships to be decided here, including our four-wheel drive mod. So Schimmel are going to start us out on the pole, and he was your A1 winner. Oh, we got a little adjustment going on here. BT looks like just checking the wheel nuts here on Bata's ride. Yeah, check those wheel nuts. Pretty good. BT with those long legs just steps over the railing. I couldn't do that. That must be a mod race. Look at that railing. We are shoulder to shoulder all the way down the front side straightaway. What a great shot right there. Everybody coming out to New Hampshire to check out some mod racing out there. And I promised they'd be shoulder to shoulder. And, well, I'm just that good. I knew. Here it is all the way down. That's what I've been waiting for. That's what I wanted to see. There's Charlie Swenko with Hobby Wing right there. And then you can see Big Red getting ready to go here. Tone about to go down. A2 four-wheel drive mod buggy. All right, guys, jump in on the chat. Let me know who you guys think is going to win. Is Schimmel going to hang on to A1 and A2 and win a championship? Or who do you got behind him that you think is going to dice it up here a little bit and get a little crazy and try and make a pass here? Oh, somebody already bringing it in. Oh, something going on with, looks like maybe possibly Bata's car. Unfortunately for him. All eyes on these race leaders. So pretty good start right here. Looks like top 6 or 7 staying out of the chaos. A couple guys dropping back right here. Lemieux. Oh, little mistake from Schimmel. Lemieux going to go right to the point. Let's see if Lemieux can double up out here. What a weekend that would be for Chase. Schimmel, he wouldn't be as happy, but Chase would. That's why they give us 3 of these. Your top 2 will count, and then your number 1 throw out for a tiebreaker would be your best point, and then your second tiebreaker would be your best laps and times for your best single race. Well, Schimmel's got company here, and that's going to be Champlin running in the 3, Dakota Fenn 4, Sontag 5, Tom Renner next 6, Lopez 7, Horn 8, Ryan Rivas 9, and Davey Bata, the only one off the stand here. So I'm assuming he thought something was a little weird with that car before the start of the race, and he was hoping that it was just a wheel knot. It was obviously something a little worse, and then Shady again with a mistake over that front side triple. So even for the best carpet racers in the country, that just goes to show you how difficult that front side triple is. And now he's battling with Fenn for 3rd. So that's going to put Brock Champlin up to the number 2 spot right here. And you're not far behind Lemieux. Oh, Lemieux, a big mistake right here. What happened to Lemieux? And he just pulls it off. The marshal's got Lemieux in his hands. And Lemieux yelling, put me back down, put me back down. They did. I don't know if he's back out there driving yet. And that's going to be Brock Champlin. Never sleep on Brock. I knew he'd be good for a win out here this weekend. He wasn't going to go winless this weekend. And Champlin getting it done out there here in A number 2 with that Schumacher. That's going to be Dakota Fenn in the X-Ray. And then Tater Sontag from 6 on the grid with that X-Ray as well on that Pro Motion tires. Wow, what a run for Tater right here. From 6 to a top 3. So we got the wheels falling off here in A number 2 in our modified 4-wheel drive class. Oh, yeah. Woo! Champlin getting a little crazy here coming off that chassis double. He really had to whip those wheels in the car and get that car flattened out in the air. And I thought he was going for a tumble, but, you know, that's why these guys are professionals. Was able to save it. And now Fenn's starting to strap it up here a little bit and catch up to Brock right here. So, looks like we're going on A3 here in 4-wheel drive mod buggy. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in to the Roar 110 Scale Off-Road Carpet Nationals here at Maximus RC Raceway. Oh, yeah, dude, the chat on YouTube starting to pile on in there now. Ah, Schimmel just falling apart here in A2. That's probably his 3rd or 4th mistake right here. And, you know, once you make one mistake, you get a little flustered, and then mistake number 2 and mistake number 3 starts to come in. And then I got another issue here for Aiden Horn showing off the track right here. So, nope, he gets going again. I'm not sure what that was all about. He just stopped. Maybe letting the leaders by, I don't know. Maybe a little flustered, just needed to take a breath and blink the eyes and just kind of, you know, yell at yourself inside your head. Pull back onto the track, and he's out there racing again. So we got 1:10 to go on the master clock. We got, well, about a second, just over a second between my top 2 here. So Fenn going to have to find some sort of speed here in the last minute. So there's Champlin. That's Schumacher leading us around. From 3rd on the grid, not easy to get done on a nice tight track like this. The racer out of Utah, representing Schumacher, Witz Racing, Hobby Wing, J Concepts, Gente's Bannery, and Savox, a 5-time national champion, and your back-to-back 2024 and 2025 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive carpet national champions. So we knew Brock wasn't going to win this weekend. Hell nah, he wasn't going to let that happen. Got 10. Oh, now Dakota's there, so this is going to be the final lap right here. Dakota sending that X-Ray right here with those Matrix tires. See Brock, I think he's just managing a little bit, which is allowing him to get caught back up, but not going to happen, not on Brock's wash. Our A2 winner for 4-wheel drive mod buggy going to Brock Champlin. So 3rd and 4th going to go 1-2 right here. 3rd, 4th, and 6th go 1-2-3 right here in A2. Running that going to go 4, Schimmel down to the 5. Rivas 6, Lopez 7, Horn in the 8, Lemieux, and Bata, my top 10. So that concludes our portion of our A2s. We're going to jump back into some lower mains and give these A main drivers that are running AAA main some time to get those buggies cleaned up and dialed up and ready for our A3s. Just give you guys a little bit of insight here. All of my national championships have been decided except for mod 4-wheel drive and 17.5 two-wheel drive. So we got a little something to look forward to here in our A3s. Yeah, Champlin looking a little bit happier out there at his Marshall Cone as expected after a win. You know, all smiles after a win and not so much smiles after a not win. Got to do some racing with Champlin's father out at the Silver State 2026 in January, so kind of cool to see Chris out there and do some nitro racing, 1/8 scale racing with them, and got to hang out with them and talk their bikes and you know, all that kind of good stuff right there. But little shout out to Chris. I know he's watching back at home. There's a good shot. That's our Nate Sutherland down there at the beginning of the driver's stand. That was our stadium truck national champ this year. Just didn't quite put it together here in 4-wheel drive mod, but it's good to see him moving up to the mod class. What are you pointing at? Something? What are the guys pointing at? Not exactly sure what they see. There's our Fandom track cam right there, and that's turn 1, the high-speed sweeper at the end of the straightaway. Maybe something going on here. I see Clayton Young out there, our Roar president. Not exactly sure what we got going on here, but we're on the standby to standby. No, it sounds like from what I'm hearing from Big Red up there, maybe a little issue with the wall, so maybe a little. Maybe not. There we go. All 4-wheel drive mod buggy B main. Racing one of our NorCal hobby racers, Jovi Leven, leading us around. A good battle throwing up here for the number 2, 3, and 4 spot. A little mistake out of Brandon right there. Going to give Tyler a little bit of breathing room. Down 4 to go. Jovi Leven starting to stretch it out here a little bit. Just over a second race lead right here. Maybe a little mistake. Yep, I saw the Marshall kind of darting out there. Yeah, we got a battle here in this B main. Tyler, Brandon, foot right there. Oh, big mistake for Jovi right there, and that's going to cost him a couple spots. Looks like Tyler, a little mistake right there. Looks like he possibly was able to hang on to it. Jovi not so fortunate. Going to go from 1st to 3rd right here. Racing with his pops out here this weekend. Not sure what Tyler's driving for chassis. Maybe somebody can chime in on the chat right there. I know Brandon rocking the Associated on J Concepts tires, and Jovi, AE driver on the J Concepts rubber. Christian T going to go 4, Decker 5, Sutherland 6, and Petroselli in the number 7. Great battle right here, first, second, and third. Gap in the field a little bit. And looks like Christian's starting to catch up here just so slightly. Halfway point is here. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Oh, man, looks like Foot taking a wild ride. That's going to put Joey back up to the number 2 spot. And it looks like Christian now up to a top 3. Yeah, Brandon, big mistake from second to fourth here on this one. One up on 3 down, 2 to go. Go Foot, top line RC. Come on, B. Nickname for Brandon, Factory Foot. Oh, Christian going to get it wrong. Foot going to get it around. Oh, man, so the cheering from Top Line RC is working. Top Line RC just gained Brandon a position right there from cheering him on. That's what I like to see. Last I know, Tyler was driving a Schumacher car, so possible Schumacher for my race leader. Cat PB has picked one up myself. For the A-scale portion, I run Technos and love that Techno ride. And Matt Walter and Daniel Lewis over there at Techno. A quick little shout out from my boys over at Techno. And since they don't have quite as an established 10 scale line, they just kind of let us run whatever we'd like here for the 10 scale stuff. And told his father owns RC Madness. I wonder why he's a ripper. Looks like Sutherland putting on a late race charge here. He's actually battling with Brandon right here. They're both going to have a long lap, so actually Sutherland going to go up to a top 3 run right here. It wasn't looking so pretty early, but Sutherland strapping it up here. Ten seconds left on the master clock. Yeah, not exactly where Tyler wanted to find himself here at the Roar Nats, but you know what? To end the weekend with the B-Main win, you know, I'll take it. And there it is, RC. You're a B-Main winner here for four-wheel drive modified buggy. Jovi going to fight his way back up to the 2 spot. So good run for Ty from 3rd on the grid. Sutherland from 5th on the grid up to a top 3 run. Christian T going to go 4, Foot, Decker, and Petroselli. Cruising right along here on a Sunday Mains Day at the 2026 Roar 110 Scale Off-Road Carpet Nationals. Our A-Main Hobbies race results up here. I want to give a huge shout out to our event sponsors, our title sponsor, Jake Concepts, Phantom Racing, RC Discharger, A-Main Hobbies, One Up Racing, and Avid RC. Appreciate you guys for coming on board. And as you'll hear me a couple times through the day, I got to give the Tech Boys some love. That's Cal Southworth, Clayton Young, and Garland Smith back here in Tech. And our track announcer, Tim Caparell, Big Red. Red Beard. I'm going to call him Big Red. Red Beard, I got pretty close. It was Red something. I had the beard part right. Doing a fine job up there, Red Beard. I'm your host, Sean Sexy Leg Miller. Hope you guys are enjoying the action. Everybody checking out on all forums of social media and stuff. I know we're live on Facebook, Instagram. On YouTube, if you guys want to get in the chat, that's where I'm following with on the YouTube chat. Jump on in there and let me know where you're watching from and who you're rooting on, and chop it up a little bit. 13.5 four-wheel drive B-Main. Getting ready to go here. Ooh. These boys chopping it up here on lap number 1. It ain't pretty, but they're getting it done. Oh, no. That white buggy was a little bit of a squid alert here on lap 1. That's how it is sometimes, especially in these lowers. Oh, yeah, it's on right here in this 13.5 B main. These guys are feisty. Maybe a little too much caffeine. There's Kalis Lowe, who's had himself a nice little weekend out here, making a little name for himself and been running up front quite a bit and had some good runs out here. You know, unfortunately finds himself in the B main, but the kid's taking a swing at it. This young man only going to get faster here, so be nice to Kalis Lowe when you see him out there. Because you may be beating him this year. I got a feeling he'll be one to watch over the years here. He gets a little faster and a little faster. I got Mirafuente in the top 2. Wilson 3. Crescitelli in the number 4 spot. Valentine 5. Tap 6. Sosa in the 7. Holmberg. Prentice. Quintella. My top 10. From Vegas and SNRSR in the house. So I got the 702 in the chat. A shout out for the Vegas boys. I think he was trying to say Southern Nevada RC possibly. And Craig Maggie and the Silver Bowl. They just got a brand new track over at the Silver Bowl. Anthony Westergaard out there with Factory Tracks. A little shout out to my boy Westergaard. Factory Tracks race builder, race promoter. Putting on some races nowadays. And he got his wife Ashley and Mason and Maddox? Is Maddox the youngest name? I'm trying to remember. Max. Yeah, Mason and Max, they're 2 boys. One of my favorite racing families in all the industry right there. And Westergaard, a hard worker. And enjoy everything he does for us RC racers. And putting in a brand new track over at the Silver Bowl. Yeah, when that family is not racing dirt bikes, they're working on RC tracks. Oh, watch the end of the straightaway. We got some carnage going on. A little splat wall at the end of the straightaway. So Kalis, looks like that might be Mirafuente right behind him here. Looks like, no, Kalis, let's try and find Kalis, my race leader. Should be that purple machine, yep. Is on it. I think it's blue and white, but knocking the red number 1 plate right there. Coming up on some lap traffic and beat it. Out of the way, leader coming through. Mirafuente about 7/10 of a second behind. We got a little lap traffic here as expected. On a tight track like this. Oh no. Might be some lap traffic unless that's Mirafuente with him right there. I believe it is actually, so that is the battle for the race lead right here. Mirafuente in that blue and yellow. So they get caught together here, and Mirafuente does the right thing. He says, I want to win this straight up. I don't want to give him any excuses. I want to beat him on your best day. So great battle right here. Wilson not too far back from these guys, so here's my top 2 right here, and then it goes back to 3rd, 4th, 5th. It's Wilson, Sosa, and Crescitelli. And so all eyes on this B main win right here for 13.5 4-wheel drive. We're getting some feedback of the brand new layout. So brand new layout is fire. So yeah, Anthony getting it done out there. And already the locals driving on that. Enjoying the new track. Fire. Oh, lawn dart there for Mirafuente. Testing the durability on that. And then you know what? He gets thrown back on the track from the turn marshal. Accidentally takes out the white car. And, oh, my goodness. I just love to see that. This kid, Mirafuente, well, I don't know if he's a kid, but Mirafuente, dude, driving with his business card, accidentally takes out the guy behind him. And the whole field gets by, and Mirafuente doesn't care. He don't care, man. He wants to race with his pride out here and go home with his dignity. He's not worried about a plastic trophy, and I love to see that as a race director and an announcer, you know. Let's go out there and get it done the clean, right way. And race clean, race. Oh, we got a wheel coming off of that white one. Oh, boy. That white one's having a rough race. That's the tone. It's going to be Kalis Lowe taking the B main win right there. Cole Wilson right there. And just a little tip of the cap from the announcer to Mira Fuente, doing the right thing. And, you know, got into some of the traffic and got marshaled right in front of that car in front of him. So that was a little bit on the marshal, a little bit on himself for crashing. But he got into the white car behind him. He stopped and he gave it back and then did the right thing. I like to see that. Good job, Bryant. There it is, your B-main winner, Kayla Slow, Wilson, Cressatelli. And you can see the rest here on our A-main Hobbies race results. Oh, looks like they already had a first club race on the new layout right here. JWRC saying yesterday was our first club race on it. Didn't have such a great day, I'm assuming on his driving end. But I was grateful for the help I got from everyone. Oh, yeah, it's a team effort running a track, you know. I was explaining the other day on the broadcast, you know, if the owner and a couple guys that work in the hobby shop could do it themselves, they would. That is just not the case. Running a track, you're going to need some help from your locals. So support your local track and give a hand when you can and go out there and help them with those track builds and help them pipe it and pack it. You know, try a layout. Maybe they'll use it for one of your track designs. But it's a team effort running a track. Legs, that's Vegas, bro. I don't know what I'm missing right here. Hey, JWRC clear, said from Vegas. I don't know what I have wrong right here, but apparently. Here we go. Let's jump right back into B main 13.5 stadium truck. Well, looks like we only got 5 here in this one. I don't think I've seen Matthew run a single lap here this weekend, as expected. Not turning any laps out here. So our next break officially will be, let's look at, pull up Lap RC real quick. Looks like we're going to race number 26. So it looks like we got 4 more races, and that'll be the end of the Bs. And I'm assuming we're going to take another 30, 40-minute break, and we'll jump into our A3s. We do some interviews and stuff with, or possibly I've just told him to get Charlie Swanka up here. A little banter. We got Mark P. RC Racer tuning in. Says, hey, sexy leg. From SLC, Utah. Home of the newly named Rocky Mountain RC Raceway, formerly Eaton's Intermountain Raceway. That's a handful. Greatest Dirt on Earth, April Fool's Classic. Next weekend, the 37th annual. Yeah, actually, Jimmy Babcock, longtime announcer of that April Fool's Classic. And looks like that's coming up next weekend out there in Utah. Salt Lake City, SLC, I can figure that out. So if you guys are in the West Coast area, I guess, what would they call that? Northwest, maybe? North? It's not quite. If so, facto, April Fool's Classic next weekend, the 37th annual. I'll send you an invoice for that plug. Oh, and the wife checking in on me. She's just making sure I'm still alive, you know, checking in back from Southern California. So I want to say hi to my beautiful wife, Amanda Miller. And we just celebrated our 1-year wedding anniversary. Officially 13 years together, and 1 excellent, happy year of marriage we got in the book. So we weren't in a rush. We knew we were in for the long haul and got a place together. And, you know, I got it done. Finally. Some people were like, man, you waited 12 years? Yeah, we weren't in a rush. We knew we were in for the long haul, and we were going to stick together for a long time. And so, we just did it when the timing was right. That was the best year of my life, our first year of marriage. And I knew we married the right woman when we went and spent our 1-year anniversary out in Ventura, California, and hung out at the beach and did some dinners and did some dueling pianos, a little music and comedy. And I asked her what she wanted to do, and she wanted to go see the sprint cars at Ventura County Raceway. And I looked at her and I said, and that's exactly why I married you. I have the best wife in the world. She wanted to go to the racetrack and watch some sprint cars on her anniversary with the family, and that's why we're married. Thank you, Top Line RC. Hey, man, you got to wait till you get the right one, and when you do, you got to hold on to them tight. That's exactly what I did. So I love you, babe. Just a quick shout-out for you. I miss you, and I'll be home late tomorrow. I'll give you a little butt tap when I jump into bed. Say hi, but it's going to be a late one for me tomorrow. I won't be home till, I think my flight leaves Boston at 5 p.m., so I get to go hang out in Boston and get a little taste of Massachusetts here a little bit. I'm getting word the Boston Marathon on a Monday. There's going to be some road closures for that. So I'm going to do some homework. Thank you, Sam, one of our Live RC crew. I wonder why they're doing it on a Monday. Maybe the weather or something, or if that's normal, or... Yeah, Marathon Monday. Okay, got it. So I better leave early to the airport. Apparently they got the Boston Marathon. They've been doing that marathon a long time. Oh, yeah, we enjoy a little dirt roundy round out west. It's a small track out west, but that always makes for good, exciting action. Actually, thinking of doing the locals can come out and race the flat track motorcycles. So May 30th, I might be racing a little bit of flat track out there in Ventura, California. Get her done on the 2 wheels. That's a race, the B-Main 13.5. So Marshall's being told to hold your spot. We still got one racing, and Jim going to finish. So Nathan Shampoo taking that B-Main victory here for 13.5. Oh, the crowd getting some thumbs up and some claps. Nate Dogg might be one of the local boys, married to number 2. Sean Lemieux in number 4. Mike Donald. I missed the last one here. That's what I get caught for blabbing my mouth. Yep, it's always on a Monday, I'm getting told. So new news to me, being from the West Coast. But I better make sure I get to that airport a little bit earlier. Or not get to the airport earlier, leave earlier for the airport. Since I'm assuming that's in downtown, and that's right where I'm going. Maybe I'll get the running leg on and go do the marathon before I head home. Thank you, Skunk Boss. Appreciate that. I've had a blast out here. Been so awesome out here in the Northeast. I've really enjoyed it. A lot of great people. The weather's been awesome. I like it. Still feels like winter out here. Now, like a typical day out here for spring and it's 50 degrees and rainy, that's like a winter back home for us here in California. So I'm feeling right at home out here, and I'm glad I'm extending my winter out here a little bit. The spring's on its way. Spring weather should be here soon. Our 2-wheel drive modified buggy, race number 24, B-Main, coming up on the track. Love you too, babe. Yeah, Caleb getting that shout out right here. Caleb, racing with the big dogs here in the 2-wheel drive modified buggy class. Just waiting on the tone here. We got the tater, the one and only. 2-wheel drive world champion, starting us here on the pole of this B-Main. Man, he just got so hot a couple of years. That was down at Hobby Action in Arizona. I don't know if anybody had Sontag on the bingo card for the win in the 2-wheel drive class, but I mean, he just found something that worked and then just strapped it up, got real hot, two-wheel drive world champ. Let me know if you pick Tater for that world championship. Go out and buy a lottery ticket if that was the case. Rivas right there in the two. And Levi Raymond, one of the SDRC boys out here with mom and dad. He got mom Heidi and dad Chris and his twin brother Chase. And see if we can go Raymond 1-2 right here for the West Coast boys. That'd be sweet. Right there, Levi in the blue and white, Chase green and purple. Fun fact. You know I love a good fun fact. Dirt National is going to be in SDRC a month away here next month. So, yeah, maybe you guys will get me on the broadcast here again. That'd be sweet. Put in a good word for me. Live RC boys know if you guys have been enjoying your commentary and your broadcast this weekend. Should we have Sexy Leg out at the Dirt Nationals this year? Maybe I can talk my way into a job. On the bright side, too, I'm only about 110 miles. So I can just drive out there. No plane ticket needed. No rental car. You know, save the boys a few bucks there. Might be talking my way into a job here. Yeah, I wish I had more time out here, to be honest. I love traveling on the road and seeing new places and eating the local food and mixing it up with the locals. And, dude, it's just one of my favorite things about the job I work. You know, you're always on the road and stuff. And yeah, I've been stuck out on the west for a while, and it's good to be back out east, man. I've met some of the coolest people out here this weekend. And I look forward to more traveling and meeting new faces and trying the new food and just kind of, you know, soaking up the culture of the places I travel to. I was trying to do a little bit of traveling and see some history. A lot of history out here in this area. I had a little history buff. Wanted to catch up on our history. Well, so Sontag, a big mistake right there at the halfway point. Rivas going to go out front now. Levi Raymond up to that number 2 spot. Sontag 3 and Chase Raymond up to the number 4 spot. So the Raymond twins getting it going here in this B main. Yeah, Kirkle's tuning in. What's up, Kirky? Yeah, that's racing sometimes. He knows. He knows how it is. A little bit of exclamation mark out there. He goes, Tater and B main. Absolutely. There's been some burners out here, man. Not easy to make that top 10, and there were no bump ups out here, Big Sean. Sean, my West Coast team manager for Team Techno, tuning in. Kirkman going, man, I recognize that voice here on the broadcast this weekend. Yep, you got the old leg on the mic this weekend. Great battle right here. Levi all over Rivas right, and then here comes Sontag and Raymond. This orange buggy, a little bit of lap traffic, so yep, doing the right thing. Oh, he pulls out of the way for the leader and then lawn darts it in front of the rest of the field. Wow. I mean, he's getting it done, but it's not pretty letting these leaders by. I think surprising leaders as much as he was surprising me. He's got one more to go, and he lets Chase get by here. So 3-way battle, and Chase kind of staying, well, we'll call it a 4-way battle here with just under 1 minute to go. Oh, man, dude. Big Sean, I'm having so much fun. I feel like, you know, being a race director for so long, you got to be so serious, and you don't have time to kind of mess around and chime in with the viewers. And I feel like I just kind of had a natural knack. I'm a talker, and I've just had so much fun this weekend. I feel like the wife told me last night. She's like, you were kind of built for this. You know, you got the charisma and, you know, the focus to call the races, but also kind of chime in and kind of just chat with the racers watching online. And I just felt like I just kind of built for it. So I was right from the wife, and I appreciate the compliment. You know, I'm just having a blast out here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying me. I mean, I hope I'm sounding as good on the mic as I'm feeling. Got to be a little confident, but I'm feeling pretty good about what I've been doing out here this weekend. I'd be the first one to know if I was hacking it up, you know, and I feel like I'm doing okay. And there it is, Ryan Rivas taking the win, and then Chase and Levi going to go 2-3 right here. So moving up to the mod class here this year, and they got a little work to do, and they'll be one to watch over the next few years, and they'll be winning these things here soon. But good run for the Raymond boys here in the B main. Of course, Rivas with the win. Levi Raymond going to go 2, Chase Raymond 3, Sontag your BQ down to the 4, Sutherland from 6 up to a top 5, Juan Lopez 6, Sedler, Jennings, Petroselli, Christian, and Willie D. Willie D getting it done out there. All right, got squirrel syndrome right here. I must have seen a shiny object, and I totally forgot what race we were going to here until our break. Let's pull Live RC back up. So I think I said race 26. So we got 2 more races here, 25 and 26, and then that'll be the end of our B mains. And we'll take a short, I think we did a 40-minute break in round 1. We'll just call it a 30 or 40-minute break after race number 26. Give these guys a chance to get ready, and we'll jump in right into our A3s. Appreciate that, Skunk Boss, giving me a little love. You got the great personality for this man. It's honestly refreshing, and boy, I love to see that. I just, I'm trying to impress my bros out there. I appreciate. I got a lot of positive feedback. I haven't, dude. To be honest, I haven't seen any negative comments online, which is always refreshing. You get behind that keyboard and everybody gets a little excited sometimes, and everybody's entitled to their opinion. It doesn't hurt my feelings. I only have one feeling left, so I'm not going to waste it on anybody in the chat. But yeah, no, dude. All input is good and bad. And as long as I come out here and give it 110%, I pour my heart and soul into these events, and I give it 100%, and if it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. It's all good. A little constructive criticism, as David Goggins would say. Get uncomfortable every once in a while, and teach yourself a little something. So don't be afraid to get a little uncomfortable and jump out there. And it's my first time here on the Live RC broadcast, running the whole show, and it's my first nationals out here, and I'm just having the best time ever. I give it 11 out of 10 so far, as far as the time I've had out here in Seabrook, New Hampshire, at Maximus RC. Live RC's got that, you guys may have heard of this guy, Scotty Ernst, that comes out and does these races, so I got some big shoes to fill out here, and hopefully I'm making Scotty proud out here on the mic this weekend. And, when they got one of the best in the world that come out here and doing a lot of their events, and they stick me up here, I gotta strap up my A game, get it done. Yep, I agree. Big skunk. Saying you got to have some thick skin when you're live on a camera all day, and you got a microphone right to your face, and every single thing you say, good or bad, and things you screw up, and I'm going to make mistakes. I'll be the first one to tell you. You just got to kind of keep on rolling. For every 10 things I do right, if I do a couple wrong, I'm okay with that. I am not perfect, and I'm aware. Anybody thinks it's so easy, come on over and sit next to me. I'll go take a lunch break, and you can take over on the mic here for a little bit. I'll just show you just how easy it is. Down and quiet, and the 30K races on pit lane to running the show. I love it. Yeah. Love Scotty. I've always wanted to meet him. Skunk Boss. Yeah, great human being, and if you ever see him at a race, don't hesitate to go up to him and say hi. He will be more than happy to take a few minutes and shake your hand and kind of chat with you. And super nice, friendly human being. And Scotty loves to talk, so he'll talk back to you. Just go up there. Now, if he's running the broadcast or it looks like he's hustling and trying to get somewhere, you obviously give him a little space to do that. But if he's just hanging out in the pits or just kind of walking through the pits and just hanging out, he'll be more than happy to stop and shake your hand and say hi. Great human being. Jim Merritt's Campbell. This might be the smallest race of the weekend right here, our B main for 40-plus two-wheel drive buggy, but still bragging rights on the line. These guys racing out here for buddies, and it's not about trophies to them. It's about the memories made in the pits and the good times out at dinner at night, after the races and stuff, and, of course, the bragging rights between the bros when they're out there on the racetrack. What's the best food in the plaza? That's a good question. We've been kind of traveling away from the plaza for the food, but they got a Domino's about 3 doors down, and I'm pretty sure the Domino's 3 doors down from the track is the #1 selling pizza for the Domino's in New Hampshire now, ever since they moved the RC track next door. Anybody looking for a quick bite to eat, and the young guys, of course, they want all that pizza and stuff. But a lot of Domino's I've seen out here at the race. Of course, it's right next door to the track, so sales are booming at the D's. Thank you, Top Line RC. I appreciate that. Yeah, I do a bit of a Swiss Army knife when it comes to RC. I've done a little bit of everything. And I was just putting another bullet on the belt loop. Running the show out here this weekend for Live RC. yeah, anything but Domino's I'm getting in the chat. Yeah, so no, we've if you ever work in the industry, we get a little breakfast on our way in. We don't really eat lunch. We put all the racers in the program and the broadcast ahead of our appetite. We get here and we hunker down and we work for 10, 12 hours a day, and then we eat again at night. So I haven't really ventured out and had too much lunch over here in the plaza, so couldn't tell you what they have for food right here. It looks like we're winding down here. 3, 2, 1. That's the tone. It looks like Jim gonna get yourself a B Main 40 Plus 2-wheel drive buggy win here at the Roaring Nats. That'll feel good. We went to Lena's last night for some fresh seafood. It was amazing. Had myself a little lobster roll. But that place, it's a seafood specialist place, and there was just, there was 20 or 30 different things you can pick from Lena's, and Sam and Lucas and I went and we earned it after a long qualifying effort on Friday and Saturday. We earned it. And we had a wonderful dinner last night. Yeah, all the girls were real nice to us out there, too. They knew we were from out of town. They could just tell with our haircuts and our vans. That California look I had going on. Of course, I was with the Wisconsin boys. Yeah, Lena's Seafood. If you're ever out here and you're close to the track and looking for good seafood about just a couple miles up the road, it was wonderful. There was so much food to choose from, I just couldn't pick, so I just went with the lobster roll. Something I knew I would like. All right, race number 26, and then I believe, nobody told me this, I'm just a very intelligent human being, so I'm sure we're going to take a little break after this one. And we'll get up into those A3s. Oh, Sedler not looking real stoked right there. Long time. That's a Techno Factory pilot there on the A-scale side, but he's doing some 10-scale with us here this weekend. Yeah, maybe just didn't have the weekend he had. He doesn't look impressed. It was 40-plus that last class, so I think he's just out there volunteering. I think he's just, I've had a long weekend face, and I'm going to help volunteer and keep this program going because I'm ready to go home. Yeah, I did that mass accent gets a little thicker the more I hang out here in the Northeast. Yeah, it's Marshall back home. It's Marsha. Back here, yeah. So I think I just do it jokingly. I know a lot of people in the chat, and that the accent's thick out here. You can't deny it. And so I throw a little zinger in there. I try. I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid, and just trying to emulate the accent out here. Just having a little fun. Let's go NorCal Hobbies right here. Griffin, MPC, tuned in. Yeah, the accent's thick out here, and the more I'm out here, it just kind of rolls off the tongue, I guess. Not trying to mock anybody or anything, I guess I should say. Just rubbing off on me, I guess. Oh, we're getting dicey here over the front side triple. We got a 4-car breakaway. That's Stakowicz, Sota, Brandon, and Valentine. Great battle right here in our So this will be the final B main of the weekend, and it'll be A3s from here on out after our little break. Great battle right here. The Stacks. Come on, Stacks. Let's get it going here. Brandon getting some love out there. Brandon running top 3 right there, so you can see B. Brendan. Was it Brandon? Brandon. Oh, there's Brandon. I see what I did there. I'm just screwing it up. That's Brandon from the 10 spot on the grid all the way up to 7th right here. So the love on the YouTube chat's giving Brandon a little extra momentum here. He's already made up 3 spots from 10. And he's right here behind Crescitelli for another position. Yeah, send him some love on the chat, dude. Just might help out. Yeah, those positive vibes always help out. Is that Brandon? B-R-A-E. Yeah, so it is for Brandon. I'm just an idiot. It's been a long weekend. Not a lot of sleep, long weekends, but doing the best. Kurt Mueller. We don't have an accent. Everybody else does. The Pilgrims landed here. Yeah, you're not totally wrong right there. Not totally wrong. Yeah, we're all foreigners out here. Everybody came from somewhere over here to make it. We're on the Mayfield, including my ancestors. I'm a English, Irish, and German descendant. Yeah, go Brandon too. So both Brandon and Brandon. Send it, boys. So we're up just over 3 minutes down and just under 2 minutes to go here. Sosa, your BQ leading us around. Stacks on my top 3 running as they qualified. Kurt getting some love out there. Let's see, I say Kurt in this race. Oh, laugh out, LOL, Kurt. Yeah, just make him laugh. Running out of time here in this one. We got 3:45 down, 1:15 to go. Yeah, we get some pretty fresh seafood out west, but I don't know if it's as fresh as that lobster I had last night. Maine not too far from here, so that lobster probably never even frozen, right off the boat. It's the day's catch and right into the belly. It was bomb. Yeah, some of the freshest seafood I've ever had this weekend. I'm not complaining. 30 seconds to go here. Yeah, not a large track, but it with all this traction out here and these obstacles, that little on-off chassis slap double right here and this big tabletop into the triple into the off-camera wall, really been making it trickly. So maybe to the viewers online there, they're like, oh, this doesn't look that technical. Oh, it is. Believe you me. This track got some technicality to it. You gotta be on your toes. And that's a race here for your leader. Going to come around and take that BQ win. And got to be one of the locals out here from the Northeast as he gets a big round of applause from the crowd. Stack's going to go 2. Brendan 3. Valentine 4. Wilson 5. Dagan going to go top 6 there. Crescitelli, Peoria, and App and Brent. That's my top 10 race results. Thank you to A-Main Hobbies. Give a little shout out here to our sponsors. Phantom Racing, RC Discharger, A-Main Hobbies, One Up Racing. So it looks like we're going right into race number 27. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe no break here. Let's see, what's race 27? Yeah, 21.5 two-wheel drive, A3. Rolling them out, checking them in. No break for you. We took a little break after the first A's, first A's and some lowers before the A2s. And it looks like Big Red's like, nah, we're just going to keep this rolling here. We're on the Phantom Track Cam here. So thank you, Phantom Racing, for coming on board here at the Track Cam. Beautiful shot right here. And guys, stay tuned here from Phantom Racing. They're back with new ownership and new products here for 2026. So looking forward to that. Long time name in the industry and some of the fastest motors I've ever drove myself. I still got a few Phantoms sitting at the house from over the years. Rocking all hobby wing nowadays. I still got some OG Phantoms. You never get rid of those. The only motor I get rid of is I give to a younger racer. I never sell my old stuff. I like to give it to the younger racers and kind of get that motor some more use, you know, and kind of keep those young guys going here. So you can see no John Manns on the one. He locked it up here in A1 and A2. It is over. Over. Oh, boy, we got some carnage in the back right there. So that was just an assumption we'd be on a break after our A2s and lowers, and I was wrong. It happens, it happens. Did my best to listen to that driver meeting this morning, but we were working on some broadcast stuff and getting ready, and you know, I had to have one ear over towards the Clayton Young with the drivers meeting here this morning. I just recently bought me an RC discharger, I'll be honest. Great investment. There we go, a little plug for RC discharge, and that's right from the horse's mouth right there. Somebody getting themselves an RC discharger. It's getting real popular out west as well, that RC discharger, especially in those stock classes. I think that's mainly what that's for, but if you're looking for some more performance with mod, I don't think it can hurt. I gotta do a little housekeeping here and timing and scoring, and I'll be right back with you guys.
Champeau leading the way. Kenny Lambert in the white and blue in second. Then we got the white and red of Jeremy in third. Chris Bagley in 4. 130 down, 330 to go. Leader working his way into the step up, step down. Into the triple he goes. That is Nathan Champeau with a whole rear view mirror full of Kenny Lambert. Lambert looking for a way by Champeau. Coming up on 2 minutes down, 3 to go. Drivers 2 minutes down, 3 to go. Nathan Champeau leading the way. Kenny Lambert right there with him in the 2 spot. Great battle for the lead, working its way off the wall ride, through the hip jump, down the straightaway they go. Jeremy in the white and red trying to stay with the top 2 right now. Top 2 off the wall ride. Top 3 now getting grouped together once again. Down the straightaway they go. Kenny Lambert looking for a way by Nathan. If it were to finish right now, Nathan would finish second. And Kenny would finish third. Kenny needs to get by Nathan to get that second podium position. Kenny charging hard. Tries to make a move there. Can't hold on. Side by side entering the triples. That usually doesn't work out well. Down the straightaway they go with 3 minutes down, 2 to go. Drivers 3 down, 2 to go. Great battle between Champeau and Lambert. Jeremy hanging tough right there in third with him in the white and red car. Top 3 entering the straightaway now. Down the straightaway they go. In through the sweeper into the infield. Into the step up, step down. The all white Nathan Champeau and the white and blue of Kenny Lambert. Kenny needs to get by. He tries to make a move now. Oh!
All right, I'm back here, guys. Yeah. Let's get that Kenny G going on. He's had a good run here in the main events. I believe he qualified in that number 4 spot. He has a second and third in our first 2 A main events. And right now, if we were to finish right now, he would finish on the podium here at the Nationals. Come on, Kenny. Let's get it done. Running out of time here. We got 1:15 to go. Nathan leading us around from the 2. Kenny up to the 4. And what a run here for Kenny, you know. He was your second seed after seeding, and he qualified 4th after 4 rounds of qualifying. But he has strapped it up here in the main events. I think he had a second in round A1. I think he had a third in A2. And Kenny with the 2 right here. I'm I'm looking, I got Live RC pulled up here so I can see the estimated running position. So he would have 4 points. That'd be good enough for a podium here at the Roar Nationals. Oh, man. Kenny's just a ton of energy. A real nice guy. We had a little interview with him over in the broadcast booth, and you guys have maybe seen that aired on there. So a lot of locals out here cheering on Kenny. Super great human being. One of the nicest guys I met out here this weekend. I met a lot of great people, but Kenny and me, we're prosthetic leg brothers right there. You're like a band of brothers right there. Anytime you see somebody else with a prosthetic leg, you're instant family members. Kenny, let's go, Kenny. Got that number 4 car. So it should be Nathan coming across the line here. Kenny right there, yeah, so that's actually 1 and 2, and then 3. Jeremy not too far behind. So Kenny trying to go for an A3 win right here. We are out of time, so these boys are going to race him to the line. Nathan going to get the heat win here, and that'll be good enough for second for our main event. And Kenny Lambert going to go top 2 here in A number 3, and that's going to lock in Kenny Lambert for a top 3 podium position here at the Roar Nationals. That's got to feel good right there. So John Mans is going to be your national champ, Nathan Champeau. And going to be finished on the 2. And then last step on the box going to go to Kenny Lambert with 4 points. Dude, good job, Kenny. That's awesome. So, yeah, John won the first A1 and A2, but it's all about those final podium positions. So we're locked in on those positions here. This class still yet to be decided. 17.5 two-wheel drive. Dustin Fox, your A1 winner. 23.510. Anthony Caputo, the 23.512 in our A2. So this one yet to be decided. This one and four-wheel drive are going to A3. Everything else, as far as the championship, has been locked up for Stadium Truck, 13.5 four-wheel, 40 plus two-wheel, and two-wheel mod. But it's going to come down to the A3s here in 17.5 two-wheel and mod four-wheel. So you got GM money on here. We got our money on. Thank you, Skunk Boss. I'm getting some honorary love out here from the Massachusetts crowd. Mayhole? Am I saying that right? I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what that is. Kenny is a great driver. I've raced with him all season in 21.5, and he runs fast and clean. That's awesome. Here we go. Let's get back into the action here. 8.3 for 17.5 two-wheel drive. Here we go. Back in the action. Beautiful start so far. Everybody behaving themselves so far. You know, it's a 5-minute race, so not necessarily a sprint, but not necessarily endurance race either. So a little bit in between. And your leader has the A1 win, and in second place, your A2 win. See if Aaron Mitchell has something to say about that. I know Dominic Passion has had a good couple top 3 runs here in A1 and A2. So a little shake and bake here on a beautiful Sunday Mains Day at the 2026 110 scale Off-Road Carpet Nationals. I want to jinx myself. I haven't fumbled that once. I haven't called it Off-Road Dirt Nationals, or I haven't screwed it up once, but let's keep that streak going. I got a hot streak going. Announcing the Roaring Nats name perfect all weekend long, and now that I said that, I'm sure I'll screw it up. There's Fox. There's Caputo. And it looks like Mitchell, so 1, 2, 3 all running as they qualified. And it looks like, it's a rough lap for Dominic. Going to drop him down here a little bit, so that's going to put Brady up to the 4. Passion 5, Chavez 6, Lowe in the 7. Decker, Holmberg, and Mira Fuente. So for it to end like this, D. Fox, that would be your national champion. And Mitchell all over Caputo right here down the front side straightaway. So about a half straightaway length lead here for Fox. And just like in round 2, or in round A1, Fox got out early and just let the boys battle behind him, and was able to gap them. And that's exactly what he's hoping here for in A3. So Fox out front, about 0.7 of a second lead here for Fox. And Caputo, and then Mitchell right there, so all eyes on them. Fox, I believe, the X-Ray Factory pilot. Yep. Rocking the Hobby Wing and J Concept stuff. And it's going to be two associated boys right here. Caputo and Mitchell. Yep. Both in the associated second and third. Mitchell, another one of the fast guys from Iowa. A lot of real fast carpet guys here from Iowa this weekend. So I like to see. All right, Caputo, less than a half second now. So Passion, if it were to finish just like this, he would actually hang on to a podium spot here with that 4. Caputo going to make a little mistake here, and now Mitchell going to get around. Mitchell now with 5 points, so if Mitchell wins this one, that just might put him on the box right here. That's going to be a tough feat right there. Their top qualifier, Dustin Fox, leading us around here. He's been the guy to beat here in the two-wheel drive stock class. Mitchell taking the swing at it here for a podium spot. Yeah, the trophies are sweet. Nice, big, huge, beautiful chrome spots. And that's ever been Caputo's either won or lost his races right there in that little section coming onto the straightaway. So he's had some good passes there, and he's had some mistakes right there as well. But, he's going for it. I like this young man. He's racy. He's here to dice it up. Battle for the 2 spot. Now Fox is stretching it out, though. So we don't have the arm out the window yet, but with 1:10 on the master clock, this is looking pretty good. Gonna need a little bit of help here as he's coming up on some lap traffic, but he's got just enough breathing room to where he doesn't have to overdrive the car like the guys behind him. Those boys are absolute full pedal to the floor right here to catch up to him, but it looks like he's in manage mode right here, as expected, with just over 45 seconds to go, so nothing set in stone yet here. $35 seconds to go. We're live here with our possible two-wheel drive 17.5 national champion. And it was pushed to an A3, so couldn't get it done in the first 2. He got the first one, not the second. And with 20 seconds to go, he's going to get by here. And it looks like, they're doing 15-second laps, so might get by here for one more. And look at this gaggle in front of him. This is about worst-case scenario for him when you're trying to win a national championship and you're going to get by for one more, and you just got the back of the pack here. So he's going to get by. Aaron going to get by. Caputo going to get by. And that's what I'm talking about, a little crash right in front of him. That could cost him right here, but it looks like he's locked in and he's going to get it done. Let's get a little rowdy for your X-Ray Factory driver, Dustin Fox, taking your 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy national championship. That was awesome. Some great racing right there. Congratulations to Dustin Fox and X-Ray, Hobby Wing, J Concepts, a couple of the sponsors. I'm sure we'll get him over here for an interview, and we'll let him explain the rest. So Caputo going to finish 2, and Dominic Passion from 4th on the grid, getting it done here. Going to go top 3, and he's going to find himself a little spot on the podium. That's overall. 40-plus two-wheel drive mod buggy, Brad Neal, he has locked it in. I mean, he had the broom out. He swept. And when I mean sweep, I don't mean just the mains. Swept all seeding rounds, all qualifying rounds, and both main events. And he's just chilling now. Jason giving D-Fox some love out there. Bledsoe getting cheered on the live chat. Yep, come on over. All right, guys, welcome back to the One Up Racing interview. Camera here with your two-wheel drive stock buggy national champion. You got the win in A1. A2 was one to forget about, but yeah. you got it locked in here in A3, and let me know what you're feeling, your emotions a little bit.
Yeah, no, A2 was a bit rough, but we made some tweaks and came back A3 even stronger, so car was great. Thanks to Maddie and Charlie over here. They worked their butts off getting this stuff prepped, and ready for these new spec generations. So I'm glad to be able to take the first one.
Yeah, and it's speaking of that, it's a team effort out here. You're not just a one-man band only working on your cars. You get a lot of help from the Hobby Wing guys, and X-Ray guys are all working together out there. And you kind of put the winning package together, and you put your head down here in A3, and you're the two-wheel drive national champion. Anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, no, all my sponsors, Brad, Beach, my dad back home, Maddie, Charlie, Dakota, all these guys. It takes in a full effort here.
Awesome. I see the cowboy boots on. So did you sharpen up those spurs a little bit here for A3?
I did. I wore these last year, too, and I got my first title, so I decided to bring them back.
Yeah, the guys in sports, we're superstitious, as you see in baseball and stuff.
Yep.
The pitchers, if they're pitching good, they'll wear that same crusty old hat as long as you can. And it looks like the boots are working here again here in 2026.
Yeah,
so
that and I take my hat.
Yeah, and the hat, too. What, are we going to bust them out for 27?
We'll see.
Good job, Dustin. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
the interview. Anybody you want to thank for getting you out here?
Everyone.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, brother.
Thank you.
Good job, and we'll see you again. All right, so interview ran a little longer, as he deserved. He's your national champ right there. So we're gonna give him his accolades and give him a little extra airtime up here. Dustin Fox right there, great kid, very nice, and congratulations to him. So this one's already been won, and we're off and racing here with our A3. So we're battling for podium spots here. And not the top step, but second and third we are battling still here for. D. Fox with his, I believe, second national championship, yes, from my understanding. And like I said, I've been seeing him wearing the cowboy boots out here. I made a little pun, did you sharpen up the spurs? And he said, actually, I wore them boots. Last year got his first chip. The boots are working. Anything to get an extra edge, even if it's just mental, that's what you go with. So let's see. It's on right here for the couple spots. Second and third on the podium, and a nice big picture right here. Let's see. BT has a 2. So looking for a 2 and a 2. He already has a 2, I believe, from the last one. He kind of threw it away in A1, but BT kind of putting his head down here in A2 and A3 and doing what he needs to do to get himself a step on the podium. Not going to be the one he wanted, but a step on the podium is better than none. So we got Charles leading us around, and actually Charles, if he can get the heat win right here, that would put him third. Oh, we got Carnage in front of the leaders. Oh. I think that's Caputo out there jumping out there. He saw the cars coming and just kind of pulled the head out of the way, let him jump by and then grab the car. That is not ideal when you're leading the race and trying to go top 3 here for podium at the Nats. And got a great battle right here from Charles and BT. That's your team associated team manager. I think no introduction needed for BT. He's been around long enough. Bradley going to go 3, Ciccarello 4. John, your president here out at Maximus RC. And the top 5 for Alt 6, Carrico, Decker, Kevin F., and Bradley just chilling in the pits. Is he behind me or is he even watching? I think he's over there watching. I figured maybe he'd behind me in the pits, with his feet up and, signing autographs and stuff. So it's actually a tiebreaker right now. It's showing Charles and Ciccarello, and it looks like Ciccarello going to go up to the 2 spot. What happened? What I missed? Charles with a huge mistake. So I'm trying to looking at the live timing and scoring to try and figure out these position points right here. And if Charles could have hung on to the win, that would have put him on the podium. Now that BT's out front, that solidifies a 2 and a 1, so that'll be second. And Ciccarello now up to second. That would be third now. So a costly mistake for Charles right there, and that one's going to sting a little bit. I don't know if he didn't exactly know that he was running in a top 3 position. As far as the podium here for our 3 A mains, he knew he was out front, and that was going to help out a lot. He was actually tied with another driver, but it seemed like he had the tiebreaker, and that one stings. So it looks like Chicky with a A 2 and a 3. So maybe if Chicky can get around BT, that'd be a 1 and a 2. So this might be the battle for second on that podium here. Oh, BT, the bicycle up on 2 wheels and talks her off the ledge. That's some wheeling right there from B Tizzle. Chicky not throwing in the towel yet, not having the weekend he wanted. He's been really struggling with that triple here in qualifying, but this buggy's looking good here in A3. And it's going to go to BT right there. Chicky going to go 2. And that's how they'll finish on the podium. They'll go second and third here for the Roaring Nationals. That's all together with all A3s. My top 2 out of the 3 combined. And TJ going to go third. John Carvana, the president out here, going to go 4. Charles 5. Peralt 6. As you can see on our MA and Hobbies race results, Kevin, Mark, and Bradley. All right, so BT and Chicky getting it going here late in the weekend, and they're going to get some hardware here at the Nats. 2-wheel drive mod buggy, rolling them out, checking them in. That's a great shot right there of our drivers up on the driver's stand. Lemieux locked this one in already from the 2 spot. In A1 and A2 was able to get around DP, who I believe won at least 3 out of the 4, maybe all 4 rounds of qualifying, but DP just hasn't quite had the mains day he was looking for here. And there's our Avid RC jump cam. Looks like we're getting that short course expert, what am I trying to say here? Exhibition race coming up. So no AAA mains for them. I guess consider it an exhibition class out here. Yeah, you can see that 2 spot open. That's where Chase would be. And they're going to leave it open because he earned that spot. Whether he races or not, and you still got to line up on your number. So this should be good. We're battling our second and third spots on the podium here is Lemieux. He's probably hanging out trackside watching this one. Yeah, I don't see him back by his pits, so maybe he's out there rallying on his X-Ray teammates. That's what I'd be doing. Off-fan racing here is our Phantom track cam. Right into our Avid jump cam. All right, nice and smooth. Looks like all 9 cars out there. Just a beautiful opening lap right here. Everybody working together. You know, it's got a lot of racing to go still here. That's DP out front, Champlin. And I believe Schimmel, yep, that's Schimmel top 3. Rennerneck, Bata, Horn. Jovi Leven making the A main, so very accomplished stock racer moving up to the mod class this year, and he's already making A mains at the Nationals. Oh yeah, so he's got to feel good about that. I'm sure proud of him. I've known Jovi, I don't know, 8 years now or something. Very nice kid, and he travels around with his dad, I believe. Scott Leven is dad's name, if my mind is correct. That's a great racing family right there, father and son, and I wish I could be out there still racing with my dad, but he watches me from heaven now, and that's just that's the best seat in the house to watch his boy race. And miss you, Dad, love you. Just want to give you a little shout out, dude. And so I love to see the father and son race teams out there, and it just reminds me of me and my dad. All right, DP, Champlin, Schimmel. Oh, Schimmel applying some pressure here on Champ. So Dakota and Brock would finish 2-3. If it would have finished right now, that would give Dakota 3 if it would have finished exactly like this. Brock a 4, and Shady going to have 6. So after showing some serious speed out there for Shady. Now we got Ronnie Rivkin popping in. Thanks, Ronnie. That's Spencer Rivkin, Dad, sending me some messages and just let me know I'm doing a great job, and I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Ronnie. Ronnie, like a track dad for me, you know, just talking about not having a dad here. And Ronnie's been like a father to me at the track and keeps me fed and brings me waters and cookies. And he's just been in beautiful pass there for the 2 spot. So I just want to give a little shout out to Ronnie out there, man. He's been taking care of me at these races since 2016. A little side-by-side action. Whoa, easy on the table. Good Lord, almost just knocked over my broadcast booth. Easy, Daniel. So it looks like Schimmel and Brock, they were going side by side, and, nothing to call there in my eyes. But Brock definitely got the worst end of that one. Yep, and when you're open wheel racing, somebody's going to get the worst end of it. So it's Fenn, Schimmel, Rennerneck, and it looks like Champlin all the way down to the number 9 spot here. So let's see if that does anything here. Pull up Live RC so I can see the estimated finishing results. No, Champlin would still hang on. Maybe with the tiebreaker here. But it's showing Champlin and Schimmel. Hey, Daniel, easy on my table, bro. I'm going to knock everything over here. This is not where you run into the table. An earthquake over here. Fenn. Running out of time here. 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. Schimmel still 2. Rennerneck now up to a top 3. Aiden Horn. Best run for him so far of the weekend here in our main. So we'll go top 4. And Jovi Leven, top 5, man. Like I said, he'll be one to watch over the years, guys. So mark my words, Jovi Leven, one of the fastest carpet racers in the country with the stock over the last quite a few years, and now moving up to the mod class. Just like the Raymond brothers, one to watch, he will be one to watch as well. And Brandon Foote, Bata, Champlin back up to the 8, Tyler 9, and Chase Lemieux, your winner. Oh boy, we got a little shake up here for the podium if it finishes like this. So literally between 1/10 of a second between Schimmel and Champlin for that 3rd place on the podium. One rough lap right here, and Schimmel would finish 4th. Champlin 3rd. A couple good laps out of Schimmel right here, and he would beat him on the tiebreaker. They both have a 2. And go down to laps and times, and right now, timing and scoring telling me a 1/10 of a second faster as far as the tiebreaker. And they were the ones that got together, so we might have a little conversation here after this one. I don't think anything's necessary, but you know. You know how when there's a little contact, somebody always, there's 2 different opinions on how that contact was. They're racing them to the line. Dakota Fan going to get your A3 win right there. So X-Ray getting her done right there in A3. Brendan Schimmel going to go 2. Rennerneck 3. Horn 4. And Jovi Leven, top 5. Good run for the kid. I'm looking at my timing and scoring right here. Yeah, and Schimmel with that 25.508. Looks like going to get the tiebreaker. Unofficial, of course. This is just when I'm looking at the Live RC timing and scoring. So Lemieux, your winner. It's off my screen now. I'm pretty sure it was Dakota. And then the battle for 3rd on the podium. That was going to be between Brock and Schimmel. And from my understanding, it's showing Schimmel with the tiebreaker. Yeah, RC Victory Lane, Telke is not going to be happy unless he wins. That's 100%. That is 100%. I think that goes for most people, and especially when you've been a racer and as long as he's been around. Skunk Boss showing some love. Great camera work to the Live RC boys. So the Live RC guys getting some love out there. That's what's up. Lucas and Sam, they're all on they're on the helm here with the cameras. So Skunk Boss showing Lucas and Sam some love. Let's go Jovi from Roger S. My dad was my biggest supporter of racing. He never got to the track much, but he always asked me how I did. Yep, I can relate to that. Put up to the 6th spot, and let's go Caleb. Yep, here we go. We're getting ready for A3 of 13.5 Stadium Truck. So this one's already been locked in by the youngster, the Schumacher driver of Nate Sutherland. Don't forget, guys, if you want to convert your Stadium Truck over to a short course, hit up Karna and Jimmy Wright over at Trackstar RC, and they they make a design chassis. Karna, an engineer. Oh, boy. I like it. Big Red, take control. Calling a false start here in A3. You don't see that often, but I sure love a race director. He wants a good, clean start, and if he sees some naughtiness, most race directors, they don't have the huevos, especially at the Nationals, and especially in an A main event. To call him back, I applaud Big Red. He wants a good, clean start right here, so good job up there, Big Red. Redbeard, Big Red, one of those. I think I've been kind of going back and forth. Apparently he has 2 nicknames. Redbeard. I like it, dude. Yep. Redbeard doing a fine job out here. I like it, dude. You see something, call him back, bring him back. Even at the Nationals. Good job, dude. Yeah, most race directors, I don't want to do that and create controversy. Yeah, right. Make it clean for everybody. You see something you don't like? Let it be known. Oh, we got a pile up here. Incoming. Oh, man, they're making Dakota work for it. So Caputo, Brady, Holmberg. My top 3 starting to break away here just a little bit. Fuente getting some cheers. The boys from Norco got the rally towel out for Mira Fuente. We're following along here. That's Caputo, Brady, and Holmberg. Carnage in front of my race leader. Well, that's to be expected. Brandon Poirier getting some rally towels thrown out here on the chat. Trying to send some positive vibes and get some results out of it. Anything can help when you're out there racing. You never know what's going to get you out front. Holmberg with this 3rd place, he's gonna take a little bid right here for a podium spot in the photo. So Holmberg kind of having a quiet day out here, but a sneaky good quiet day for Kyle. Yeah, Caputo with the 4. They've got a 3. A 3 and a 1, a 2 and 2 and a 3, so it's going to come down to laps and times in the tiebreaker here for Caputo and Holmberg to decide who's going to get 2nd and 3rd here, of course. Looking around this broadcast booth, we got some caffeine going up here, boys. Late in the weekend, I'm pretty sure that's what we're surviving off at this point. Thanks to BT coming by and bringing us some of the Reedy Power caffeine. Our number 1 sponsor out here this weekend, Red Bull. We've earned it. Got in here on Thursday, and I'm bringing you all the action here all weekend. So Antonio, Brady, and Holmberg has been my top 3 pretty much most of the race here. Mira Fuente working his way up the ladder right here. Let's see. He's got a little work to do if he wants to get Holmberg for that number 3 spot, but, making it happen, as Ricky Carmichael would say. 500 times on every broadcast, but I'm down with it. What's the GOAT? Hey, when you're the GOAT, you can do whatever you want. You can say what you want as many times as you want, but he loves the making it happen phrase. Running out of time here in this one, just under 30 seconds to go. We are following along with Carrico, and then that's Hermberg going to get around. And that's gonna really help out for a podium bid here. So Holmberg didn't have the qualifying he wanted, qualified 4 right here, but he says, I can just get it together here and put in some solid runs, be consistent here. I just might be able to get a podium. That's exactly what he's trying to do right here, up to the number 2 spot now. Mira Fuente, you're done, Jalen. And Caputo going to get the A3 win, and good run for Kyle right there. Going to finish in that number 2 spot and solidify a podium position out here. It's going to be Mira Fuente, Jennings, Poirier, Knapp, Holton, Salmon, and Sutherland. So Sutherland, your national champion, and I believe that's going to put Caputo 2 and Holmberg. My top 3 unofficially. That's just me doing my math and using a little help from Live RC. I don't want to announce something that isn't correct, so I'm going to say tentatively my top 3, and we'll let the computer decide right there. But pretty dang sure. Pretty dang. Yeah, boys, bring it in. We have. All right, this is our single A main for 13.5 short course right here. These boys have been battling it out here. No AAA mains, technically an exhibition class right here. I don't know if it goes off of numbers or popularity or how they kind of decide if it's worthy of a AAA mains and an actual national championship. To me, I mean, dude, these guys showed up. They're here. They paid their money. This is my own personal opinion. I'm not trying to ruffle any feathers. I think this is a national championship, no matter how you cut it. You know, they're here. They put in the work, they put in the time, and they're supporting the race. And to me, this is a national championship, whether they call it exhibition or not, whether they give me AAA mains or not. I'm calling them a national champion at the end of this one, and that's my thought, and I'm sticking to it. Agree to disagree, but yeah. Oh. Well, so right before the tone goes off, it sounded like somebody dropped a cowbell onto the straightaway. You got to get the cowbell out to rally the boys on sometimes. Get the cowboy out, man. Frankie Contreras tuning in, one of my longtime homies, man. Hey, Contreras tuning in just in time for the short course race. Frankie and I used to race the short course and battle in short course at the shootouts down at Hot Rod Hobbies for many years. So what's going on, Big Frank? I don't know if that's Junior or JR. I don't know. It might be Dad right there. I'm assuming it's Dad. There we go. Off and running. Our 13.5 short course. Oh, no. They only get one of these guys. So, you know, it's shake and bake out here on a Sunday afternoon in Seabrook, New Hampshire right here. Daniel Stevens leading us around out here. And then Willie D rocking the PR. So Stevens with your top qualifier, but Willie D had one of those, he had a TQ in one of those 4 rounds, so he's got a little game right there. He's going to be sending it. But Stevens got 3 out of the 4. Uh-oh, and looking just, the truck, uh-oh. What's going on with that truck? Something doesn't look happy on that truck as the rear wheels. I know, I expect a little bit of rear wheel lift. on these trucks. But I don't know if it's just nerves for Daniel or just, I don't know. I haven't seen any mistakes out of him. He's still out front, so it can't be that bad. But Willie D kind of keeping him honest right here. These guys have been the fastest two here in this class all weekend long. As to be expected, they came up on traffic early. I don't know if he lowered his truck more or what, but that truck just looking different than it did here in qualifying. All right, now Lapper's letting the field through. Will Martin letting the leader on by. Let's see if he's as nice. Turn Marshal dropping him off. You can see on the Avid RC jump cam. Turn Marshal drops the car right in front of the leader right there. Nothing gets you puckered up like a Turn Marshal job right in front of the leader during a national championship race right here. So now a little gap right here. Let's see if that blue and white truck lets Willie D on by. Yeah, I'm calling this one, the winner of this one, still a national champ. I don't care if they call it an exhibition race. They can yell at me all they want. I get paid to get yelled at, so yell away. We're following along with our second place driver. That's Willie D. It's going to be Aaron in the top three. Bill Catenacci. I was just going to say, just up to fourth and not far back from Aaron in a podium spot here. Got to hang out with Bill a little bit and talk with him. Very nice gentleman right there for Catenacci. That's going to put Leonard up to the 4, Bill down to the 5, Fabian, Will, Dan, Ryan, and looks like William. Not here in this one, but Stevens, he gone. He is gone. And we're still here on second. And that blue truck in front of Willie, that is not my leader. That is just another blue truck that working through the blue and yellow out of the way. That is my leader. Be nice. There's a race director when you need him. It's nice when they give you some love and they said, hey, like when I'm directing, like especially in the mains, you don't really call traffic a bunch in qualifying, but in the main events, I'm kind of following along and helping out that race leader, especially when it's for a national championship. And Sedler, Stevens is doing the same thing. Please call some traffic for me. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't, so you got to take things into your own hand. But it's always a nice little bonus when that RD is watching. Not only they're getting a little shaky, his nerves are getting to him here as he's working away through this pack right here. So this is about 7th, 8th, and 9th, and the leader's just yep, there we go. And there's a little love from the race director, as I said. Sometimes you're on your own, and they're not just up there to call traffic for you. They're running a job up there, running the race, and making sure everybody's scoring and everything. And when they're looking at the track and they can help you out, they do. And when they're not, you're on your own. You just got to be patient and use that bumper sometimes and give them a little love tap and make your own way by. Nothing malicious or anything, but a little love tap kind of lets them know you want by. And just right on cue. As he's working his way through the pack, Redbeard helping out here a little bit. Oh, man, a couple big mistakes right here. Here comes Willie D with 20 seconds to go. So this pink and blue and white truck got to get out of the way. So as I said, that traffic creating some havoc here for Stevens. And Stevens driving nervous out there. 8 seconds to go. They're going to get caught at the line right here. Let's see, 3, 2, 1, don't roll it over here. Oh, man, that's the tone of Daniel Stevens. Gonna hang on to it. But Willie, taking a crack at it. Listen to that, a round of applause. Stevens, a bit of a celebrity out here. Big part of Maximus RC out here. Stevens, he is. So you can see Clayton right there collecting the trucks, and they're going to go into post-impound tech right there. I think that was a bit more exciting than Stevens wanted it to be. But that's racing sometimes, He had a nice big lead, and, he started driving a little nervous, started getting power drived a little bit through the field and getting taken out. And then you can just see the nerves in his driving style, driving real twitchy with that truck and just barely hang on to it. And Willie D took a swing at it, but it was just a foul ball. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how the jumps are built. They, it's a combination of plastic and wood. But maybe I'll get one of the track locals out here that help build the track, and maybe they can give me a little more insight on how the jumps are built. They seem to be flowing pretty nicely. I mean, they're not going to be perfect. When, you know, dirt, you can kind of shape them and stuff. And carpet, you're going to kind of, it's kind of got a few options. You can build them out of wood. You can build them out of dirt. Oh, yeah, it looks like they're getting, we need Daniel over here for a interview. He's earned it. Getting some love out there from his fellow Maxim RC racers. It's interesting. They have been able to make a lot of cool shapes with them. Yeah. So I don't know if Daniel was so excited for that win, he forgot to come over here for his. Oh, man. He just broke the track, but we only have a few more races out here. 2 more exactly. So, Darren Marshall. I don't think the car's coming out that far, so no harm, no foul. We're all lined up here. 13.5 four-wheel drive. This one's already been decided. Dominic Passione. It wasn't pretty there in A1, but he got it done. No, let's see. Yeah. Yep. I got my notes here a little bit. Yeah, Big D gets done. And it wasn't real pretty in round 1. Pretty dominating here in round number 2. So we're battling for the final spots on that podium here. Little carnage going on here. Caputo. See, I mean, it might be Chavez right there. So that was 2nd and 3rd. Fox always has this wrapped up. So, oh, man. All they need to do is just go out and finish 2nd and 3rd. First, 2nd, and 3rd, and they would have locked in some podium spots right here. Shout outs to Clayton right there for Son of RC Edmonton. Let's see what's shaking and baking. Oh, Mitchell going for a wild ride right there. Was that Mitchell? Yeah, of course. That's one of the paint jobs here. So, ooh. Ben Decker. I qualified 5th out here, but this run in the number 2 spot. Whew, I don't want to jinx him or anything. You know, Scotty says if I follow you on camera or if I talk about you, I get that race director's curse. I'm not a race director. I'm just an announcer. But, yeah, Scotty's got a special skill. If he calls you and he puts you on camera, boom, over you go. Not always, but it happens more often than not, and he'll be the first one to tell you. And he always giggles a little bit about it on the broadcast. He goes, let's get this guy on camera. We get him on camera, and bang. A camera curse. It's a real thing. And a lot of my racers all over the country, some of them you say their name and they got ADHD like myself, doesn't matter. But other ones, you know, you say their name and boom, over they go. So Dom got this wrapped up. Dustin Fox, he's got a 2 and a 1 right here. If he can hang on to this, that'd be good enough for 2nd. And Ben Decker, spoiler alert from the 5 spot on the grid. I think Ben would be thrilled right here in that this is this battle coming onto the front side straightaway. That's Brady Carrico and Decker. So I don't think Decker realizes that he might be in podium contention right here. You know, from 5th on the grid, he has a 3 and a 4. So, you know, he's probably thinking, oh, man, you know, that might be close enough depending on what the other racers do. Caputo's been real fast, but he had a horrendous start. But this 2 right here would get it done. A 3 and a 2. Get her done. Race 33 of 34 on the track. Our final race of the weekend. Coming up next. Decker smoothing in the groove here, kind of hanging on to it. A 5-second lead for Fox, and Carrico's still not far behind Decker, and Brady not far back here. Looks like Chavez kind of climbing back up the leaderboard. I believe it was him and Caputo that got caught together here a little bit. Oh, Chavez getting in a little more action, and I believe that was with Caputo again. So maybe, I don't know, maybe there's a little more to the story right there. Maybe Chavez, and I'm not starting any beef right here, but I call it what I see it. And looks like Caputo may have gotten into Chavez earlier, and then Chavez gets the bumper right there and just ruins Caputo. So maybe it was a little bit of payback, and I don't know, he wasn't real happy about earlier. I don't know. I can't think back to 4 minutes ago. But I just looked up and saw them caught together, so maybe a little bit of naughtiness. Maybe a little bit of payback, which you'll see from time to time. Just kind of let him know his displeasure right there. So these guys racing him to the line. Dustin Fox going to get the A3 win, and that should solidify second place on the podium. And we're waiting on Ben Decker, going to go 3 and a 2, and he will take the final step on the podium. So good run for Ben Decker right there from 5th. Didn't have the qualifying runs that he was looking for. Qualified 5th. He was still in the show, so you got to be happy about that. You know, when you still make the show. But he knew he had some work to do. And sure seems like he got it done. Skunk Buzz. Okay, I think he feels it. All right, here's our... Here's Sedler. But I got A3 on the track, and this one is not decided yet. So if I do an interview with my short course champion, it's going to be after this race. Because all eyes on here, our last race of the weekend, and this one has not been decided yet. It's going to an A3. Schimmel, your A1 winner. Brock Champlin, my A2 winner. So I'd like to get Daniel up here for an interview. He's earned it with that short course championship, but I'll get one after this race because this is the last race of the weekend, and this one's not decided yet. But I want to get you an interview, Daniel. All right. Our final race of the weekend here. And this one's undecided, so we're saving the best for last right here. Man, look at the crowd out here. Great shot. Oh, man, we're 2 and 3 wide right here. And you can see Maddie G and everybody checking it out. There's the Raymond family, Heidi and Levi, Chase, Chris. Here we go. Who's it going to be? The last national championship coming down to the wire here in A number 3. Schimmel and Brock Champlin, those are my two A1 and A2 winners. Champlin's got some work to do here. So Schimmel, Schimmel's a bit of a Ricky Bobby. He's either first or last right here. Just like in qualifying, he had a 0, a 15, and a 16, and a 0 through my 4 rounds of qualifying. So, I mean, when he's on, he's on. And when he's off, well, he's just off. So, I'm not handing out any new nicknames already. We already call him Sim Shady, but a bit of a Ricky Bobby here. And a beautiful start for Shady. And it looks like Brock Champlin getting around Lemieux right here. So Brock going to throw his cap in here. Can he come up and be a spoiler right here in our four-wheel drive modified buggy A main? A3. So there's Schimmel down the line. There's Champlin across the line. There's Lemieux. Fenn not out of this one yet. And Renner next. So it's actually a 5-car battle here starting to stretch it out. And you got Sontag, Horn, Lopez, Bata, and Rivas. So they're kind of following on with that battle for the 2. If that they start catching up to Schimmel, then we'll obviously have them all on the screen right here. This is a 3-way battle for the number 2 spot right here. So can we get a third different A winner in 3 main events? And then that would be that would just go down to points. And then obviously the first tiebreaker is lowest point. Your second tiebreaker is laps and times for your best single run. Schimmel stretching it out here a little bit. 25.504 is the pace. 25.507. So just over 3 seconds here. And it looks like less than that now. Yeah, 11.8, 11.8, 11.9. My top 3 all going 11-second laps right there. Oh, Brock with a costly mistake right there. That was actually, he's really lucky that the turn marshal was actually standing there, because if he would have went upside down right there, they would have had to wait for the marshal to get there. And Marshall was kind of in the middle of that island, and obviously just got done turn marshaling a car. And I was actually standing right there so it was actually, could have been worse right there. That could have been the end of it for Brock's charge for a 3rd championship in a row here in the 4-wheel drive class. But right now we're following along with Shady. 3:30 down, 3:30 to go. We got some lap traffic. These boys know what to do in this class. You won't see as much chaos as like you did in that short course class in that last race. But these guys are getting it done. I think it was short course 2 races ago. Three down, 2 to go. 3 down, 2 to go. So as of right now, your top 3 for the finish right now would be Schimmel, your national champion, and Champlin going to finish 2, and Fenn 3. He's got 5, so yeah, that would be decided. So it's now or never here with 1:30 to go. We're following that battle. That's Lemieux. I don't know. Not sure why we're following Lemieux. He's way down in the number 7 spot. 8. Yep, down to the 7. Let's try and find Schimmel and Brock. Looks like the battle for the lead heating up here. They should be working their centers. So I need that. There we go. There we go. Now there's Schimmel. He's across the line. 12.1, 12.0. And it got it down to just under a second here now. So Brock, the late race charge right here. And they got some traffic in front of them. About a half a straightaway. Oh, a little mistake there for Shim. Ooh, he hangs on to it. That would have cost him the national championship, right? Because here comes Brock. This is what you want to see in A3. These are my A1 and A2 winners right here. We got 40 seconds to go. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Schimmel? Is it going to be Champlin? Oh, this is good. We got fireworks here in April. Oh, a beautiful inside move right there. Schimmel was a little impatient. He lawn darted his way in there, and Schimmel just turned right into him, and they get caught together. So I don't know if the race director is going to try and fix that. I mean, to me, I was racing. He dive bombed in there, and it looks like Schimmel felt the pressure from him, and he tried to close the door, and he just wasn't going to happen right there. So that's the tone right there. Ooh. We got action here in A3 as expected. And just like I thought here, Brock wasn't going home without a win out here. And Brock Champlin going to be your A2 and A3 winner. That's going to give Brock, oh, yeah, good shot. Let's try and find, Brock and Shim. Yeah, that looked good to me. I didn't see anything wrong with that. I mean, Schimmel opened up the door. Brock ran in there. And it looked like Schimmel, it was too late. He tried to shut that door on him. Here we go. Yep, no conversations. So I'll get Brock Champlin over here for an interview, and then I got my I got my 1 and 2 national champions here for short course in staging. They're going to come in here for an interview as well. Let's see if we can't get Brock over here. And then I want to, they went out there and turn marshaled, and the next race is already coming up. So I want to get Daniel and William their interview as well. So let's get Brock over here, and then I'll get to you boys. I don't know. So Brock slowly making his way over here. Where's Brock at? He's pretty tall. He's kind of hard to miss. Yeah, he's just high-fiving maybe in the pits and signing some autographs. But, like I said, it's not mandatory, but he wants to give his sponsors some love. He can come on over here for his interview. Looks like he's not interested. All right. All right, guys, we want to show some love to our 13.5 short course national champion out here today. We got Daniel Stevens out here, and, you guys got it done. I call it an exhibition class. To me, you're a national champion.
It was great.
Yeah,
well,
you're the national champion in my eyes, and you guys went out there and put on a show for us, and that's exactly what we want as viewers.
And like the announcer said, it was a nice, clean race. All 4 qualifiers and the main were clean. I mean, maybe the 1 or 2 bumps, but that was it. It was extremely clean, great racing. Good racing all around. Will was a great competitor all week.
Yeah, we got Will back here. We're going to get a little interview with him, but that was second. This is 1 and 2 right
perfect,
here.
Yep.
And
it was great. The truck was driving great. It was They maybe changed my wheels to the spoked wheels, and it actually turned better.
You mean for the main event?
Yeah.
So after all the qualifying and you TQ'd, you made some changes right before the main event.
They made me change my wheels.
Who's they?
Roar.
Oh, okay.
Roar made me change the wheels, and so they're actually 5 grams lighter each. So the car, because it was outer inertia, it actually turned better. So
yeah, it looked a little different
than
it did in qualifying.
I didn't like my lap times, but I think they're better.
Okay. Well, hey, you're the national champ. You got the win.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, proud of you, man, and hope you guys had some fun out here.
You guys put on a fantastic production. Great work.
Appreciate that very much. Anybody you want to thank for getting you out here?
Like I said, I'd like to thank John and the track and Maximus RC. It's a fantastic group, great club, nonprofit group, and it's fantastic.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the kind words. We really appreciate that. We work hard over here at Live RC to try and bring you guys a great product.
Live RC is great. I'm a subscriber. It's a great product.
Excellent. Well,
it's
thank you for
that. It's a great system. I love going back and checking the races when I want to.
Sure.
When I have an issue or if I'm really good, I like to look and see what I did.
Yeah, very important component to a racer's package right there.
I mean, the product itself free is good, but the paid version is even better.
All right, you guys heard it here first. Go get that subscription and add to your race program. So thank you.
Fantastic.
Congratulations on your championship. That's our winner right there. And we're going to get Willie D, our second place for the short course out here, and we're going to show him some love out here. Apparently didn't, they didn't do any sponsor sheets out here. So Willie D rocking that PR racing truck out here on
yeah, that's the older truck too. I think it needs some work, apparently, but no, it's actually really fast. It's just apparently he's faster. But so the biggest problem I was having was keeping up with him in the hairpins. But I think that's my setup. I was messing around with it all day, but I didn't want to mess with it too much between the mains and practice. Sure. So there were some things I did that made it better, but I think I wasn't aggressive enough with the change.
Sure.
So it wasn't a good enough change. So I think if I do what I did, even more so, it'll probably make it faster again.
Well, you know they have a newer truck out there, so you
yeah,
know,
I'm
do a little
probably
shopping now.
Be getting that.
Now that you're rich from getting second at the Roar Nationals,
yeah,
you know.
Of course, yeah, exactly.
So congratulations to a good run out there. You had a TQ in qualifying, and you gave it a swing there at the end. You weren't far behind. I think it was less than a second there at the end for the championship. And proud of you, man. Is there anybody you'd like to thank for getting you out here?
So I'd like to thank PR just because, like, they have make an awesome truck. Like, I don't think with anything else I'd be able to, just with the amount of parts that you can just mix and match to make your own setup, like, it's just unlike any other brand I've had.
Awesome.
Like even with my buggy, like, I have stuff from all sorts of different cars, and it just makes a really good setup.
Yeah.
Oriented car. They're a very small brand. I try and encourage people to check it out because, you know, good price too. Like, their kits are pretty cheap.
Cool. Well, thanks for coming out,
Yeah.
and congratulations on a top 3 run out here at the Roar Nationals. And you know, you and Dan, you seem like you guys have raced together before. It's nice, clean action. That's how it should be. You know, it's always clean racing is fun racing.
And the thing you see a lot with short course with some club racing is it becomes like a basher class, and I'm not really, you know, like I want to race. You know what I mean? A little rubbing's fine, but don't be hitting each other flying.
Yeah,
off
and
the track,
that goes for most racing, not just short course. But
course.
since it's closed-wheeled racing, they have a tendency, you're right, to kind of bash a little bit
and
harder. So
being able to race with somebody who's able to race that way is so nice.
yeah, that's how you want to win. You know,
Yeah,
and you want to beat them on your best day, and I don't want to give them any excuses. So thanks again for coming over and getting us an interview. Good job, and go get them in 2027. Maybe you can beat Daniel for a championship.
Yep, that is
Thanks,
my goal.
brother. Thanks, Willie. Good job. All right, guys. Before we get out of here, we just want to give you another reminder here. Live RC bringing all the action here for the 2026 1/8 scale IFMAR World Off-Road Championships out here. So make sure you guys tune in. Come in and check us out. Jump in the chat and follow us on Live RC. That's September 26th to October 3rd right there up over at Thornhill Racing Circuit in Hutto, Texas. So I expect to see you guys back over here in a couple months here, kind of later in the year, but we're kind of ramping up here, and we want you guys to follow us and tune in and subscribe, and we just want you guys to have some fun with us here. They are the live broadcast here for your 2026 IFMAR World Championships, so we hope to see you guys in September, and check it out. All right, guys, and that is a wrap from the Live RC crew here at Maximus RC Raceway for your Roar 110 scale Off-Road Carpet National Championships. It's been a fun weekend. It's been hectic, a lot of work here, and we've just had an absolute blast with you guys. So thank you guys for tuning in and jumping in the chats, and give us a share, give us a like, and let's grow this hobby together, the sport, spread that positivity. So appreciate you guys very, very much. We can't do this without you guys. This is your announcer, Sean Sexy Leg Miller from Seabrook, New Hampshire, signing off here. So appreciate you guys, and we'll see you guys at the next one. Get home safe, guys. Thanks.